Welcome back, everybody, to Bearded Brawls United States West bracket. We got West Coast Brawls action, and we are here in top 8 still. We got a very exciting match between Starno and Jack Nasty. But before we get into it, Dad Sitter, how are you feeling right now?
I think, you know, that's how I feel.
No,
I don't know. I'm excited to see Jack Nasty. That's a cool tag.
I was going to say, maybe one of the best tags I've seen in Brawlhalla in quite a while.
So cool.
Yeah.
I want to be Jack Nasty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be very exciting. Exciting match between the two. I think we got Starno coming in at seed 107, or not seed, PR number 117. Jack Nasty, no stats. We have no idea what they are bringing to the table. No tournament placements. No anything. No anything. So
First
we're coming in
all
blind.
time, guaranteed top 9.
That's no, they're top 8 right now. They're guaranteed 7th place, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, 7.
Yeah, they might just be in the money. I see you in the chat, Jack Nasty. Great tag. We're gonna be getting into this next match with some Jala. This is crazy drip, by the way, from both of these players. I mean, this is very, very exciting match between the two. I'm very excited.
This is like a battle between light and dark.
Yeah, this is Innocence and what's the
Sin.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
You and only you I shall save. Shout out to PoE players in chat, all 2 of us.
Hey, Defensive is pogging somewhere. I'm sure he's definitely listening. But nonetheless, we're getting into the Jala and the Bryn matchup. This is kind of crazy. I'm like kind of excited just because of how cool they look coming into this match. We got the light versus the dark. We got the Bryn coming in, the consistency. We got Jala, the aggression. It's gonna be very, very exciting, I think.
Yeah, I think I like both of these characters. I think that these are like some staple characters of Brawlhalla. I think that you should absolutely try them if you haven't. I can't wait to see if this is going to be a more aerial or grounded game here. And it's really gonna not even start until the weapon guard ends, which just did. But we'd love to see that damage if we're Jala fans.
Yeah,
which I am with a tag like Jack Nasty. I don't mean to be biased, but how could I not?
Yeah, this is Jala is very glass cannon. Lower defense, I think it's like 4 defense. High damage. Yeah, and you know, as Jala, you want to start pacing heavily. It's great because Axe does so much damage because of your strength, and then you get a downlight recovery to KO a lot sooner as well. But right now, Starno with a big aggression here goes for that side stick. Doesn't find it downlight.
That should find it. Yes.
That was a clean conversion. Right now, Jack Nasty coming out with no anything, man. There's no stats, but it's working out.
Do you think Jack Nasty and I could have been friends?
Dude, I don't think your tag's cool enough.
Me neither, dude.
I think like a tag like slow motion's a great tag. I think maybe slow would be friends, but nonetheless, Starno able to find the mark with that side stick on the spear, which we haven't seen a lot of spear from Starno.
This is a very fast-paced game compared to the ones that we've been seeing so far. I love the style for both these players. Control and pressure, aggression, damage. Wow.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool to see, and this is kind of the benefit of these community tournaments, is that players that don't really make it to the official events or make it to the, you know, high enough to get to the stream have these opportunities to make something big happen. And you know, this is some West Coast excellence, West Coast, Best Coast, and right now it's working out pretty well for Jack Nasty, but Starno with a big down air, not able to find the KO off of it. But the damage is even. That end light almost KOing.
This looks like this might be it. Oh wow, the turnaround! Just too ambitious with the offstage gravity canceled downlight. Maybe miscounted jumps there. I'm not sure.
It's honestly so interesting to see like how this Jala is working in such a big way. The axe being the big damage builder, the sword being the consistency, but sometimes it doesn't matter, as that Bryn down sig on the spear is going to be able to find that spot.
This has been just a back and forth intense match so far. I think I'm gonna enjoy this set.
Yeah, definitely, it's so cool, right? Because like you have so much damage on the side of Jala, but also low defense. So it's actually been extremely close. The gravity cancel down sig does so much damage. The N sig whiffs and actually catches with the second side light, doesn't find a conversion off of it, and right now it is pretty back and forth. The down light into Nair doesn't fully confirm, but very important to go high there to avoid that ground pound. Right now, Jack Nasty with an opportunity to tap this stock in, doesn't find it. The dodge up gets expended, and right now, Starno has just not been pulling the trigger. Oh, it clipped!
The miss jump! Wow, so close. I would say that that might be a skin advantage moment. Shout out to Blue Mammoth.
Yeah, I think
I think it was pretty clearly visible. It was just a mistake. Those things happen. I think he could have gone low. Or gone.
It was definitely a matter of him not realizing how long, even on gravity cancel, it lasted. And try to go for a Sair. So you see here, no sandwich, slow motion, but we do get the you see the Sair startup. So Jack Nasty wanted to reversal immediately, pulled the trigger too early, and got punished for it because of the
Yeah. Well, maybe a little inconclusive ending, but I think that this is going to be a good set. I really am enjoying both of these players. We see the defensive stance from the Jala, so we are
4 defense.
It's a 1 point difference. I mean, I think that it's not so much of a glass cannon as we might have thought so far.
Interesting stat. Starno, even though you are, lower strength than Jala is, actually getting more per engagement, 41 damage on average per engagement, just kind of shows that, with the spear and the consistency of Bryn, you're able to just output more damage in general, even versus such a high damage
call out
character. Oh yeah, you saw that gravity cancel downlight ground pound. It didn't find the KO, but it's a lot of good damage in Jala. I mean, even with that 1 extra strength or 1 extra defense, you're still like not super comfortable taking free damage like that. Another thing, Jack Nasty dashing 40 more times in this game, so already a lot more movement on Jack Nasty, but that just gives more opportunities for Starno to catch you and take your stock away. That down sig led into that KO, and right now Starno is looking very, very solid.
Yeah, I think that you've got to be in your head a little bit after jumping into the down sig like that last game.
No, for sure. I mean, you lost the game. It should have been yours. To that, and then now this one, the first stock of this game being another down sig, they call it the writing on the wall sometimes, where it's like it's a sign of what's to come, and hopefully those down sigs are out of the fate for Jack Nasty, who's been getting punished so heavily by just I think over moving a little bit, sometimes just moving a little bit too aggressively into Starno's hands, and it's exactly what Starno needs to keep the damage even.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, it's looking suddenly very good for Jack. I think that things are... Sorry, Mr. Nasty. That's my... this game, I mean, this is a whirlwind of a game. I think that each of these players has agreed to hold nothing back, and they are brawling and they are scrapping, and this is what it's all about. Some might say this is a holla, and they are brawling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, pulling no punches, gas pedal down. Just it's what comes from I think these two characters. I think Jala tends to like really speed up the pace of matches. Like I keep saying, like you need to constantly keep the high octane pressure going. Misses the ground pound there, even on a Bryn with all that strength. It's maybe not the greatest option to go for that because it gets reversal so quickly.
Even last talk situation.
All off of that ground pound attempt after hitting a side light, even in white. I don't think that KOs. So it's like, do you really go for that? Do you burn it all?
Exactly.
For that? It's not great.
Wow, such good movement from the Jala. I'm consistently being impressed by the small positioning changes, going from stacked to unstacked just so quickly, and really just confusing Starno a little bit, I think, in positioning. But then you see things like that, and it's like the defensive flowchart from Jack Nasty and the offensive flowchart from Starno, I think, are just like overlapping in this way, where Starno is just so consistently finding these kills. I think it's just everything is going so according to plan. Every time you see it just work in motion.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing you were talking about. Like Jack Nasty, because you're on the sword, you don't have a hitbox or size neutral light that covers your stack. So what you're seeing is, like you were saying, engaging in stacking and then unstacking and swinging first with the downlight. It works, but once Starno is able to get some semblance of distance between the two, I feel like the axe and the spear just like knock Jack Nasty away and catch his movement so often. And like you were saying, Starno's offensive flowchart versus Jack Nasty's defensive led to those situations where those down six starts working, those side airs, those jump call outs. So as Jack Nasty, I mean, the movement is great in neutral, but as soon as it gets into that disadvantage, you're off stage, you're getting juggled, it's not been looking so good. And that might just be the difference of somebody coming in with a lot more experience, as Starno is up 2-0 in the set right now.
Jack Nasty with the character change, looking like bowling for soup.
It's crazy.
Okay, anyway.
Hey, you know what? You went for it. You gotta appreciate when a caster just goes for it. For whoever got that one out there, I'm sure you're hogging it right now. Starno is looking pretty solid right now. Hey, this is a cool drip, man. With the guitar axe, I feel like people are really coming in best dressed for this West Coast Bearded Brawl, because Starno getting that side air is one stock closer to taking this set and moving forward.
Man, I wanted this set to last longer because this is a very entertaining brawl.
Yeah, for sure. Very different change of pace than the matches we've been seeing all weekend long. Very, defensive is the name of the game for North America, and right now we're seeing a lot of forward aggression, and it's very, very exciting to see.
Ooh, good call out on the dodge up. That was really well executed. Went to the wall, convinced Starno in his heart that we were going to the wall, and then just jumped out and said, "No, you're not gonna dodge up." Our footsies have been great, and we're just swinging, and both players are just swinging.
Yeah, it's type to see. Like, we're just seeing there's so much aggression right now. You're seeing Mr. Nasty get really great stacking damage, and I think that's something you need to find versus the axe and the spear. And goes for that big sig and gets immediately punished in such a big way with that sider. When you see Starno looking to tap it in, yes, gets one pogo. You need about 2 or 3 pogos on average to find a KO. We only saw one there, and Mr. Nasty accordingly getting back to the stage.
I think the pogo weapon toss might have found it.
Uh-oh. Nice. Gets the ground pound on the sword. One of the only weapons that has a ground pound that doesn't just trade out. It just beats out that recovery from the spear. And you see that there from Jack Nasty, just able to take out that stock cleanly. Okay, we're getting a little aggressive with that gravity cancel downline. You're taking some damage for it. This is Jala, man. You cannot afford to make mistakes like that. And Starno, just one pogo away, the recovery does scoop up and find the KO. Right now, it's even stocks. Last stock. Jack Nasty needs to take this game and then take 2 more. Starno, 1 stock away from moving on into top 5. Nice pick up there. Nice side air. Gets the pogo after as well. Jack Nasty not burning the dodges. Burns the dodges there on the chase dodge. And right now, Starno kind of controlling the pace with the spear. Goes for the 2. Oh, just goes for the N-Sig. It doesn't KO, but it puts him in such a bad spot. Oh, what an overextension from both players, but no one gets punished. Starno gets the tap in anyway with the gravity cancel down into ground pound. Starno takes it in a very aggressive and high octane set. What a treat here in the first round of elimination top 8. That was so exciting.
Yeah, I'm floored. I mean, I think that was the Brawlhalla that we all wish that we could play in our heads.
Yeah.
Tragic that the person with the coolest tag in the tournament is out.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can really just be happy that it happened.
Yeah. Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. Jack Nasty, I mean, this is their first tournament, according to my stats tool, which seems to be pretty accurate most of the time. Shout outs, making it all the way into top 8, and hopefully we get to see more of Jack Nasty's Jala. I'm a big Jala fan. This is definitely my tilt Q character, I'll be honest. If you catch me on ranked at 1 in the morning, probably playing Jala. For that reason, you're able to just go in, use that movement, use the damage to get a lot of aggression going, and I think it's a very exciting, very enticing character, especially in this current meta. So shout out to Jack Nasty getting 7th place. But we will be moving on, and we are going to be moving on into our next set. So what was supposed to happen was Starno was supposed to play into Double Dime, but Double Dime unfortunately having to DQ out of the bracket at 5th place. We're going to be moving right into our last set of the block between Sleeping and Hexo.
Sleeping and Hexo, you say? I seem to recall both these players from earlier.
Yeah.
Hexo, I don't think we got to see Hexo try very hard. I'm curious if the Sandstorm energy wore off or if that is still channeled. And I recall.
Thank you. Thank you, production, for catching us up. As I want to let you finish. What were you saying about Hexo?
I was just gonna say, and sleeping, we saw working really hard, taking Wub's top seed of the tournament to the limit. So this might be a good matchup. The Hexo, the style, the speed, and sleeping, who was just really controlling space very well.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in, we're going to be, if you're just tuning in, we'd love to catch you up on some of the previous matches that have been happening in the bracket. It's been a very exciting top 8, a lot of upsets, a lot of players that maybe you're not too familiar with. So as we look over here, the previous sets, we got Hexo 3-0ing and Draxity, Starno 3-0ing Jack Nasty, Starno beating Double Dime in a DQ, Sleeping, and Hexo is the match we're getting. And we'll be getting winners finals after a quick caster swap. After our set, we're not done yet. We got Wubs and Seabass queued up for stream. But right now, Sleeping versus Hexo. Not to be mistaken with Sleeper. I believe there's another player named Sleeper. Sleeping is a completely different player. PR number 264 in North America, and looking to take another name in a big upset versus Hexo.
So this is, in fact, Hexo and Sleeping. Hexo on the Hattori, so no sight this time. This is everything is new. We have no data.
2, 1,
and we're seeing the Nash. I don't see very much Nash.
Yeah, it's funny. Nash is such an interesting legend, and I think one of the benefits of Nash has kind of really good sigs low key. Oh, look at the movement from Hexo there. Didn't pull the trigger. Waits. The patience is so impressive. Oh
wow, no. Sleeping, great turn.
Wait,
Get
this
the damage where we can.
They're cooking right now. This is exciting. Ooh.
The lacrosse stick versus the jellyfishing net.
And the jellyfishing net takes it first there.
I mean, when wouldn't it?
Yeah. You know that meme of like the architect and the builder, you know, like
yeah.
Hey, dude, he has a ladder. Dude, I'm telling you, there's a connection here. This is such a crazy set. I feel like I haven't even really been able to introduce the players well, but we're here right now and it's going crazy.
Sleeping is saying, "I'll handle this." Okay, all right. Game's even. The Hattori's moving, by the way. I don't think we've mentioned it. I'm loving the movement. I think that, I mean, you get caught in just a couple hits from the Nash and you're looking at a stock that's almost ready to be gone. But the Hattori, goes, sure is moving. Getting caught out of the recovery. Back on the stage, back to neutral. Nash whipping the side, Sig. Recoveries. Wow. This is, I mean, we're seeing so many small hits and small trades and, like, nuanced gameplay, but the bottom line is Nash is just hitting harder, and it's just getting more follow-ups.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. I forgot when, I think I was commentating a block with Sparky, and we were seeing some Nash. I feel like Nash, kind of a sleeper pick right now. I think Spear's in a great spot. Hammer, you know, won't be bad for a while, and I think you're kind of seeing the Nash effect where you're just doing so much of that damage right now. Hexo looking to create some space with the lacrosse net.
Oh, good catch.
Double down line. Oh, doesn't find the recovery though. That's a big drop. Big drop for sure. Oh, beats, stuffs out the side sig and then goes in with a side sig of their own. They're just showing off the aggression. Another side sig from out of the corner. 3 side sigs in a row. It just always works.
How are we getting
Who
hit
is
by
this
those?
guy?
We've got to press the jump button.
Who is this guy? He comes in here with a Nash we've never seen before and just throws out 3 side six, all 3 hit. He takes the game. This guy is seeded number 85th. He's playing for 5th place right now and to move on forward. What is going on?
So we're seeing the spear, I mean, really just crush and damage. Obviously the hammer is doing a lot too, but the spear is most of the work, which is a very interesting change from the no, it's okay. The easily recognizable Taros and the axe was it. And now we're on another character where the hammer is the secondary weapon. And I think that's very interesting. You don't normally see somebody swap characters and then swap to another character where they're playing with their main weapon as a different weapon, but the side weapon is the
3,
same.
2, 1.
The classic cameo from my dog Obi. He gets really excited when I start getting excited. I like to blame that one on Sleeping though, who is coming in here. I keep saying like this dude is seated, seated 85th in the tournament and continues to show up right now versus the Jiro. Okay, the thing is, right, Jiro kind of glass cannony too. Nash will nuke you for it.
Oh, what a good catch!
Wait, who? Oh, is he?
He's flying too close to the sun. We've got to go back.
You're
We
back
all
on stage,
recognize it
man.
at the same time.
Oh.
Oh, the pineapple. The interaction with the top of the head and the bottom of the stage, never a good one.
It's so disgusting what's going on right now with this Nash. I mean, it's like this is the true pinnacle of bringing this Nash in. You're just doing so much, causing so much havoc. And I feel like right now Hexo is just getting beat at his own game. Cannot find anything going right now, but
Good
it's a
catch
nice
on the side.
little catch there with the side. Yeah, like you said. And then there into the recovery comes in from Boulder, who is just doing so much damage with every hit. Nice catch there. No more side 6 shenanigans. Hexo again. Okay, no reversal there. Just finds the recovery anyway. And Hexo cleaning up the stock.
Sleeping.
Getting
Closer
closer.
there first off.
Oh, here we go.
With the
Ooh.
catch, just make it so simple. Just call out the jump. It's that easy. Yeah, I think it's smarter to get the weapon there. It's Sleeping just really playing the win.
Dude, what is going on right now?
I've seen so many people go off stage in that situation today and just take damage.
He's playing real solid right now. That's
This was-
3 nairs. That's so much damage.
Let's not forget, this player wants the run back with Wubs.
Yeah, 100%.
If that is Grands, I think it's going to be a really good Grands because it was so close. It really looks like Sleeping dug deep and is finding their flow again. This is not the player we saw in Game 5 of the Wub set.
Yeah. Picks up the weapon there after getting hit into the wall. And what a sig from
Wow.
Sleeping.
I'll handle it.
Who is this guy, dude? The builder and the architect, the angry pumpkin, they're all coming out for the Nash right now because Sleeping is just going off. I don't even know what to say. I've never been so flabbergasted watching Brawlhalla in my life, but Sleeping, it just continues to impress.
Hexo, I mean, what do you do here? You can't. He has 2 decks. You can't find yourself in a spot where you can float above the Nash's head without taking damage. The spear is too good at calling out that movement that Scythe is just also known for. So you've got to play a more grounded game. What do you think your goal is if you're a Scythe enjoyer to really pressure the spear? I think that's a really traditionally hard matchup. I think that your jump in dares are all shut down and all of your grounded game can be thrown away by neutral light and side light.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there's a lot that you need to like kick into. Maybe it's a sword angle. Like you got to find some more activation on sword.
3, 2,
Honestly, that's
1,
it. I don't know what to do because
Yeah.
I'm like completely shocked at how crazy, how dumb in a good way, in the best way possible, this Nash is going right now.
I mean, there's a reason
my
that these
God.
guys are really cool potatoes and we're just commentators, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. I mean, I don't think I could have said it better myself. Yeah, and right now, I mean, Sleeping on the spear.
Wow, just
Dude, how is that six so
swinging.
fast, bro?
2 decks.
That's just a sideline. Yeah, that's 2 decks, by the way.
Swinging with the jellyfishing net. What are we looking for? We're gonna catch it? That's the question.
Yeah, he caught that with the downlight there and almost finds the nair to continue. Goes for another side sig. You gotta be
When
careful.
Pick up side sig is such a classic.
Yes.
You know,
Oh.
the theory it doesn't prove.
Yeah,
Catch.
I have this thing where I think like if Sphere players just figure out they can just ground pound in center stage, it works a lot of times. But there, I mean, Hexo just too solid. Okay, this is exactly what happened in the winner side set for Sleeping. So we're gonna find out right here, right now on the slow motion Brawlhalla stream at West Coast Brawl if Sleeping is in fact a closer. It's gonna take a lot.
Sleeping, maybe a big fan of the best of 3 format. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be sitting comfortably in winners finals right now if that was the case. But I mean, you know, no better people to prove wrong than the commentators. Because right now, making a case for himself on the spear once again. I love this spear skin, by the way.
Yeah, it's just silly. I mean, who doesn't like a ridiculous skin where you're swinging a ladder around?
Like a popsicle greatsword, the greatest skin in Brawlhalla. Nonetheless, right now they're playing very, very tricky offstage. Exclamation points coming out from Hexo. Able to make it back there. Does he touch the wall? Yes, he does. He throws the weapon up that time to disrupt a ground pound attempt. How do they still have resources?
Wow, the call out on the high.
They don't. That's your stock on.
Yeah, that's tough.
What a great, like, what could you really do there? Okay, now it's even again.
Excellent flowchart with the G-Row offstage there.
Yeah. Should be nice and easy to tap this one if you are sleeping. Look at that. Sig does scoop below the wall, so you have to be careful about that. Right now playing very well, throwing the weapon across it. Yeah, there it is, the ground pound.
Yeah,
just
that's so
yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
Out of hit.
Get off me. This is my half of the sage.
Really gotta find it.
Boom.
There it is.
is.
Okay, found.
And once again, sleeping one more stock for one stock away from taking a game here and moving on in the bracket. We'll see if he can do it here. The hammer gets
Nice
the weapon toss Nair into recovery. So much damage on the Nash. This is 2 decks hammer for you.
Game's even.
Dude, if I'm kinda, I'm like, bro, sleeping needs to chill. He's gonna get hammer nerf. This is 2 decks hammer. It's just working.
It's scary. This is not where we want to be.
Yeah, I think he did touch.
That's it. Yep. Okay. All right, we've been here before. We've seen this play out. I think we go back to a big stage. I think we start pressing side sig a little bit more. I think that the movement in the previous rounds from the Nash looked a little bit better. I think that we're maybe running out of gas a little bit. I think that if I'm Nash here, I'm saying, okay, I just have to play how I was playing. And if I'm Hexo here, I'm saying, I don't know. I mean, I'd be patting myself on the back, absolutely, for the very well executed offstage flowcharts. I think that that one stock that we saw where it was a jump in and to the left 3 times in a row, all called out with the scythe down air and weapon tosses, and then the final was just the jump straight up and dodge through attempt, and it was just beautifully called out by the Jiro side sig. It's like such smart, consistent gameplay, finding each of these catches. If we see more stocks like that, I think that this might be Hexo's game really quickly.
Yeah, I think it's always a nice thing to get something like that, right? Where you're definitely playing into what your game plan is using that scythe and getting crazy edge guards going. And I think as Hexo, you can find some solace in the fact that it worked. Like what you wanted out of Jiro worked versus the Snash. You can make it happen.
Call out.
You just got to make it make something stick here. And right now, it's a great opportunity to once again. I mean, it just takes one whiff in front of Hexo, and your stock is gone. The weapon toss even dodges the weapon toss. That was crazy. So much damage. Dude, Hexo is just not. He's just not giving up right now. This is it right here.
Up and to the left. Up and to the left again. It's just the consistent call out on the up and to the left movement, or like, slightly below and left the Jiro's model. I mean to say.
Yeah. You gotta find something out here if you're sleeping, because it is not working right now.
Right
that
back to
catches
the wall.
once again. Yeah,
we really just gotta avoid fighting on the wall. Okay. A little bit more patience from Hexo than the first couple of games, maybe. That might be part of it. I think that's part of what Love was learning as well.
Oh no. Can you read it high here? The high recovery comes in. The weapon toss does disrupt
Hexo.
Hexo.
Great movement. That's what we have to be seeing more of, that smart defensive play off stage from Nash. You've got to understand that you're going to get outgunned versus Scythe.
That was so smart. The weapon toss covered so much, yeah.
So many places that you couldn't go.
Yeah,
that's 2 weapons that are gone forever.
What was so smart was the chase dodge into the ground to land quicker, pick up the weapon. The hammer still has a hitbox because it's just flying around covering that high recovery attempt.
Oh,
that was almost
that might be a stock. That's just wow. Wow, the side light. The what was it? Side light and the side sig?
Just side light, side sig, and then
was it
toss, and it was
neutral?
over.
I don't know. It happened so fast.
This is 2 decks Nash. This doesn't matter.
So good. Spear is really good.
Okay, playing with fire here, you have an extra stock to play with, and he's going to look to find some aggression there.
I mean, this is an extra credit situation for sure. I mean, I think that you're not necessarily looking for the offstage early KO as Nash.
Yeah.
But just, I mean, that damage helps so much. This is, I mean, like we saw last time, you're a neutral light side thing away from being in a really tough spot.
Yeah. There it is. That's a pickup. Baits the dodge out and calls it out. That was such a big read. That could really be game deciding. We'll see if he can capitalize on this juggle, and he does the recovery once again. Oh, but there's the sweat beats come out. It doesn't matter. The ground pound. That's it.
Oh, wow. Sleeping advancing the tournament.
That was wild. Sleeping, making it work. You see that first stock there, Jiro, under 50 damage there in that first stock, and then it just all slips away. Look at that weapon toss after. I wish we got to see the whole interaction, but that was off the back of a side sig pre 100 damage. I mean, it was just crazy to see how quickly the Nash was able to find some activation. I don't know if we were too sure about the Nash. I feel like we were doubting it a little bit, but it worked out. 321 damage on the spear. Just really that Nash spear coming in big.
That was just, I mean, that was just great gameplay. I think that Sleeping really locked in, you know. I think that we were looking at maybe a repeat of what happened on the winner side of the bracket. But Sleeping really managed to lock in and find their gameplay and do what they needed to.
Yeah. And with that being said, Sleeping with a 3-1. I'm sorry. Couldn't hear you. What'd you say? Okay. With that being said, Sleeping was able to move a 3-1 over Hexo. Like you were saying, I think if we're going to see a Sleeping versus Wubs grand finals, that would be the most exciting outcome, because he wants the comeback for sure.
I think that's the storyline here. You hate to be Sleeping and have to just roll over like a dog after throwing away a 2-game lead. And what we're really seeing, as opposed to that, is just locking in and putting your foot down and saying, no, I want another chance. I know that I can beat this player. I want this. I want this PR win. I want this tournament prize money. I want the fame and the fortune.
Yeah,
I think that.
he wants it.
I mean, I just saw a Nash wanting it there.
Yeah, like you were saying, like, he wants to win, and it's crazy to say, like, obviously everyone wants to win. You know, everyone wants to win everything, but it was really showing. Sleeping was like, I'm going to play to win. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm not going to go off stage in big ways. I'm going to throw out. I'm going to abuse what Nash is good for. I'm going to make those jump scare sigs work. I'm going to make it happen and move on and continue. I think that's the storyline looking. I think that elimination side is going to be exciting, but that will do it for our block here. We had some very exciting matches. I think we are now Sleeping fans for sure. But before we head out, Dad Sitter, is there anything you'd like to say before we go?
No, I'm good. Thank you for having me, Bearded Brawls. Thank you, Brawlhalla. That's all.
Yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. We're going to do a quick caster swap over to Graffiti, and I believe it's Flaming, so some very great casters. Stay tuned. We got more West Coast Brawl action. We got the rest of Top 8 right after this break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the West Coast Brawls, the bearded Brawls tournament for the West Coast players. My name is Flaming MBL, one of your amazing casters for this evening. Beside me, we have Graffiti.
Hi,
Hi, Graffiti. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing really good. I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, I think we all are happy to be here. I mean, seeing some of these matches, I mean, what wouldn't get you hyped for these top 4 matches? And seeing our qualifiers, I think this is definitely going to be one of the tournaments
Of all time.
of all time. One of the tournaments of all time.
This is out of all the gameplay that I have seen in my entire career as a caster and analyst, this is probably some of the most. Just to give y'all a little bit of a refresher of some of the players that we have going through the bracket, we still have Starno and Sleeping, both of which are phenomenal players, and they are clawing tooth and nail to try and get into lower finals. And who they'll be meeting there will be decided over the course of the next few minutes of our live. We're going to be waiting for these players to start to get going. That, of course, is going to be Wubs versus Seabass. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it's Seed 1 v Seed 2. Am I not mistaken?
I do not think you are mistaken there. I mean, Wub's extremely good player, playing out of his mind today, getting a reverse throw earlier on in winners semifinals. Great play there. And Seabass getting into this winner's this winner's final off of a DQ from Double Dime. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more. Oh, actually, no, they DQ'd. My bad. Never mind. But regardless, this is going to be a great winner's final. We're going to see a huge matchup between two West Coast demons. And I think, this I don't want to call it early, but I'm hoping for a Game 5. We got to get some enjoyment already, I'm excited. I'm ready for this.
Most certainly deserve a Game 5. But so far, before we even get to Game 5, we're going to have to start with Game 1 and see where that leads us. We're going to be having both of these players staying on some picks that are not too out of the ordinary, but still not something that we really see every single day from either one of these players. Wubs on a Cassidy that they've actually been making some pretty good appearances with. I'm pretty sure most recently at Trial Scatty, and then also Dark Communities they played a pretty decent Cassidy. Then we also have Seabass on the Rayman. I feel like I've seen Seabass play a lot more, but hey, Rayman not too far off. It should be pretty interesting. Yes.
Listen, you weren't there when Seabass was, finally climbing those ranks from 24 and then starting to get up there. I mean, playing that grin. You weren't there. I was. I was there. I was one of the original Seabass fans before I even knew who Seabass was. You're a fraud, but I'm just kidding, though. But Seabass has definitely grown as a player. And for Wubs to still be able to compete, I mean, they've had the longevity. I mean, since 2018, they've been competing. So, I mean, that's 6 years of Brawlhalla Esports and coming in here with a guaranteed podium already. It's crazy, this West Coast Brawl, I mean, kind of showcases, it's like maybe that server difference is something that could be looked at. But regardless, pretty even game here.
For one of these players, early lead, we have Seabass chasing in. Seabass's pressure so far has been fantastic. Laid out any attack Wubs the Ensig whiffs, but Seabass is able to capitalize on that, not able to punish the second Ensig, as the double bonk lets Wubs hit a modified Mafia, and that doesn't quite send Rayman packing out of the first block. Would miss me, that would be a bit more focused situation to land a KO. And Seabass now choosing to play a bit more carefully.
Yeah, I mean, they had kind of that big outburst, and they were able to just kind of run away with the lead a bit, but Wubs was able to kind of bring that back slowly but surely, finding those hits. Does go down there to their second stock, but now Seabass kind of has to play a little bit more controlled here. They want to try and find these small damaging hits. And Wubs gonna whiff on that downer, but a nice stomp side air would do it there for Seabass's first stock.
Seabass, yeah, no, touching down a second stock now. Need to. Oh, you're standing still for a minute. I was completely thrown off by that. Honestly, no one from the small animal played dead. That.
Like a possum?
Yeah. No, Seabass literally pulled that on me, and it worked.
this is game 1. You know, like I said, I want to see a game 5 for our first set. I mean, it's a winners final. You don't want it to be a sweep. You know, you want it to be pretty close game, pretty close set, in some anticipation for that grand final spot. And I mean, this is, you know, it's game 1. Game 1, there's chances to make adaptations, and Wubs definitely starting to do a lot better than they have been. You know, finding a lot more damage and avoiding a lot more of that pressure from Seabass.
Seabass really decent things to respond to, and Wubs very nice to lead. However, Wubs is doing this looking really good. I don't know if Seabass pressure is really good, but like, look at how well Wubs is able to navigate the stage. Linos are back with positive. Just escape from the box maximum to be able to pick up blast and expand his lead a little bit more. About to maybe pull up the bit of an overlap as we currently have Seabass navigate his way through this second stock of Wubs, dancing around with the hammer of Wubs, having a hard time finding anything to hit, knowing that Seabass is reserved and able to punish anything that Wubs throws his way.
Yeah. So I mean, pretty much evened up here. I think it's kind of slowed down here. I think for both players, kind of trying to find those options, finding that neutral, trying to find some footing. And I think they're just kind of trying to say, all right, well, you're gonna do this, so I'll do this. But then they're like, you think I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna do this, and a nice double neutral signature from Wubs to build some damage there onto Seabass. Like you said earlier, this Cassidy pick has been working wonders. This is quite a kind of a slow game, you know, not really too much pressure. I mean, just kind of constantly playing this neutral. Seabass going to pick up the axe, and now we'll see them shine hopefully a little bit more. But Wubs now going on the offensive has Seabass closer and closer to that knockout percentage. But a beautiful whiffed Mafia, very unfortunate there for Wubs, and now Seabass has a chance to try and do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, Seabass has actually done a fantastic job of evening out the huge lead that was presented in front of him. Unfortunately, that lead all leads up to the D-Light Sayer that closes the game out. Hypnotic's own Wubs, I think, might need a bit of a reset before we get right back in the next game. Seabass, though, in even more of an interesting pick with this Caspin. I gotta say, I would go back to their iconic set during the BCX side stream. I think I might have to see if I can go back through that and see what characters they locked in, because they actually showed up a lot on side stream, and they had some very, very impressive games. So I'm gonna have to see what surprises they threw out back in November of 23. But it is now April of 24, dawn of a new day and the rise of a new list of champions. We got a list of new players on a really huge up and coming, and also look. Wait, is the graph broken, or is that actually what the stocks look like?
I don't know. That looks maybe like the first. I'm sorry. I don't honestly. I don't know. Doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. But hey, you know what?
No, that looked a little funny.
That doesn't matter. That looked a little funny. But hey, like it looks like you. A little funny. It's okay.
Hey, wait, was that an insult?
Hey. No.
No? Okay.
No.
Alright.
You've been informed. He got destroyed. Lamau. Moving on. So.
There's the Teros I was... Okay, the Teros is gone. That's the Teros I was talking about. But Seabass, I guess, is just making me terrifying. Just kind of making me a quick fool of myself. We might be seeing a Teros again. I know Seabass is not really... Okay, alright, really, dude. But we might not really see much of that. Or we might see it a little bit later. We haven't really been seeing much of it as far as today's stream goes. But who knows if Wubs picks up the pace and this reset actually really goes in his favor. We could be having Seabass on the back foot. We're just going to wait and give the players a quick little go-ahead. And then we're going to watch some more Brawlhalla.
You know, I love watching Brawlhalla. Do you love watching Brawlhalla?
I do sometimes. Only if I get to yap about it. Only if I get to waffle.
What? You can't... Look, listen to me. What if I told you waffles... You can't have them anymore. You have to just deal with pancakes.
No. I don't...
Oh, listen.
I don't like the complexities of this game. I don't even know what neutral is. I just like yapping. I'm a professional
You just
yapper.
like saying the word.
I like saying words. I don't even call it neutral. I call it the good nooch because it sounds funny.
What?
The good nooch.
That sounds like a soup.
Soup.
Sounds like a soup. But anyway,
When
here
I'm
we go.
sick,
Game
my
number
mom
2.
makes a great nooch soup.
A great nooch. Anyway, game 2. Seabass kind of has a little bit of a lead here with this spear. You know, a lot of people say spear is kind of top 1 right now. Yeah, they're wrong. Anyway, Seabass getting hit by that ground, but Seabass barely managing to make it back. Beautiful recovery skills.
Oh my god.
That was close. A nice neutral sig weapon. It was not going to connect. Going for that gravity cancel sidelight. Wubs has no recovery. They do touch, though, off of that. Just a little bit of fall, and they're able to make it back. Beautiful down air there for Seabass. And that's going to be the first stock here in game 2. A little bit different from last time, but I mean, Seabass still got the first stock.
Dance around with hammer. This is actually one thing that Wubs doing fantastic on. I mean, Wubs' blasters are pretty good, but Wubs' hammer is really what gave him some of the highlights that they did during that last game. Uninterrupted like ground pound, solid way to snuff out a stock. Currently celebrating his win. Wubs dancing around, weapon starves. I think doubles down on hammer, which is a pretty sort of choice. However, has to run hammer into Seabass's orb. And I don't actually, have we ever seen Seabass's orb if it was on stream today alone or really just in his career?
I don't think today, but I know Seabass has definitely played a lot of weapons. I mentioned before the Bryn, obviously we saw the Taros, and then also we saw a Rayman earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the spear is doing really well, and that orb actually is, you know, picking up some slack as well. So I think overall this Dusk pick is pretty good there for Seabass. However, Wubs with a nice, good positioning does get disarmed there. So Seabass now in an advantage state. Fastball recovery, beautiful KO there by Seabass, and now Wubs down to the last stock here, game 2.
Seabass trying to keep some space in between him and Wubs. Throws the weapon up to try and grab the speary double down. Wubs is kind of really running out of options. We do have another weapon, but Seabass is actually being really good at weapon starving, and this is also really kind of showing that he's not picking a character just for one weapon like sometimes you see people do. He's good at both weapons, and that's going to make weapon starving a lot easier because it makes it so that when you pick up a weapon, you spend less time there. Wubs, however, unarmed recovery gives him the space to pick up hammer, and the end sig sends. Right now, Wubs has to play a darn near perfect stock to bring this back. But still, fret not, Wubs enjoyers. Even if Wubs loses this game, Wubs is still currently ahead in the set, so right now this means the set is tied or Wubs goes up. But also that means Wubs will have to play a perfect stock to even out the set, or I guess keep it from being even, and that's going to be a lot to ask for.
Especially considering they fell there. But hey, you know what? Game 2 is over. Game 1's over. Both of them have a game to their name.
Yes, sir.
That Game 5 prediction possibly coming true, Graffiti. I'm like a prophet, but without all the skills and knowledge of a prophet.
You're like
I'm like a
an
regular
oracle.
guy.
You're like if an oracle was really funny.
You know what?
Yeah?
I love Brawlhalla. Alright, anyway. So, game number 3. Here we go. If this was a best of 3 set, this would be the final game. But luckily
Yeah, but
for
we
us,
don't like those.
this is true. We do not like best of 3 games.
Oh.
What we do love, though, is a best of 5.
He is right. I do love best of
We need
5.
3 to win.
That
3 to
makes it
win.
better.
Both players. I mean, it's down to a best of 3 right now, but
Oh,
still
yeah.
definitely time for adaptation, you know. Both players, still lots of time to develop, try and find better ways of winning. And right now, Seabass is kind of cooking with that spear. Goes for that downlight, trying to get some kind of gimp going. Baits Wubs over to try and fake him out, try and get him to go to the other side. And does so successfully. Cider weapon throw. Not going to find the knockout just yet. But Seabass, a nice jump recovery. And that's going to be the stock from Wubs already. Look at that damage differential.
Gotta say, I know, like, it's always way too early to call it, but Seabass, even if he doesn't even play a fantastic game, he just has to close out the rest of the game solid, considering stocks were 3-2, both on a clean slate. This could be looking like Seabass in the lead in the set. I mean, yeah, 2-1, it's not winning that set right there, but still on great pace to do it. And also has completely overlapped Wubbs' second stock, still on his first, and could be looking to bring Wubbs down to first stock. You know, I always found this map Terminus to be really funny. See how far Wubbs flies and still stays alive. The walls are so far away, but yet even when they're close, sometimes all it takes is one small mistake to not be able to touch one of them and reset your jumps. Seabass is okay. I really want to see what the damage graph looks like. Usually when you see reverse 3 stocks, it's because the person who was in the lead was on red on their last stock, so it was just get the KO and then play a perfect last stock, getting 2 stocks after you get the KO. But like this still might not be KO color. Like, yeah, Cassidy has got some pretty nasty sigs, but like,
it's definitely not KO percent.
No.
I mean, Seabass still trying to find those options. Does get by that side sig. Potentially, there we go. Not enough just yet. Wubbs still trying to find their way back into this game. Ground pound on stage, possible miss input. Try to go for that down sig. Seabass trying to go for the punish on that gravity cancel delay, but Wubbs quick reaction with a nice side sig to punish. But man, when you talk about hills to climb, this is not one you talk about. You talk about mountains when you're referencing this. I mean, last stock red against almost 2 full stocks. This is not looking great here for Wubbs in game 3.
especially since you can see Seabass is already starting to get in his head. It started a little bit last game where he was standing, or no, during the first game, Seabass was standing still and having very good breakout performances, or he has breakout moments, but not really fully committing to some of those opening hits that start certain interactions. But Wubbs is really starting to reel this back in and could be bringing stocks to even. Stocks to even still would mean the damage lead that Seabass currently has, but it's still a great start. So Wubbs is so far playing, as far as perfect last stocks go, this is starting to look pretty textbook. However, Seabass back on the board. Is this going to look every different? And that maybe the spear was just a point?
Well, I mean, I think Neutralite Sarah would, yeah, that's going to do it there. Wubbs is actually going to go down to that. I mean, they definitely started rallying right there at the end. I'm really interested in this graph now, now that you mentioned it. I mean, that was, it was very well played by both players, and honestly, Seabass just kind of, ran away with that game, to be honest. They kind of, dished out that damage pretty well. I mean, look at that. It's like, I think that was the same graph as earlier.
Well, yeah, no,
Anyway,
was that not the same graph?
that was the same graph.
Oh no. Is there a way we could find the current graph? The one for this game? Or was that the same, or was that the actual graph for that game and we're just going crazy?
Well, you know what? I am crazy. I'm loco.
Alright.
As we see now, a dusk mirror. Is this the dawning of a new age?
I mean, listen, you said Spear is pretty good, and Spear is pretty good. Orb has been, granted, not so much very recently, but in the past few months, Orb has been a bit of a hot topic in the Twitter threads. Yeah?
You didn't get my joke.
Dawn of a New Age?
The dawn of a new age?
Oh, dusk! Oh. Guys, I promise
don't even act like you got that. No, don't even.
I did dusk.
Don't
Dawn
do
and
that.
dusk.
Don't do
dusk
that
to
to me.
dawn.
Anyway.
Alright, no.
Moving
guys,
on.
I promise I'm not stupid. I'm just smart, really slow. I am smart. It's just really, really slow. I promise I'm not.
It takes time. He has a high top speed. It's just the acceleration is. Acceleration's a little dumb.
There we go.
Dumb.
High top speed,
okay.
low acceleration. See, flaming guys.
Anyway. I mean, Wubbs playing a little bit of a different game here.
Oh, right.
Kind of
video
seeing
games.
a lot more. Yeah, the thing we do, graffiti for a living. Yeah. Anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Wubbs is playing a lot better. Seabass kind of slowed down in this dusk. Nice delights there for Wubbs, looking for this knockout. Not gonna find it. Seabass gonna get back to stage with relative ease. Ground pound gonna whip there for Wubs. And, you know, trying to keep this lead, trying to maintain this damage lead, trying to play around it. Doesn't want to take too much more damage here. Wants to try and keep it alive. Side air is going to disarm Seabass. Coming back to stage, whip on the side air. Wubs struggling to find a knockout at all, but there we go, fast swap recovery. And that is going to be the first stock off of Seabass.
Gotta say, we talked about how Seabass was a very versatile player. I'm surprised we haven't said the same earlier about Wubs. Wubs is also a fantastically versatile player, and is able to kind of flip flop between a lot of different weapons and characters, and still pull off some pretty nice dubs. As currently, Elite is suiting him quite nice. See, oh my goodness gracious.
This is almost like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's identical to last game because Seabass actually got the neutralization there of the stocks, but I mean, Wubs is starting to run away with it a little bit. I mean, has quite a bit of a lead here with this Dusk. So maybe Dusk is the new meta. Maybe this is where Lord Sandstorm comes back and you know, brings the Dusk into the game. But I mean, Seabass actually starting to claw their way back here. They're winning a lot of neutral interactions, finding the proper openings, and just able to kind of get around Wubs, find these openings, and dish out the damage.
Yes, sir. The Sair sends off. Seabass was able to, like I said, even out stocks, but also within that time since has been able to even out the damage completely. Wubs was trying to fake out the ground pound, canceling on the platform. I guess just landing on the platform. That's not really a cancel. That's too fancy of a word for that. But Seabass sending up with a recovery, knocking KO as Wubs actually throws weapon down to try and find some landing space. That's actually going to give him the orb, and that's going to be a pretty nice way to bring him just one stock away from touching a game 5, but currently Seabass able to grab Spear into the Ditto. We were talking about the character Ditto, not time for the weapon. Seabass jumping around the stage, Wubs trying to throw himself into the fray. Seabass has a very nice ledge guard, but no, actually still able to continue it. Very nice.
Yeah, Wubs had no options coming back, and they couldn't get the stage touch there, so Seabass capitalized with that sider. Going to set Wubs off the side with 0 options left there. And, you know, just kind of going to reset these stocks once again. But now it is damage almost identical. However, Wubs trying to go up for possibly off the top again. Not going to go for it. Not going to commit too hard for it. Here we go. Staying on this corner. Trying to play a little bit more aggressive. Both players kind of want to maintain the center stage. But, I mean, they give it up constantly. It's, you know, it's curious. You know, what do they know that I don't? Why am I not better?
Nairs after nairs.
Neutral air.
Yeah, both
Up
players
there,
actually.
up there, up there.
Both players actually trying to trade a lot of nairs.
Ooh.
Seabass, that Seabass's snare on the what? Wubs just slammed into a ground pound with a recovery, and then also waited out another ground pound. Seabass
Oh my god!
So many openings to close out this game,
goodness!
and yet Wubs is just able to overtake those corners faster. That is how you clutch out a game. Being able to outmaneuver your way out from under like 3 or 4 separate spear ground pounds, one of which almost clashing out your own recovery, trying to get back from, all just to make it to game 5. That's the commitment we do love to see here on Bearded Brawl.
Hey, so Graffiti, remember earlier when I said it's gonna go to game 5? Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. No, I've stopped
What can I
being. I'm gonna be honest. I've stopped being surprised when you're right about things, because you kind of just always are.
Using 3.
See?
I don't know if you were there, but
I think I
had
was.
I had a
lot
bet
of-
with Space and Cap about who was going to win. I think Space said Godly, Cap said Kinda, and I'm like, you know what? I'll take whatever you guys don't say. And I said, you said that you ended up winning, and I got like $20 off of it. It was really funny.
There was
But,
also, just if anyone, I feel like I should tell this to anyone. When me and Flaming, we so many times we were watching a set together, he would turn to me and he would say like, this player in 4, this player in 5. He would be right almost every single time. He would guess winner and game count almost perfectly.
Yeah, that's the fun part of it. You know the players. You learn a little bit about them. You learn their play styles and see who counters who, what counters what. And I mean, right now it looks like Wubs might be countering this Olgrim pick. Kind of a little bit of a swap here. I think Seabass either plays Brynn in twos or Olgrim in twos. I can't remember which one. But regardless, Wubs struggling to get back to stage. Finally gonna touch. Gonna whiff on the neutral sig. Seabass did not go up. Now both players looking for this knockout. Weapon throw. Seabass still a chance. Has to play on this corner though. Gonna go opt back. Opt in for the axe. A nice neutral light. Not gonna be enough there for Wubs to go out. Didn't get the touch. Funny 45. The funny 45. And that's gonna be Seabass's first stock.
I love that patience from Wubs. Didn't wind up the ground pound just yet. Waited for Seabass to use all of his options. That might have also been a read. Maybe he did actually just literally count down the seconds, but Seabass does not have to count down any more time to wait for that side air to knock it out. It's currently Seabass on the actually is probably his best weapon, the axe. Opened up the Rayman pretty confidently, and also like we've been talking about, we've been singing our praises about the guy's Rayman, about the guy's Brynn. This is an experienced axe aficionado here, people. Wubs might get sent off the side right here. Oh, then just less than 30 seconds of Seabass picking up axe. And another Sayer puts Wubs on a back foot. I saw that too. Ooh, I think we all saw that. I don't think there's a single person who missed it.
Seasoning up his meal. Seasoning. I mean, hey, you know what? Personally, if I was Wubs, I would not let your food season you. But hey, that's just me though. Me personally would not take that. But again, I wouldn't take the set either. So.
Oh yeah, I would not get.
Maybe I can't say anything.
No.
I get maybe a top 8 at best, to be real.
I get maybe like a
trying to find this knockout. Cider into the stage, and Seabass is gone down to their last stock. Both players in the bracket stock. This is winner's side, so they still have another chance in that lower side, but you want to enter grand finals from winner's side, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later.
And also, people, we have seen Wubs clutch out crazier. There was that one, I think their last game on the Cassidy, where they literally almost pulled a reverse 3-stock while Seabass was not even red on. Ooh, actually has to dump down to the weapon throw. I'm starting to yap too much. We're going to start focus on the game, and I guess keep yapping, but yap in a slightly different way, as Wubs' movement looking really good, able to duck under the weapon throw, able to dodge out of that one recovery. Also, yeah, no, there we go, double D-light, and also tries to go for the second one, and even though it doesn't KO, it evens out damage, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Seabass, but the end light whiffs. Seabass is on end light, and the falls into the weapon throw, and now he has to waste a dodge. Another recovery, and yet another one. Wubs is digging so deep for this. Seabass is also digging so much harder than we have ever seen him today.
One place hit, side air, and that's gonna be it. Wubs secures the game 5, and then wins the game 5. Oh my goodness!
Wubs.
Wow. Okay, you know what? That does. Wow. Beautiful.
That
right at the end there. I thought it was over. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, you saw the lead Seabass had that entire time, and then slowly but surely, Wubs was able to build up that damage with the spear. That double D-light cider was, or I'm sorry, no, it was double D-light recovery, almost securing the knockout off the top. Did not fully commit to it, went back down, touch stage, regained options, and regained their footing, and was actually able to take that game. Beautifully played there by Wubs. And I mean, I can't deny this. Seabass played amazing as well, but I mean, Wubs was able to close out that game, finding that KO much faster with the sidelight cider on board.
Ooh. Yeah, no, after seeing the clutch that Wubs was able to pull off with that one Cassidy game, I did not doubt for a second that they had the ability to bring it back. And that's part of the reason that was so exciting to watch that last game 5 right there, is because knowing it was possible. It wasn't just waiting for Seabass to close it out, like he probably would have been able to do against a lot of other good players. It was knowing Wubs had that clutch, and it's just, can he pull it off? And the answer to that question is already it's there. We have already answered that question. We're going to be going down. That's also our last game in winner's bracket. That's it.
No!
Oh, I got it.
It can't be.
No, it is. Goodbye, winner's
okay.
bracket.
So technically we have grand finals, but that's not exactly it.
Does grand
But
finals
anyway.
count as winner's bracket? Does it?
I would say so. I would say grand finals counts as winners bracket.
Yeah, but you only have one player there in winner's bracket. But that also means that by that same logic, it's not lower bracket, and so therefore I think of it its own separate thing. Because this is winners finals.
Think about
I mean,
it like
that's
this.
the final game of winners bracket.
Think about it like this.
Okay.
You have the winner of the winners bracket and the winner of the losers bracket.
I don't like thinking.
Therefore,
You threw too much at me. You said think about it, and I got scared.
Okay, well tell us about these players.
Oh yeah, most definitely. So, Starno, long time. I think Starno, funny enough, just a quick little moment of the memories. I'm about to look at the window and saying when she loved me, because right now Starno I think was part of some of the first few tournaments that I actually worked on. I think it was maybe the first Galaxy Cup I worked on. Starno did really well on, and so therefore that's a player I'm not really ever forgetting. But hey, one thing they've been grinding communities just like this one, just like Galaxy Cups, for quite a while, and this is looking to maybe be yet another one of their big breaks. And like I said, we have a lot of players on a big up and come up. And I'm not gonna say like Starno's a new kid on the block. Like I said, guy's been grinding communities for like at least 2 or 3 years by now, most likely longer than that. However, we have I just gotta double check. There we go. We have Sleeping on the other hand, someone who definitely has a few is a fan favorite, a few in chat, but also, just one more quick thing. Boulder has not really made too many rounds in communities or majors, and I feel like it's not on a lot of people's radars. So the fact that they're making it this far and also making as flashy plays as they are, it's kind of ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that a lot of the sets that they have won on stream today have been upsets. Am I wrong?
I mean, most of the games, I think, I think you're right there. Taking Wubs to game 3, taking Wubs to game 5, almost getting a full sweep 3-0. And then losers quarterfinals, taking out Hexo in 4. Honestly, Hexo was one of my competitors for that top 3 spot, but no, we're gonna see, 2 people that, personally, I saw the names, I'm like, yeah, those can be pretty good. But I'm like, I don't think they're podium placements, but I mean, here we are. I mean, one of them is going to be guaranteed a podium. One of them is going to go home at that 4th placed spot. Here we go. We're going to determine that right about.
Most certainly. There we go. There's some of the hammer clips that we saw from Sleeping a little bit earlier, starting to come back to play. Starno. I'm pretty sure Starno, if they absolutely have to, they have a Val in the pocket. So seeing the Bryn, I mean, definitely an expected pick from Starno, but there's still a part of me that really kind of wants to see the Val peek her head around the corner every once in a while. But I also really want to see Hammer back in Sleeping's hands because, oh my goodness. Actually, never mind, it's also the guitars. I was about to sing my praises about how well Sleeping is able to farm clips like it's Minecraft on the Hammer, but still, no, the guitars are at the same pace.
And you know what? Guitars, great weapon. Spear, greater weapon. Beautiful falling cider to get that knockout there onto Sleeping. Starno, like you said, one of those undisclosed veterans. Been around for a long time, has played for a long time. I mean, even going to the Mountain Dew Anthem Land in 2018. I mean, that's a feat in general. I mean, not many people knew about Brawl back then, and for them to be able to go to lands, find these places, and, compete at such a high level. I mean, that's crazy. And honestly, the longevity of some of these players is just incredible.
Sig might have been to celebrate his stock a bit too early. Starno might have been able to punish that, but no. Sleeping is able to punish an Enlight with a recovery, and right now we have a very... Actually, I was about to say it's a slight damage lead, but I was counting the stocks wrong. What I know about numbers. Sleeping with a fantastic lead right here is able to perfectly dodge through that Sarah. That is quite some good knowledge of spacing and has a pretty good read on Starno right now.
Oh my goodness.
The recovery into the side sig. This is looking tough for Starno. Dodges to the weapon throw. That might not even necessary. The weapon throw made it far enough away. And Sig to try and cover the weapon. Starno trying to be very careful about how he grabs the weapon now, knowing that no matter where he presses around, any signature from this Sentinel right here could put him at threat of dropping out of the game, not even bringing Sleeping down to last stock.
Wow. That's all I can say about that.
Wow,
I mean,
indeed. I agree.
The guitars were on point. The hammer was really well spaced. And they kind of just knocked it out of the park with that one. No pun intended. But overall, those side sig placements were beautiful. Neutral sigs were interesting, to say the least. But, I mean, they had some good... Starno had some good opportunities in that game, you know, finding some good options. Those side airs and just kind of playing that spear pretty well. But I think Sleeping really did a great job with those guitars, finding those long strings, getting that high damage signatures to hit. And I think that's kind of where they came out on top here.
And most definitely. Right now, we're going into map banning. You said, I mean, we also, not only you first said, but we keep saying that spear is a good weapon. We're going to be trading the axe out for bow, and I think that's going to be a pretty smart decision. Kaya, always going to be a good character, but like also another thing to note is that a lot of the time Starno would try to land a hit on axe. And one thing comes to mind was when Starno would try to land a Sair. Boulder, I think 2 separate times, was able to time a spot dodge, get out of that Sair like almost perfectly. So Starno swapping axe but still keeping spear, pretty smart decision, and also just extra defense, not gonna hurt anybody. Like that's good. That's a good thing to have. We like high defense characters, unless you're fighting high defense characters, in which case you don't like them.
We do not like them.
In general, we like them. If you're fighting a high defense character, you don't like them, but in general, we like them. It's a very complex relationship.
You know, Graffiti, respectfully, I don't think it is. I don't think it's very. I don't think it's that complicated.
You think it's simple, but in my twisted mind where nothing makes sense, it is complicated to me because I'm constantly confused. That's not confusing though. That recovery sounds.
No, neutralite into recovery with no options. Great play there by Sleeping to get rid of that first stock off of Starno. And I think the bow, like you said, is definitely working a lot better than the that axe would. Already has a chance to even up these stocks. Hopefully pretty soon. Though, it needs to get around, stop getting hit by all of these attacks. What is? I'm actually curious what's happening with Sleeping. They're kind of like doing stomp, weapon throw. I'm just kind of curious here. But these guitars coming back in. Down sync going to connect, but still not enough to knock out this Sentinel. Very underrated legend. Nice recovery there. Finally evens up those stocks. Now definitely a chance to drop that second stock off of Sleeping this time, but Starno's gonna have to pick it up a little bit here.
D-Light and Light. Gonna build up a little bit more damage with the side sig from Sleeping into the recovery. Gonna take out that stock. This is the exact same situation that we saw in the last game, despite the fact that Starno is trying to throw out as many changing variables as Sleeping's way as they can. There's some of the more weapon throws that are being changed into unarmed combos, just like you talked about, but still Sleeping farther out of the way. The D-Sig just barely almost doesn't catch the Sentinel. Right now, Sleeping dashing around, just somehow able to catch with that N-Sig as he reads the dodge in, but can't find the weapon throw. Sleeping tries to maybe read the jump or recovery, but can't find it. After that, Starno is able to catch a dodge of their own, grabs the sidelight N-Sig, and now this is not an exact repeat of what we had in the last game. I was about to say, Starno's throwing so many changing variables in Sleeping's way, but they're still able to make the game look almost identical and close it out just like they did last game, making it look like, hey, no matter what characters and maps you try to change, I'm always going to close out the game the same way. But no, Starno is still struggling a little bit.
I mean, yeah, they're doing much better than they did last game, I'll be honest. Finally getting that second stock off. However, Starno is still going to fall here, and they're going to go down 2-0 here. And honestly, for being on loser's side, that's not great. I mean, sure, winner's side, you're down 2-0, you have loser's bracket. You're down 2-0 in loser's bracket, what are you gonna fall back on?
Cry.
It's
I would cry.
It's like leaning up against a sheet of drywall where there's no screws and there's no studs and it's just a sheet of drywall. You're leaning against a full sheet of drywall, not attached.
If I was down 0-2 in lower bracket, I would get scared and cry.
Well, Graffiti, are you talking from personal experience, or are you just like...
No!
Okay.
No, I don't cry at the video game.
It was just a question. It was just a question.
I don't cry at the video game. No.
No? Alright, well, it's
No.
fine. Because, you know... Oh, boy.
Oh, Flamin', we're in for a
I'm
good
loving
time.
that. I'm loving that. Queen
We're in
Nine,
for a good
baby.
time.
Yeah.
I have no reason
Love
to
me
cry
some
about the
Nine.
video game now. I mean, not like I ever would for any reason.
No,
but
no,
still.
no, you would never do that.
Okay, good. Thank you for believing. But yeah, now is a good time.
2, 1, brawl.
Yeah, I mean, sleeping up 2-0 here in this loser's side bout. Gonna try and keep Starno weapon starved already. Starno's gonna keep opting in for this Kaya pick over the Brand. Honestly, good decision. Neutral Sig. Try to go for the exhausted recovery. So close for the off the top again. I do that all the time, but unfortunately, I would actually hit it. So. Anyway. Another neutral Sig whiff there. Down Sig by Starno. Even damage here in game 3. Maybe a little bit of an adaptation there built by Starno. Down Sig's going to whiff. Gonna fall pretty far down. Down Sig's gonna connect. Now sleeping on the offensive. They have a lot more defense to play around with.
Sleeping is trying to send Starno up off the top. Decides to try and divert his attention. Maybe trying to land just a lot of send. Actually, that's something that I really like about Sleeping's gameplay. Sometimes they play a little stage happy. Sometimes they realize, hey, it's been 30 seconds since I've used my last signature. I should use some of them before they expire like coupons. Because, you know, you only have a certain amount of signatures per game, and they expire like coupons. So you have to use them then. That's why I exclusively use signatures, so they never expire.
I don't think that's how that works, Graffiti. I gotta be honest with you.
Oh.
Like, you're just a Sig spammer.
Oh, maybe. I wish I found out
anyway.
another way then.
I'm sorry to tell you, but the Sig spamming is stronger.
Oh.
But anyway, back to game. This is such an issue with us. We always get sidetracked. How many people have we been yelled at for that?
We probably have. Although we probably should not risk any more of it. Sleeping, able to send him off the side with a Sair. As another DC from Starno, Bruce barely doesn't catch and risks falling out of that second stock. A Sair to cancel out a Sair, an eye for an eye. Is currently, yeah, no, just trading back and forth. Starno chooses not to trade anymore, and honestly, that might have been a smart decision because now that's going to leave Sleeping with miscalculation, unarmed, trying to throw, thinking Starno would have thrown up in that sky. D-Light whiffs, able to answer back with a Dare. Sleeping able to just barely wiggle his way around, outmaneuver him for a Sair, and there we go, using some of those coupons, but still, I think some of them actually did expire. Because right now, second stock expires.
33% off getting rid of one of those stocks. I mean, honestly, great play there. Getting around that down Sig, finding the perfect spot to punish. Starno getting around a D-Light neutral Sig is going to be that knockout there for Sleeping. Stocks once again evened up. You know, what I've been liking a lot about Sleeping's gameplay, they're able to find those signatures from practically anywhere. I mean, doing the dash side Sigs to stop, dropping through those platforms. I mean, that's pretty smart. I might actually start trying that out in my gameplay. But overall, very, very well-placed neutral, finding these signatures, finding good options, getting around Starno in almost every single situation. Try to go for the punish there. Not going to find it again. Throw a weapon down, pick it right back up. Side Sig going to send. I wouldn't say knockout percentage just yet. Getting around that new side Sig. And now has on the corner, whiffed on the down light. Not too great here. Starno getting that back with the weapon. Try to catch that fall with the gravity cancel. Down light. Down Sig does connect. Potential here for Starno to capitalize. Does not get the D-Light now with Bo on this corner guard. Down Sig doesn't connect. Neutral Light does. Neutral air. And Starno forces game 4.
That's one thing that I really like about Starno. They have We were talking about Wubbs earlier. Wubbs has a fantastic clutch. Starno's not too far behind with that. We're gonna wait and see what
Clutch
Sleeping
gene is there.
Yeah,
Clutch gene is there.
what character Sleeping is choosing to take us to, and it looks like it's going to be Old Faithful, the character that we saw him. Let me build attention. Let me do something for dramatic effect.
Oh my
God. The Old Faithful that we saw him lock in earlier today and take our breaths away. It is going to be the Ganache.
The ganache, man. I love chocolate ganache. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. I like it. Level 100.
And it's on a red velvet cake right now.
The dark chocolate ganache on the red velvet. That is crazy. Here we go. Game number 4. Starno was able to take out Sleeping in that game 3, in the game 3.
Yep.
Try and live another day. However, Sleeping already taking a huge lead here with that hammer. Tons of damage build. I mean, sure, defense is really good, but when you're taking a lot of hits from high attack, I mean, is it really that useful? I mean, look at that constant pressure here onto Starno. Recovery after recovery into recovery. Sleeping takes first stock here.
Certainly, and also that's some not too bad damage over on the Nash right there, and it's looking to build up a little bit more. The game is slowing down a little bit. Sleeping, as you can see, trying to stay in neutral a bit longer, trying to be a little bit more careful. Starno also not immediately trying to jump, maybe not being as careful as Sleeping right now, but still being a little careful on their own, as we have the Spear Ditto right here. Starno dashes back, waits out the sidelight for a few attacks of their own, along with Same repeating that exact same interaction for the side sig. Starno is starting to get a very nice read on a Sleeping right here, and that could be a very important step. Starno bring us a little bit closer back, but still the damage lead is in the favor of Sleeping right now, and it looks like it's gonna stay that way for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, Starno almost getting taken out there by the unarmed recovery. Sleeping, looking for the knockout, possibly the Sarah neutral air down. I'm sorry, side sig doesn't connect. Now Starno going on the offensive here off stage. Sider will be the nail in that coffin. Starno down to tournament stock. If they lose this stock, it is game over. Do not pass go. Do not collect prize pool. I mean, that would suck, I'll be honest. But hey, it's still possible though. I mean, look at the damage built onto Sleeping. It's still possible. But man, Starno is struggling. Not going to get the weapon there. They are being weapon starved so hard. Finally going to pick up that spear, and now in a little bit of an advantage state as Sleeping does not have a weapon. Are they going to go for the weapon starve? They're not. They're going to whiff the downlight. Not very good. Down sig not going to be enough. Wow. But there we go. Sider finally closes up that gap a little bit more. But man, look at the damage.
Starno, I know I said that he has the clutch, but this is against arguably Sleeping's most confident character pick, at least the most confident character that they've walked in today, and that they've really started to farm some of those clips on. So I know I like believing in Starno, but this is starting to look a little bit rough if anybody has any channel points on Kaya right now. But still, actually, if he could keep him off stage, that could be a great way to capitalize. That's unfortunate positioning, but it is Starno caught in an unfortunate position himself.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
You gotta say it like the guy at the end of the game, and he's like, wow.
Wow.
There we go. Although now that also
cool.
means we can't say game 5. We just have to say wow.
Game 4. Alright.
Yeah.
But honestly, 2 incredible sets back to back. I know, and overall, really, really good. But,
we do more.
Repeating, we're gonna. Repeating, we have more. We have more.
Yay!
All right. But wait, just 1 second. All right.
Oh.
Now you might be a little mad, but we're gonna go to like a short little break real quick. Okay.
Oh.
I know. Don't cry. I'm sorry.
Okay. I said I don't cry at the video game.
Oh yeah, my fault.
Didn't I?
But we're gonna go to a short break very, very quickly. We'll be back for our losers final as well as our grand finals and potential grand finals reset. Stay tuned.
Don't go. Welcome back to Brawlhalla.
Welcome back to Brawlhalla.
Welcome
Alright.
back to Bearded Brawls. This, of course, is going to be the West Coast Brawl. We have seen quite a few, I'm gonna throw out the word bodacious, because that's the word my brain gave me just now, but we've had a few really, really incredible sets. We've had a bunch of fantastic players come in, and I'm assuming most of those players are actually still in chat right here. So if anything, thank y'all for showing up and making today wonderful, but sadly, we've had to eliminate quite a few of those names. Out of over 200, almost 250 people that entered this tournament, there are currently only 3 left.
That's a lot less than what we started with. I'm gonna be honest, Graffiti. That's like,
yeah,
if you took the amount of players we had and then subtracted it down to 3, it's like a lot.
no, it's a lot. It's a hard number to try and grapple with. Also because sometimes I have a hard time counting to 3 anyways. So it's a very tough number to grapple with. And it also makes me a little sad because, yeah, that means
It's
we've
almost
had to
over.
eliminate a lot of people, but also that means we have the Kareem of the corrupt. We have the baddest of the baddest, the best of the best up here with us still on the podium. We got Seabass we got Seabass here, who just lost in winners finals. And is seed number 2. They're going to be fighting against the Dark Horse of Sleeping, who's been in the lower bracket for quite a while at seed. Hold on. Seed 85.
That's a number. That's not, you know.
That is certainly a
we have,
number.
we have seed 1, you have seed 2, and then seed 85. Where did seed 3 go? Where's seed 4, 5, 6, etc.? Where did all of those go? Why do we have seed 5?
I don't think we're gonna need seed 4 because I think this is gonna be a pretty explosive match either way.
Guys, I don't know how to terminate someone else's contract. How do I do that?
That was like one of my best ones.
I'll give you that one. That was pretty good. But you know,
Okay.
you're on thin ice, buddy. Thin ice.
Fine.
Anyway, nice punish there by Seabass. Double D-Light down here into ground pound. Beautifully placed. Not enough to knock out. But look at this damage. Seabass with a huge lead here on Sleeping. Down's going to catch that final frame. Neutral air. Not enough to KO on this map. Another neutral air will. Seabass taking the lead early on.
A lot of pressure on Sleeping now. Sleeping is off a hammer or guitar pick, which is honestly a little strange. But hey, we've seen him play a pretty nice spear, so maybe the spear will be good. And hey, maybe it's also just for the signatures, because you gotta admit, Orion's spear and Sig, pretty nasty.
Yeah, especially they're taking out Seabass's first stock. And I think Seabass was feeling a little overconfident there. Played a little bit more risky than they really should have. And now this cannon coming out from the Seabass. Excited to see how this plays out. We've seen cannon numerous times be called, oh, it's broken, or it's too good, or they need to nerf it. Well, why?
I think people are just good at the video game.
It's just true. I think people are just better than you. That's just how it works. Not
Yeah.
better than you. I'm talking about like better than you in general. Like you know what I'm talking about. Like better than the person complaining. There,
Yeah,
one of them.
because the person complaining is sometimes the person not taking steps towards being as good as the people we got on screen right now. These people don't complain as much.
Oh, not at all. I mean, but here's the thing. I mean, if you're Seabass, you might be complaining about losing that stock already. I mean, Sleeping taking quite a bit of a lead here. Downsig's gonna whip. Seabass deep into the calling.
Oh!
That stock off, and now it's even game once again.
Sleeping, currently, there we go, rushes back for a weapon, but Seabass, very quick reaction times, is able to time out a Silite, but not able to lead into anything to it. Trying to juggle with a few nair, out of a dodge for a little bit, but Sleeping is not able to capitalize, not only to capitalize on the little land sig that presents itself, as the N-Sig from Seabass's own cannon, not gonna find any landing. Steps back, trying to space out another N-Sig, but no, just runs back and lets him get weapon, or maybe trying to weapon starve, maybe that was it. We now have Sleeping with Lance in hand. We have not really seen much of this right here. We're going to see how well this does. It looks like it's not doing too bad. He does have to throw it, but gotta say, I've seen worse.
I mean, yeah, this is looking like a really, really close game one. And I think the determining factor is probably going to be that game two. Who's going to get the momentum? I mean, you could take game one just like that off of an exhaust recovery. Beautiful job there by Seabass. But I think this set is going to come down to this game two. Who's going to get the momentum coming from that? And who's going to be able to adapt later on, face these challenges quickly.
If you're saying it's going to come down a lot to the next game, then I gotta say that means it's most likely for Seabass to be looking pretty good, because Seabass already has some very nice momentum. Like, yeah, they were trading back and forth. That game literally could have gone towards anybody, but still, right now, by definition, since Seabass is 1-0, has the momentum, is going to be going into the next game pretty well. And if Sleeping, I think it's gonna be pretty likely that Sleeping is gonna completely reverse the script and be like, okay, two-stock time. I don't think I see Sleeping pulling the same hijinks that we're usually used to seeing him against an opponent that is, if I remember correctly, seed 1. So I think even if Sleeping somehow just barely pulls this game out and has to clutch out a sudden death and has to take this to longer than 3.5 minutes, I think that's not a lot of momentum. Boulder might be struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, getting hit by that little bit of an interesting opening there by Seabass.
No, that was cool.
It was definitely something, a little flashy there. Getting that D-Light, pick up the weapon throw, or I'm sorry, pick up the weapon as it's spawning into that downer, not even knowing what that happened. But look at this high aggression played by Seabass, trying to get this corner guard going. Not going to find it. Boulder is actually going to jump off the map. Seabass going to try and capitalize on that chase dodge recovery. Beautiful neutral sig. And wow, Sleeping's actually going to take the lead here. I mean, I thought Seabass, I mean, he was really, really aggro going into this game. But man, Sleeping with a beautiful capitalization there on that lift ground pound.
This might be looking like... That might just be a good representation for how the rest of the set might go, is that Seabass has most of the momentum, and then it's really up for Sleeping to respond. And then it's either Sleeping either responds well, or someone's maybe responding not as well. Although Sleeping now has a chance to respond incredibly well! Sair cancels out the recovery, ground bound into another Sair, minute in, and is able to give him a fantastic lead. Okay, I think, no, I was wrong about what I said earlier. Sleeping has a chance to completely stuff this game out and give himself some fantastic momentum, give a huge statement over to Seabass saying like, hey, no, not in my house. You're not able to completely outspeed me because I'm able to keep a pace. You gotta play a little bit more than that to, granted, get my last 2 stocks out because you just got my first stock out. But still, to beat this game out of me, you're gonna have to do a little bit more than that.
It's not really a walk in the park. It's more like a walk in an urban neighborhood, you know? You're kind of combating all these different obstacles. And Seabass just kind of has to find their way through it without a GPS. You know, they're struggling a little bit here in game 2. You know, that's definitely understandable, having those two quick stocks. Especially that second one falling like that. That was very, very unfortunate. But Sleeping doing such a great job keeping this pressure, maintaining this damage onto Seabass. Another neutral air, looking for this potential knockout now. Weapon throw, trying to go for that neutral air. Not going to find it yet. Seabass still putting a lot of pressure. Nice sidesing and finally going to equalize the stocks. But man, they have to play almost perfectly if they want to even take game 2. I mean, they have game 1 under their belt already, but having 2 games up would be very, very useful.
Okay, what I said earlier about a reverse restock is now very true, because Sleeping was pretty red on their first stock when Seabass got touched down to last stock. And right now, all Seabass needed to do was find a quick KO, get like 1 or 2 good combos to get that second off out. And now, Seabass is having Sleeping is having a very, very hard time finding this KO. So many Sairs miss, but all reliable. Just barely finds its way in when it matters most. So, I still might say it. I don't think that's enough momentum to run the next of the set off of. I mean, yeah,
okay,
taking a game.
I can see that. I can see it.
Yeah, taking a game is nice, but the fact that like Sleeping was able to get 2 unbelievably early stocks and was able to, one of them was a clash at yellow, I think, something like, look at how early some of those stocks are. I think if that's what it takes just to make a game even, you're not out of the woods yet. Like you said, it's not quite a walk in the park. If you need 2 early stocks like that just to have an even game, I'm still a little.
What is that going to say? Yeah.
Yeah. And now we also have a pretty significant change also.
Oh, definitely. I mean, gonna get rid of that sword, gonna get rid of the cannon. You know, I really thought that cannon was doing really well, but no, we're gonna stop on over to the roast, the Roman Reigns, the WWE, looking for the second W of the set.
I was gonna say that was nice, but you made fun of my C4 joke, so I'm not gonna comment.
I'm sorry. It was funny though.
Okay, all right.
No, like, it was funny in a good way, but bad.
Huh?
Yeah, you figured it out. Don't worry.
I'm not able to figure that one out, Schrodinger. How is it both?
Schrodinger's joke.
It is both funny, unfunny,
simultaneously funny and unfunny at the same time. Beautiful recovery there by Seabass, and that is going to be the first stock Now that is what momentum looked like. Seabass coming off of that last game, almost getting the reverse 3 stock. And now going to try and maintain that momentum here in game number 3 on Demon Island, looking for a chance to get back at that run back in Grand Finals.
Seabass, now that he's got a hammer instead of axe, or axe instead of hammer, trying to be a little bit more careful off stage because hammer, because of recovery alone, arguably going to be a bit of a better tool off stage. But now currently has hammer, and that N-Sync slide charge and the pivot is also going to be a fantastic tool. So not only just hammer alone, but also specifically Taros' hammer is going to put you in a pretty nice spot come game 3.
Perfect angle there. I mean, Seabass knew exactly where that was going and was able to capitalize on it. Beautifully played their D-leg ground cut, and now Sleeping has to try and climb back into this game. They were up 3 stocks to 1 last game, but now how the turns have unfortunately tabled for them. Seabass, this Taros pick going wild here in game 3. I mean, very, very few flaws. Got a whiff on that weapon throw, and, you know, Sleeping's going to get the KO. But, I mean, look at this. I mean, potential reverse 3 stock? Honestly, I'm going to say no. I mean, look at that. 4 hits already, orange. It's crazy. Like, what do you do? What do you do here?
How do you even table the turn? Like, how does that work?
How do you even rotate the table backwards?
Backwards?
Well, you're not turning it upside down.
Yeah.
That would just be stupid.
But it's right now it's up to Sleeping to turn this set around. Yeah. Oh, that's rough. Okay.
Wow.
That's rough.
It barely wasn't enough to kill. Expended all of the options to try and get back, and then slowly fell down into that knockout box. Seabass now has momentum. This might just be a Seabass win here. I mean, very, very strong finish there in game number 3, and now we're heading to game number 4. Look at that pick as well. You could say the set is an over Yeti. Okay, I'm done for the day. Cool. See you.
So, I really, really thought that we were going to see a Ganache coming out from Sleeping, because that's what we saw them work quite a miracle with recently, but no. Turns out it's going to be the Taros Ditto. So, right now, Sleeping is going to try and challenge the Bloodline to make it to Game 5 for a shot at Grams. Or, Seabass is able to get his revenge and find his way in top 2.
No, I think right now, I mean, look, Seabass still maintaining the momentum there from game 4. I'm sorry, from game 3. I mean, they finally take their first hits of damage, but I mean, look at that. Sidelight Sider, almost the first dog gone. Weapon throw trying to stop that return to stage with X pivot down, and not going to find it. Now Sleeping trying to go in for a little bit. Trying to play his corner very, very cautiously. Seabass has all of the monopolies on that corner, or that downer is what's going to end that first stock, and almost looks like a repeat of last game.
Gotta say, I'm actually really happy to see Sleeping back on Hammer, because that was something that was doing them fantastically over the course of their tournament run so far. And Taros, high attack along with Axe is also a really good pick. Trying to ditto Seabass, very bold pick, but still, I think the character pick on its own makes sense enough to the point. I don't think Sleeping doing this though. If Sleeping was fighting anybody else in this point in time, I think the guy also would have picked Taros. And right now, you can see Sleeping pulling some of the same mind games, or no, Seabass pulling some of the same mind games that we saw them try and trick out a little bit earlier, and trying to like fake a lot of engages, standing still a lot, and really messing with the pace of the game, only to walk in for one good hit to steal a stock. Right now, Sleeping, Seed 85, is one stock away from being eliminated and being denied a spot in Grands.
Honestly, Sleeping has to wake up at this point. I mean, I mean, Seabass almost is running away with this game. I mean, sure, I mean, it's a little bit, they have the damage advantage, but man, almost a full stock head, nice down air, looking for this knockout. Is not able to capitalize. Seabass getting back to stage, getting that touch. And then Sleeping's gonna throw away the weapon, a nice down heavy. Seabass cannot make it back, expended that dodge a little too late. Sleeping still has a chance here, but man, is it going to be rough. This axe is gonna come out, and Seabass, they know this axe inside and out. They're gonna find ways around it, ways through it, and they're gonna capitalize on any missed punish. And man, this is not looking good. Tournament stock here for Sleeping. Oh, the Russian Mafia! Oh my goodness! Seabass calling out his friends with the Mafia, getting that final stock there from Sleeping, and that is going to be it for our losers final. Now, Graffiti, we got something nice coming up.
We do? Oh, right, we do.
What do we have coming up, Graffiti?
We have grand finals, and even more exciting than that, the fact that it's Seed 1 and Seed 2, but also the fact that Wubs is the person that eliminated Seabass out of winner's bracket, meaning this is now a revenge match. Seabass now has a second chance to, prove himself up, especially since Wubs has been on the radar for a bit longer. And even though I'm pretty sure Seabass is seeded higher in this tournament, I think I'm pretty sure you can. Wubs has also been around for a lot longer than Seabass, so we kind of have. I don't know if I'd call this really much of an underdog story, but still, you do have a new kid on the block stepping up to an old soul, and this should be quite the game to watch. So, just waiting on Wubs to hop on the lobby. Also waiting for our mods and everyone backstage to kind of get everything configured to make sure we are all ready for the last set of the day, or what might be the last set of the day.
Mysterious. Well, I mean, Graffiti, since you're being all magical and so secretive, I'm going to reveal the secret. So, this is Grand Finals. The way Grand Finals works, you take the winner from winner's bracket, winner from loser's bracket, put them against each other. Boom, you're done. Sir. Actually, there's more. So, the way Brawlhalla tournaments operate is off of a double elimination style bracket, which means you have to lose 2 sets in order to lose the entire tournament or be knocked out. Since Wubs has not lost a single set yet, they have the prize of, they have to lose 2 full sets in order to be eliminated. However, Seabass, the punishment for coming in from that loser side, you have to only lose 1 set, 1 best of 5 set, and then you're done. You're out. You're gone. Go home. But I mean, I think. Go ahead.
We explain the concept of a bracket reset so often, but one thing that I find a little funny is that we actually don't really see it too often. And I might be cursing a little bit, might be a bit of caster's curse, but the thing is, the bracket reset, it is so much. Being in lower bracket is so much more of a threat than a lot of people, I guess, sometimes fully realize, especially people who might not be avid, committed players grinding at this upper level of gameplay. That, at least from my experience and what I see, bracket resets don't happen a lot. People don't win from the lower bracket that often, and winner's bracket, it isn't a guaranteed win. You still have to play the game. But sometimes what you'll see people do, they intentionally troll and throw a little bit before the reset, and then lock in and completely stomp the reset. Like, people coming from winner's bracket know they're entering their battle to win.
That happens quite a bit. I think most recently it happened in South America, I believe, with Kaina and Use. That's new.
What's new?
I'm seeing a name change from Kaina and Start GG. That's a little weird. But anyway, besides that, so Kaina ended up losing Scotty, I believe, to Use. So I think that was actually a Grand Finals reset. If I'm actually, was it a Grand Finals reset? No, I know one of them was a reset, right? It might have been Baldur. No. I can't
was-
remember. I'm gonna be honest.
I was busy that
It's
day.
been a long day.
I was busy that day, so you would remember
It was
better.
it was one of the South American ones. I just don't remember which one.
Okay. If you don't remember, then we don't remember. I was busy.
This is true.
Yes,
Anyway. I'm excited to see, these two players go against each other. We're getting a few things fixed right now, but just bear with us. Just bear with us. But yeah, I'm like I said, I'm excited to see this match. The run back against each other, and yeah. So, what are your thoughts going into this? Obviously, we're seeing, for those of you that cannot see, which is probably everyone, Wubs is sticking with this Dusk pick, and Seabass is going to stick with the Taros. I want to hear your thoughts on both these picks.
So right now, usually someone who's the player from lower bracket actually starts Grand. I know I said that it's pretty rare for someone to win a tournament from lower bracket, but the thing is, since you were just in lower bracket and you were in a bracket that has more games, it's much more compact, and sometimes it's a very weird situation to be in. Even though I'm bad at explaining it, Seabass has played a lot more games, especially a lot more recently than Wubs has right now. So Seabass is a lot more warmed up. Usually you'll see people coming from lower bracket into Grands, and they start the first game or two incredibly well. It's just that the person from winner's bracket then realizes, hey, this is my game to win. So I know I just kind of cursed it a little bit, but I think out of all of the tournaments to have a reset, this is not a bad candidate, because Seabass is an incredibly confident and sometimes even just a flat-out bold player. The guy just goes for stuff sometimes. And also, he's on some great momentum. He was able to stomp out a pretty nice set against a fan favorite underdog in this event. So gotta say, Seabass is entering with a lot of momentum, and it depends if he closes a 3-0. Wubs might still be able to take it after that, but I think how Seabass plays these first two games, make or break.
Honestly, I think this is gonna, it's a bold statement. I'm gonna say Seabass in 7.
Ooh.
That's gonna be my prediction, because I think Wubs is gonna have a good initial start, but then Seabass might just overwhelm him here with the Taros pick, or even a different pick like, well, not the Olgrim obviously, but I think there's definitely other characters that Seabass can bring to this table.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's the other way around. I'm thinking Seabass starts good and then Wubs adapts.
Okay, well, it's okay to be wrong. I'm saying that for both of us. I'm saying it for both of us right now. If I'm wrong, it's gonna look bad. But anyway, a pretty solid start here for Wubs. Looking to get this first stock here off in Grand Finals. A whiff on the recovery, but Seabass trying to capitalize.
Minute in, waiting for the first stock to be taken. Is it Wubs with a sidelight Sair, or is not Wubs with a sidelight Sair? Is it going to be Seabass with a Dare? It's not Seabass with a Dare. I'm going to call this out every time until it happens. It's not Seabass with a Dare. It is not here nor there. It is not. There we go. It is finally Seabass with a Dare.
You know what? I actually thought Wubs was going to take that first stock, honestly. I mean, he had quite a bit of a lead there in the start, and there we go. We're going to even up those stocks pretty much. I think that's right on the dot there, 0-0. So, Graffiti, how are you feeling about your pick? You want to change yet, or you're still thinking?
I'm still thinking a bit, because I really thought that Seabass was going to kind of jump into this with a bit more explosive energy. And start this off a lot better, but he's actually getting caught by a lot of things. He's kind of not playing the game as quickly as he was playing the last set. He's not really trying to get in Wubs' head, and is really just looking to play a solid game. And I think it's taking a bit fewer risks. I know I said that he could be a very bold player, but now we're seeing a very interesting side of the game, in the sense where this is a more, not careful or reserved, but of kind of fallback Seabass, where he's really just sticking to what works. Don't if you stretch out your arms too far, you're gonna get sore. So he's really only waiting for the winning battles to peer their head around the corner, and then taking a few good hits every now and again. Really just waiting for the game to play his lap and not trying to demand the pace, just looking to keep up. And he's doing a pretty good job of it thus far.
Yeah, you're gonna have that knockout. I think overall it was very, very evenly matched. Wolves looking to equalize very, very quickly, trying to find a knockout option with no damage. Recovery barely going to miss the knockout. But man, they're like floating around trying to find one option. And I mean, Wolves, they poorly placed Signature, gonna get hit for a little bit more than 30 damage. Another down light. Finally gonna find the knockout. But I mean, you can't really go hit for hit there with Taros, especially on that axe. I mean, once you're in orange, you're in knockout percentage from that side signal. Right now, Clubs doesn't play carefully. I mean, they could have gotten taken out right there. But Seabass now starting to go in. Beautiful sideline to Falling Sire. Look at that damage built onto Wubs so quickly. D-Light Sire now trying to play on this ledge. Recovery, not going to knock out, not going to connect. Side air, still not enough. Seabass looking for this game one victory, and there it is, the gravity cancel neutral.
Whew. All right. So yes, Seabass was able to take a very nice game, but it's not with the same explosive momentum that I was really expecting. And I know I said that, like, however he's able to play the first 2 games or so is make or break. But if I'm being perfectly honest, I still might say that my prediction is still kind of going on so far, because I'm not counting just the fact that Seabass won as like, oh, I'm right, I can go to sleep peacefully. No, this game is actually going a lot different from how I thought it would. So it's also slowly getting a bit more harder and harder to predict. And one other thing that's also going to make it a little bit harder to try and guess the direction of is this fair lady we got on our screens.
We got Cassidy coming back from Wubs, playing that earlier on in Brock and getting that reverse 3-0, and also trying to help, helping Wubs take out Seabass there in winners finals. I think Cassidy was one of those legends that Wubs actually struggled to play into Seabass, so I'm kind of interested in why they're swapping back, but you know, maybe it's a different counter pick, maybe it's to try and play into that axe a little bit more, maybe they just want to opt in for this hammer, and we'll see. But right now, Seabass's hammer looking clean as always. Nice neutral sig there by Wubs, build a little bit more damage. Wubs is able to throw out these signatures so quickly for that because of that dex. I mean, they're able to play so well in this neutral, able to find good hits for good openings. But Seabass just needs so few more. Wubs looking for the corner guard, did not find it there. Just going to whip as well.
Same position that we were at. First game in, a minute in, and neither player is able to confidently find a KO confirm. Wubs playing a little bit more reserved. Seabass actually really starting to pick up the pace as a modified Mafia. Gonna take him out off the top.
That's not even a Mafia, that's just a Hitman at that point. Oh my goodness, beautiful.
Hitman gets a hit placed on him.
Man, I've seen kinda do that when doing like fast fall recovery into stomp side air. It's so clean, it looks so good. But Seabass a little bit more modified there, was able to find a knockout off the neutral there.
This is actually starting to pick up a little bit more momentum. I thought he was going to burst out of the gates with it. I don't know if he was going to wait for the right options to present itself. And it's even considering that Wubs is still being a little bit bold. You can see a lot of these NSIGs coming out, and just how much Wubs' movement is still looking pretty good. Wubs is trying to get Seabass's head, but it is not working. I mean, it does work to get him down the last stock, but still any attempts to play a strong, I guess, to play a bit of a wacky mental game, we're actually more so going in Seabass's favor, because a lot of the attempts that Wubs is trying to get a read on Seabass's movement not quite coming through. And there we go, the weapon throw doesn't lead to anything, but it's still going to be a great start for Seabass to maybe open anything out. And Wubs actually also keeping the dodges very. This game is starting to slow down a little bit, actually. This is pretty fascinating.
Oh, much more. I mean, it took a minute for the first stock, and then Seabass stock went again probably about another minute, and slowly but surely, more and more damage built on the Seabass. Not able to find really any openings here on Wubs. That high dex is just able to flow around Seabass so well. Another neutral stick going to whiff there. Seabass looking for the knockout option, gonna whiff on the D-like ground, but again, big miss input. Neutral stick not gonna connect. Stomp into the recovery. In the down air. Russian Mafia coming out from another player. Wubs is going to take game 2 here in Grand Finals.
Russian Mafia is so cool. I'm so sad that it's no longer like the optimal thing to do on Hammer. I think it's so cool. We gotta bring it back. I'm really happy that these players are doing it as much as they are. I really want to see it brought back.
You know, I think if this might really just come down to who's gonna have more momentum going into the possible reset. I think Seabass definitely still has it in him, the ability to do so. But I mean, Wubs, we just saw their dramatic win there over Seabass. Yeah, but Seabass is gonna swap on over to the Dusk once again, the Nimue, if I must, and try and combat this extremely fast casting.
Yes, sir, absolutely. The Dusk has been a very interesting pick as this evening has drawn on. As currently, Seabass is able to deny a weapon from Wubs, but Wubs was still, actually waited a long time to starve. Wubs for some reason not able to find a hit during the time that Seabass was unarmed. Wubs stays now 30 seconds and counting unarmed, finally picks up Hammer, but the extra credit has already been done. The deed has already been committed. As right now, N6 coming out. Seabass is looking for the KO while Wubs is still looking for his first few bits of like real solid damage that are not just touch-me-nots and chip damages. So right now, Seabass could land a Sair or a Dare to even things out. No, actually tries to go for a pretty sneaky recovery. There is the faded Dare and also a weapon throw just to bonk him on down. Just
for a little extra flavor.
Yeah,
you gotta
a
season
pretty solid stock. Not bad.
No, not at all. I mean, if they can keep this going, however, down air almost knocked out Wubs, actually almost equaling up the stocks very, very easily, and that was very, very well placed. Did not get it this time, but I mean, they're here. They're here to play. They're here to win, and Seabass being put almost into knockout percentage here. Well, probably into knockout percentage, not from neutral sig though. Side sig, not enough yet, but definitely next time. Stomps there might even knock out, but a nice neutral sig, not enough to knock out. And 5 defense from Dusk, really doing his job here. Wubs still looking for this first knockout here. Seabass still playing on that little bit more of a reserved playstyle, trying to find better openings. And there they did, finding that D-light into side air. Both players with signatures, but a nice stomp there for Wubs to get that first knockout off of Seabass.
Able to catch a couple D-light. I'm going to cover out the and catch up the big and not Honestly, this stock lead actually put Seabass in a pretty nice spot, and we could be having the bracket reset look a little bit more real than it might have initially seemed from the start. Wubs trying to be very, very careful with his dodges, but still, that's after Seabass already caught you with 1 or 2 double D-lights already, dude. You gotta find something else. Your movement's been pretty good so far, but we really need to start to see that step up to some movement. And right now, Wubs is not catching Seabass on anything. Wubs tries to go for this or that, and it's still Seabass just getting the better. So many these interactions, but still, blasters in hand. We have actually not seen Wubs play a lot of blasters. This could be the switch up that Wubs needs to do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I mean, Wubs dropping that D-light, but Seabass gonna get that side light sider knockout. And Seabass is 1 game away from resetting the bracket. I think the Dusk Beer is going to be coming back once again there for Wubs. Saying anything you can do, I can do better because I'm better than you. I think that's probably what Wubs is saying, right? I'm not making that up. I think it's just going to be, overall, who's going to be able to capitalize on those openings a lot more. Seabass was reading that movement of Wubs very, very well, finding a lot of those good reads, double D-light side air. I mean, so much pressure off stage, and I think they do such a good job of maintaining that damage lead. I mean, it's so hard for Wubs to kind of climb back into a game when they're so far behind.
I think you definitely called one thing correct, is that we do have a Dusk mirror match. Yeah!
Yeah!
Yeah. Seabass doing a great job of weapon starving, actually, as he usually does. We're starting to find a bit of a pattern with the guy's gameplay. Wubbs' spear is actually also looking very tasty as this evening has gone on. As right now both players are a little hesitant to really fully commit to something, so we're having a few nairs, a few dares. Wubbs with center stage control. Seabass rushes in though, some great pressure, but also we start to see Wubbs is pretty reluctant to commit to some of these options. So we're going to see part of the reason the game is slowed down because Wubbs wants the game to be slow. Could be a little bit of trolling, or it could just be a little bit of the mental game that oh, Wubbs can't find any reads. Maybe it's because he's diverting all his mental options into the spacing and the movement and really trying to get into Seabass's head in other ways. Currently we have the Spirit Ditto. No one's at a lead win it in. No one's even red yet. This game is going to be a little hard to watch.
I think this one is definitely one of those games where it just kind of slows down for both players trying to dictate the pace, but neither of them able to find an enjoyable one. But a beautiful gravity cancel side side there for Seabass, going to take that first stock. That was a big play. That was pretty that was pretty brave, to be honest. But a nice quick haymaker with a quick dash and like punch, and then they're gone. Seabass drops down to that second stock.
Haymaker, such a cool move.
It is just so crazy.
Still, Seabass keeping up the juggles with the orb as Wubbs is going to whip a few more attacks on the spear. Seabass going to capitalize on a ledge guard. Wubbs actually is reading Seabass's movement all along that, or just the Sair out was a misinput. Both players fighting for stage control with spear. Can Seabass get the knockout?
Exhausted recovery after exhausted recovery. I mean, Seabass is going for it. I mean, they have the health to play with it, and as I was saying, Seabass with that damage advantage, going to be very, very difficult for Wubbs to climb back in this beautiful unarmed down air. The fun move with that stock, and Seabass one stock away from resetting the bracket. So here's the thing: Wubbs technically is on bracket stock. All right, Wubbs can afford one more loss. However, beautiful neutral sig that knocked out an orange. That's crazy. Well, Wubbs can fall back on another set. However, Seabass has to get this game in order to, get a little bit of a better chance of resetting the bracket, and it's still definitely possible.
Seabass, small damage lead. Wubbs, advantage state in the game in the ledge guard, and now preventing some landing space. Seabass trying to take to the skies, maybe get an early KO, but we can start to see a few dares. Maybe that's supposed to be a D-Light, or maybe he was trying to read Wubbs, trying to dodge down and give up aerial space. Currently Seabass, very good job guarding the weapon, making sure that Wubbs has nothing to fall back on after throwing Spear to try and close up some space. Is Seabass going to throw Orb to pick up Spear? Yes, he is, but Orb actually swaps back over to Orb, misses the side sig, and an air is an interesting option, but it's better than nothing.
Seabass with a chance to reset. Down air does connect, and Wubbs is going to force game 5.
Player 2.
Means my prediction is obsolete now. Thanks. I said Seabass in 7, but hey. You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm fine with this. Maybe it's Wubbs in 5. He's like, yeah, don't count me out just yet. I'm still here. I'm still playing. I'm still winning. Don't worry about it. I got it. But Seabass is gonna actually swap back over to the Roman Reigns. What are your thoughts?
I could definitely see that. Okay, so I could definitely see why that could be a very confident pick, but that also means we might be getting a little bit of insight into his mental about Seabass saying, like, okay, if I'm at risk at failing, I got to make sure I swap to a character I know it's less likely that I lose on. Are we starting to see Seabass kind of falter a little bit? Are we starting to see him get a little bit worried? Does Wubbs finally have him on the back foot, and this is now the last thing that Seabass has to try before all else has already been tested?
I think it'd be really unfortunate if Seabass were to lose this after some of the trash talk they've been giving out or dishing out. But I think it's definitely still in their favor, in my opinion. Such a strong legend, very, very strong player. So I think it's really going to come down to the spacing of Seabass trying not to whip as many attacks as they can, and for them to try and punish. But Wubbs the nice catch on that dodge, trying to go for the side sig. A nice punish there by Seabass. Not a whole lot besides that side air. Nice neutral sig. now even damage. However, Seabass needs one good signature to knock out Webs. That Teros attack and the force is incredible.
Ooh, that was a pretty gross recovery right there. Minute in, Seabass already starting to pick up the pace of the game. Could be making this game 5 look so much faster than either 3 or 4 that we just saw on our screens just now. Wubs still could be in a pretty good spot to try and just close the whole darn thing out right here or right now. CS trying to throw out a bunch of sidelights, make anything work. Somehow grabs that hammer back up, despite the fact it spent the whole 2 seconds on the ground. Spear ground pound cancels out a recovery, and Wubs is also able to outmaneuver an enemy recovery to then get that daylight ground pound. Yes.
And damage pretty equal. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, here's the thing though. Seabass, you get 3 good hits, and then maybe you're in the lead. But I'm liking this orb edge guard here from Wubs. You know, getting a few quick hits, side air into neutral, into side air. I mean, they played that really well. Getting a bunch of good damage there on to see that's very, very needed here, especially in Game 5 against this Teros. Nice side air. Seabass now with a big amount of pressure on the stage. Wubs gonna throw away that weapon, trying to play a little bit more into that spear, but no, it's actually gonna pick up that orb once again and almost getting that Mafia.
Seabass, you could see just how scrappy and hungry he is for this second stock, trying to dodge into anything, get as many chase dodges as he can to keep the movement up, trying to fish for any deal that he can, but Wubs was smart to dash in and punish that dodge right there to get that little nair juggle combo. Seabass whiffs the nair, lets Wubs respond with a Sair. Well, it doesn't read the recovery high though. Seabass recovers low, and now Wubs was without a weapon, has to run back to the stage to pick up Spear, give Seabass the space he needs, hit a daylight Sair. Currently, just a few minutes of gameplay away from a reset. That is, unless Wubs is able to get a quick KO right here, make this Grand look a lot more shorter than it could be, or at least shorter than Seabass wants it to be.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we are dead even, right? Wubs, 1 game away, or 1 stock away from winning the tournament. Seabass, 1 stock away from resetting the bracket. Both players need this last stock for something. Seabass to stay alive, Wubs to win. I mean, it's not looking great really for either option. Neutral 6 going to whiff, down side or whiff on a punish. I mean, this is kind of back and forth right now. I mean, whoever takes it, I mean, they get a huge advantage. I mean, regardless of what it is. And I mean, look at this damage here being built both on into Wubs and Seabass. These side airs coming out from Wubs. He's playing so well into this hammer. Seabass is unable to find almost any option. Recovery, another whiff. Seabass potentially into that KO percentage now. Nope, side sig not going to be enough. Wubs looking for it. Recovery is going to whiff. The players so close. Side are not going to be enough. Can Wubs close it out here? Sidelight, Sair, and that is it. Wubs denies the reset. And the Wubs is going to take the Bearded Brawls West Coast Brawls Tournament. GG, well played.
Most definitely. After a very, very tough Game 5, Wubs able to prove why he's been able to be at this spot in power for so long. We talked about him, a bit of an old soul when it comes to Brawlhalla, and also just generally how he's able to keep that spot for long enough of a time. And show, actually, Flaming, if you remember, or if we can get word from production, a little bit of the prize pool, just so we can really kind of,
Huh? That's 500.
That's, wow. That's actually more than I was expecting.
Bro, it's Bearded Brawls. What do you expect, you know?
Yeah, okay.
You gotta do it. And, we kind of look like yin and yang, where you're surrounded by the white background, and I'm just like in pitch black. It's funny.
Yin
Yang. But anyway, but that's gonna be it for today's tournament. Honestly, went really, really well for us. We have some insane matches. We had a game 5, we had a game 4, we had a game 4, then we had another Game 5. So overall, really amazing from all players involved in our top 4, as well as all of our players in top 8 that we saw on stream earlier. And yeah, congratulations once again to Wubs for becoming the best West player for now. We'll have to see. I don't know what's coming up yet for really any region just yet, but yeah, as you can see, the matches there.
Up next, we'll be going to TBD versus TBD.
Oh my god, dude, that guy's in every tournament, man. He's in every single tournament. But make sure you guys are signed up for Spring Championships, the doubles. And yeah, I mean, that's going to be a fun tournament. Make sure you sign up for CEO. Also a huge tournament, I believe $100,000 prize pool for that. So that's a lot of cash. And I think you also get like a really cool championship belt too, which actually looks really sick.
Okay.
But
really cool.
that if that isn't enough for you to want to go, I don't know what is. But that's gonna be it for me. Graffiti.
Too. Go even just for the experience. Sometimes when I go to BCX, I think both years that I went, I didn't play singles. I think I either played just doubles both years, or one year I didn't play at all. I was there just for the experience. Literally just happy to be here. I'm pretty sure that is a title in the game, and I don't know how I don't have it yet. That or I'm going crazy. But I was literally just happy to be there and kind of be surrounded by the community that I love so much. So even if you're not playing, just go for the experience. It's fantastic. And so thank you so much to BMG for being able to create such an incredible series of events for us, such a great lineup, along with foster this whole family we got here. And then also, really quick, I'm gonna extend that thank you to everyone who played in the event. Like I said, we had quite a few people playing. We had almost 250 people. And show thank you to everyone who checked in, played their matches, try to make life a little bit easier on the mods. And thank you so much for making this event the monument that it was. Make sure to follow me and Flaming on social media. We are very, very, very pretty and funny people. You will want to pay attention to us. Flaming, I'm gonna let you close this out if there's any last few words you want to say.
I do actually want to say one more thing. I know I don't think we said it at all this entire time. Thank you to BMG for sponsoring this. Thank you. Okay.
Yay!
But that's gonna be it for us. I hope you guys enjoyed this entire stream. If you are watching that top 8, I hope you enjoyed that. If you're watching our top 4 with me and Graffiti, I hope you enjoyed as well. But that's going to be it from us here at Bearded Brawls. So make sure you sign up for some more tournaments, and we'll see you soon. Have a good one, guys.
What about dreaming places you've never been? What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I want to take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom?
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bearded Brawls Arctic December Bearded Brawls tournament. I'm Fleming MBL, and I'm joined here by the lovely Althazar. How you doing? Dude, I am so excited for today. There are so many good sets going on, and we have kind of an interesting top 8. You know, a lot of our higher seeded players were kind of knocked out a little early, especially Lil Mev. They were knocked out in pools, which was kind of insane. We saw a little bit of an upset earlier on with what was the matches? I don't remember which one, but I saw one somewhere. Oh yeah, here we go. Lil Mev was actually taken out by someone by the name of just a Dash, which might seem a little interesting, but also you have to realize that Lil Mev is seed 8 here. That Dash is seed like 154. So huge upset. But I mean, but we don't gotta focus on that right now. Let's focus on our. Oh, for sure. For sure. But let's focus on our top 8. You know, the one that everyone wants to see. You know, all the ruling fights, the brawling and holla. Alright. So, if we go ahead and take a look at our first winner's semi match, we got Knees and Skeldra. So, 2 very notable EU players, most recently Skeldra and Knees at the Brawlhalla World Championship Expo. If you were there, you would have known that it was an amazing event. And I'm still talking about it. It's like almost a month later, which is crazy. But take a look at them. They had pretty similar placements. Knees getting top 8 at BCX, Skeldra getting 1 placement less than them at the 9th place. So two very, very esteemed players. And you know, Skeldra doesn't really have any podiums, and you know, Knees may have them. Skeldra with a 10-7 record there with Knees, 3 matches to 2. So it's an interesting set to say the least. I'm assuming we're gonna. Honestly, yeah. But who's the underdog? Knees is the higher PR, but less than matches. Alright. So, we have the Patrick Star from the new crossover event from SpongeBob. SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Star, and Sandy Cheeks, all added into Brawlhalla. Now, if that doesn't say... I don't know what it says, I'm going to be honest about it. It's so chaotic. But Nia's going to be playing that Taros, and Skeldra's going to be on the J Young as normally they are. So I'm definitely excited to see how this goes. We are game number 1. Are you ready, Althazar? Alright. But here we are. Game 1. We're going to head on to Small Brawlhaven.
I'm excited to see these crossovers finally being used. They look so goofy in game. They feel so out of place, and these are that nice little silent down like. Yeah, it's like they took a character. They took the character signatures and then just added animations to it. Pretty lopsided, I'd say. Ooh, good dodge on the recovery. Knees recovered the wrong way. Oh boy. What a start to the set. I mean, knees going down like that, and that's kind of rough. They had a large damage lead. Now standing on this greatsword, picking up momentum. So much damage built already. Maybe we should be talking about greatsword damage. Knees is looking for this first knockout still. Skeldra looking for this second knockout. Beautiful dodge on the down air. Nair not going to be enough to KO just yet. Gravity cancel dealing by Knees. Nair on that barely and light. Not going to be enough to KO. Weapon throw doesn't connect. Knees with it falling Nair on the stage. Can we get that first stock off with Skeldra? No. That was a lot of damage built there from the greatsword of Skeldra. Skeldra's just. We just need to find the KO option and down air into Nair. Be a true combo at the end. Skeldra's up a full stock here over Knees.
Yeah, that first stock definitely is going to be troublesome for Knees to catch up now.
I feel like it was definitely a loss of momentum too, just because, I mean, Knees practically took themselves. Just simply the free and.
I'm just trying to get some confirmation here about my microphone situation, and
okay, but the Knees actually is going to bring that back. You know, take a little bit of damage out of this last stock, but they do secure that stock.
yeah, only 60 of damage is still pretty much possible to catch up and actually get the win. So Skeldra is some crazy unarmed real quick, putting up some damage. Still, look at that hammer.
Oh, the sidelines a dash and
Covering with that snare. Ooh,
Gravity cancel side air. What is going on the Skeldra side air? That's being game one.
Hey, he got pretty cocky. He got pretty confident with that gravity cancel side C right there, trying to get the kill confirmed. But honestly, after the beginning of that match, I'd be too. We got a change from Knees. He's swapping to Soul.
To the Zol. That's not a SpongeBob character.
That is much of a character. That's for sure.
He's being a goofy goober.
Skeldra still with the Jaju, and I don't think he's gonna ever change from that character.
3, 2, 1.
But
I mean, why wouldn't he? He looks so first class.
No, yeah, honestly, and at BCX.
No,
what the heck?
Skeldra.
Skeldra? Oh my god!
I'm trying to talk about Knees real quick, please. Just give me 1 second. So I remember seeing Knees as in the back when another U-turn. Oh my god, he dropped it. Oh my goodness, Skeldra, let me talk for 5 seconds, please.
He's decided to end this here
Oh
and
my
now.
damn it! Alright, I'm just gonna keep talking. I don't know. Skeldra happened to this, but Knees is struggling. So I saw Knees play Cannon in, I believe it was the earlier or November version of Brawls, and playing with Acto in 2v2. So I thought maybe it wasn't that great, but I mean, it started doing really well. But Skeldra, oh my god, this greatsword, he's gone!
The dodge reads with the greatsword are being amazing in terms of like taking up damage to the soul, and you know it's crazy when a character that has greatsword is making the most amount of damage with an arm. Like, what is going on, Skeldra? What are you doing right now, man?
Give Skeldra a chance. Oh wait, no.
Like, give these a chance.
Sorry, wrong person.
No, you good.
It is insane the amount of damage that Skeldra just output, and a nice punish of that gravity side
That's fair.
Side leg, it was one of them.
Honestly, calling out the greatsword inputs when they're gravity cancel is probably harder than everything else in this game. But there we go, Knees taking up some good damage with the cannon.
I feel like Knees always gets to show up on this last stock, but Knees starts showing up a little bit earlier.
Yeah, thing is. Oh my god.
Exhausted recovery.
Exhausted recovery.
Less than 2 minutes. Wow.
He even swapped skin and everything. Wait, no, hold up. That's Nice. Nice going for the mirror match?
Dude, what?
Nice going for the Greatsword mirror match?
I don't think
what is
I've
going
ever
on?
seen. I don't think I've ever seen these play Greatsword.
Will this be? Will this be him like throwing out?
I don't know, man. Maybe Needs wants to play some Greatsword because he sees how good it is. But Skeldra, I mean, Skeldra is one of the EU Greatsword demons, so it's going to be quite hard to, try to take this back, especially being down 2-0.
No, and especially with the damage output that Skeldra is currently demonstrating. Like, he couldn't do anything with a normal sword. He had to swap, and still, I mean, whoever who looks to have the control of the stage right now is just Skeldra.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Greatsword pick might work. Nice weapon throw there from Skeldra to complete the knockout. And Skeldra's gonna prime that Greatsword. They want to keep it. They don't want to let go of it.
So far, he's trying to get the stock back and probably just avoid getting the most amount of damage as possible. But look at Skeldra, already popping up those numbers. How long did it take him to go to orange? Oh my god.
Double D-light on the sword. Not for combo. Very, very dodgeable. But, he said, okay, you know what? I need a little bit more damage. I'll just do this for fun. But, man. Skeldra with a gravity cancel D-light into recovery.
He's been hitting those quite a lot.
Oh, for sure.
He sure has the spacing. And Sig that confirms the kill for Skeldra. Pretty much a whole stock.
Skeldra, man, this is actually insane. Needs has to take out 2 stocks if they want to even have a chance of bringing it back. This is going, honestly, not great.
Yeah, although he seems to be losing the sword battle.
Yeah, but now he's on the Greatsword, and Skeldra knows how to play around that quite well, especially with his unarmed weapon throw. Not going to connect. He's trying to find the confirm here. Gets his dodge caught. Skeldra's going to go down and say, I'm not going to lose this stock. I'm going to just take it myself. Fine.
I guess so. I mean, everything that's going on right now is completely weird to me.
I'm assuming maybe was what they wanted to do it had gravity cancel down heavy, but I don't know. Knees now on this Greatsword. Damn, starting to come back a little bit for Knees.
Yeah, he's actually keeping up very well. So far, I mean, equal damage now. This could be it. Ooh, nice dodge from Skeldra.
Knees needs one more good hit, but so does Skeldra. It is the J-Yun mirror match. I call this B6 2020.
the BCX 2020 treatment.
Oh!
Is desperate to get that kill.
This is so close.
Oh,
the Nair.
Nair's gonna
Knees
make
takes
it.
the game. Oh my god. What is that?
I'd say that Skeldra got kind of confident and he kind of just, got a little bit loose on that last game, but hopefully he can catch up on the next 3rd game of the night.
Dude, Skeldra losing against Greatsword is like blowing my mind. That was so close. Knees just barely got that Nair.
We go.
Now,
Game 3.
Well,
Game 4 actually, never mind.
Game 3 ended with a Knees victory, but he still has to win 2 more games, and the way Skeldra's been playing, I'm not so confident.
I mean, it'd be pretty disrespectful to not only do a reverse, but also with the opponent's character.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, I can play your main better than you.
Here we go, Skeldra showing those reads with the Greatsword.
Ooh,
Goes for the dare.
Oh no.
He's still trying to get those confirms with the unarmed. Switches back to the Greatsword, and that drop is gonna send him to the inlet into the heavy.
Dude, that was a good play there by Skeldra, making sure Knees is stuck in that combo, not get out and getting a nice kick.
Pretty amazing frame trap indeed.
It looks like Skelger just wants this set to be over right now, and he's just went for a full send it ground pound.
Ooh,
Skelger.
that could have been kill confirm. Okay,
Let him
Sarah
know.
doesn't connect. Still pretty good amount of damage output from Skeldra. Ooh, that
Ooh.
dodge.
Both players have been able to do that, and it's so amazing.
Giving up the space to each other. But there we go, Skeldra. Oh, with the same finisher and misses again. Okay, that down six. Sends Nieces away.
Oh, recovery. Nieces down to the last stock. Potential bracket stocking. Is not looking good.
Hey, with Nice, you never know. That recovery is gonna take finally the third stock for Skelga. And now Nice just have to get a whole stock back.
Unfortunately, Knees has to do a reverse 3. That recovery was definitely a step in the right direction. But, I mean, Skelger already building a lot of damage with unarmed. Nice gravity cancel down light there.
Honestly, I feel like he's making a lot more damage with the unarmed than with the actual sword.
Oh?
Ooh, that side stick from Nice. Gonna
The
send
side
away.
air.
There we go.
Now, that is definitely a start, but Knees has to try and avoid as much as they can right now. They need all the damage.
Oh, but that's gonna be the confirm.
no! Skeldra, beautiful. They missed the opener, but like, right, let's go to the brink and the finisher. We're gonna end the stock one way or another, and we're gonna do it right now. So Skeldra is going to move on after 4 games. Great job there by them. And we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next set. Now, I don't know if you're too familiar with these multiple players, but we have Aquino and Lamia.
I'll be honest with you. You got the knowledge here in this case.
Alright. But, so Aquino, I know a little bit about them. I know that they locked in Oregon like old. I know I say that
I mean,
like
Old
it's a
Dream
bad
and
thing, but
EU goes
it's really
along the
not.
lines.
it's like reading a dictionary. It's always gonna be there, you know. Like Old
Bread and
Dream
butter.
and EU. Bread and butter. There you go. I was looking for something like that. But we're gonna be going against Bamia. Now, Bamia is one of those gauntlet demons. They've been playing out of their mind. Personally, there's a little bit of bias here because I love Bamia, but you know, I'm excited to see how these two players clash. Very similar PRs, PR 24 and 27.
And just like you said, Aquino goes for the old one as well.
Yeah, and we're actually gonna. I wanna see what character Bamia is. You know, they
Oh, now that you mention gauntlets, I'm thinking about probably a Mardix, perhaps.
maybe in works. I know they. Okay,
Whoa!
well, you know what? Screw me then. We got the heroes coming out.
We got a whole Terrace. That's a whole different pick than what you were saying.
Yeah, you know what, guys? Maybe we'll get a Mordic. All right. Okay. Well, let's see what the Taros does.
I feel like everybody decided to learn how to play Terrace after what happened in BCX. I'll be honest with you.
Kinda
Kinda did
popped off.
something to this game.
It's the Apollo effect, you know?
Yeah, the same way with Kaya is happening with Terrace now. I mean, he wasn't even the winner of the tournament, but I mean,
Exactly. But I mean, the
Here we
way
go.
China played this was just amazing. But Aquino on the old room, Kamiya on the terrace to start off game.
amazing spacing from Bamiya so far with the hammer. Taking up a lot of damage against Kino.
I personally think Hammer is pretty good right now. But, you know, there's some people that'll say otherwise because it's Hammer.
Thing is, it's not much of a DC weapon as it was before. It actually takes a lot of like mastering to actually pull off a good hammer.
Oh yeah, you have to be able to read movement, you have to be able just to predict really anything. You need beautiful spacing like that. Unlike
Delayed
Side
save.
Air from Bamia. Beautiful job to take that first shot.
Just to stay with the axe. And Aquino so far is struggling a lot to play against Bamiya. Especially against his spacing. He's keeping up the stage. He's trying to not, you know, risk it at all. Oh, but that
Ooh.
rocket lance.
Almost got the read there.
And also,
Say that. I mean, he's not really struggling anymore. He kind of has kind of completely stopped any momentum Bamia had. There's been no damage built so far.
yeah,
finally,
pretty much he's
feeling
trying to
to
keep
stop
up
that.
the stage control as well.
Dropping the sidelight, yeah, it's a little rough. Ground pound does connect, though.
Hey, X is slowly chipping up damage of Aquino, though. Let me tell you something. Playing Rocket Lance right now must be pretty hard, especially with everything that happened with the new patch.
Yeah, well, Lance got nerfed for no reason. I don't care what anyone says. Lance did not need nerfed.
Honestly, it's just they got the blaster treatment at this point.
Yeah, Lancer's got good.
That's Seer from Bamia. You can get a pretty easy kill confirm right now, especially with the damage output that Terrace offers.
Oh yeah, I mean, any signature, still not enough to knock out. Down air though, still not enough. That Organ defense keeping Aquino alive.
Yeah, that Nair set fails, tries to go for the read and fails as well. Aquino's gonna have to play it very safe if he wants to put it up. Just do the axe, which can be smart, but oh, that Enlight's gonna make it. And Aquino goes down another stock. Honestly, pretty good advantage for Bamia.
Bamia's just playing really well. I mean, they're avoiding the attacks when they need to. They kind of have the download there on the Lance now, but they just kind of have to stop getting hit by Storm and the attack with Brain. A nice side air from Aquino to knock out that Stomp up. Barely any damage on him.
Yeah, pretty much a reset now.
It is almost like that, yeah, but I mean, one player has Lance, one player has Hammer. You tell me.
Hey, it's all about who gets the control of the stage, in my opinion. And so far, Bamia has been showing to keep it up. But you never know with Rocket Lance.
Bamia's been stomp searing like it's a storybook. I mean, it's page after page, turn after turn. The down air, down air again. Weapon throw, and Aquino is gone.
That was a beautiful backdash to bait out the jump for just to get the kill confirmed with Dare. That was amazing from Bamia.
Wow, I mean, wow.
Let me tell you something. For somebody that is a legend with the gauntlets and the scythe, he's got a pretty good hammer in his hands.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, what can I say? Bamia's Bamia, you know.
Here we go, going into game 2. Same characters. I feel like Aquino feels confident about the all-green pick. It's just he has to find a way against the spacing that Bamia is using with Hammer currently.
Well, I feel like every weapon requires some form of spacing, but you also have to realize some weapons require more spacing. For example, Hammer. I know blasters require a lot of spacing.
Oof.
Orb, I don't think Orb requires as much.
Oh.
We're back. Aquino still has a little bit more damage built onto them. This is X.
Yeah, still it shows that Aquino has a lot more control when it comes down to a mirror of Axe. And there we go, taking him out of the stage with that Sayer and killing him up with that charged down sig. Ooh, pretty good patience from Aquino.
Yeah, they were holding it. They knew Bamia had no more options. They were like, okay, let's just confirm the stock rating.
Oh, what?
Yeah. I think what happened was the Lance, it was so low that the Lance recovery just put him into the knockout box.
Well, that sure is an interaction. Welcome to Brawlhalla once again, guys.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Alright, so far Bamia started taking a lot of damage with the axe. Trying to keep up with that mirror match right now. Aquino doesn't stay back though. Taking up the advantage once again.
I mean, Aquino's axe is so good, but Bamia's hammer just outranges this axe. Stomp Cider again. Cider again! Oh my god!
I swear, the way he uses the backdash to bait out and then just kills off either with a Sarah or a downer is amazing.
Honestly, Bamia's spacing incredible.
He really knows how to adapt to the opponent's movement, and it's really showing, especially with the hammer. Let's see, I still have hopes for Aquino. He's been doing pretty good. He's been showing that no matter, you know, the playstyle that Bamia has, he can keep up, so he might be able to bring this up. He's gonna change a little bit the strategy and goes back to the axe.
Oh, nice gravity cancel instinct there from Bamia. Take that stage control, ground pound. Can Aquino make it back? Yes, please.
Pretty sure he was trying to get the kill confirmed with the Sayer, and he just missed the jump.
No. That was rough, but I mean, I don't think Bomb is too worried. They definitely have somewhat of a lead.
Yeah, Kino with the rocket lance. Okay, the Dutch. Oh,
The down
down
sig.
sig.
Beautiful.
Sealed it. And that will be the second win for Bamia so far.
Wow. Man, the
Very
Bomb
close
is
matches.
wow.
Very close.
Definitely very close. I think it's just gonna be I think it's just gonna be a battle of mental. I mean, can Bamia, just keep the momentum going, and can they not get overconfident? Can Aquino start, picking it up, seeing what his opponent's doing, and trying to fight that back?
I mean, he's been showing to be able to adapt. It's just that everything is going so fast. I guess it's just hard, especially with the weapon match. I mean, so far we can see that Aquino has the advantage when it comes down to a mirror axe, but like when it comes down to anything else, it's just a matter of who gets hit first. Bamia now dominating with the axe in the stage. Flaming?
Sorry, I'm losing myself in this gameplay. I'm gonna be real. It's like, it's so fun, nice and there. Not gonna knock out just yet another nair for Bamia. First off, very little damage.
I'm surprised that the downer didn't hit before the nair. Well, so far pretty clean stuck for Bamia.
He's out of jumps though. Could have capitalized on that, but unfortunately, I don't think he
Perhaps a little bit of a lack of confidence when it comes down to committing into the movement.
possible. Bami is a very movement-oriented player. He was one of the first people to actually be able. Oh gosh.
There goes the Dutch read.
To be able to, capitalize or utilize the new dash change and cooldown and everything. And he was one of the first people to actually be able to utilize that. And then
Beautiful stumps there.
still now we'll see it every once in a while. He'll be able to just walk around his opponent. I think that's what makes his hammer so good.
Let me say, this is such a hard situation for Aquino because every time he finally makes it back to the stage, he's in such a poor health. Like, he can get killed by any Sayer. So it's just really a matter of, please don't get hit.
Bamia's looking to take this 3. Aquino has to take this stock and then another one if they want to even force it. And even then, they have to win game 4 to force them out. Winner of this will go on winners finals though. So
honestly, yeah, pretty quick matches as well. Between the Skelder knees and these ones, they're being pretty quick when it comes down to like the showdown.
Damn it. Bamia's outputs so much damage. The end light there on Aquino. Bamia's still not enough to get. Oh, what?
Aquino just.
What happened?
Did he give it up? Oh.
What happened?
Well, GG's to Bamia. Honestly, pretty amazing demonstration of movement and adaptation with the hammer.
Bamia played outstanding that game. And, honestly, it was... Oh, I see what happened. Aquino recovered the wrong direction.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah, how did I not catch that? Because I saw the recovery animation and then I just saw the kill. I just didn't notice he was like facing towards the opposite side.
Dude, that was rough. I'm gonna be honest. Like, you're in that really tense situation, and then you just turn around and you go right into that knockout zone. That's really unfortunate. I gotta be honest. That's tough.
It is tough, especially because like Aquino was keeping up the fight. I mean, yeah, he wasn't winning the matches, but they were all pretty close. He was demonstrating that he was capable of taking up the challenge. He was just missing something, just a small little something.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was definitely a close set. I mean, I'm not gonna say Bamia won by a length. It was definitely close. I mean, 3-0s don't do anything justice because they can be very close games. Every single time, still be a. So
yeah.
I think I think Akina just kind of has to get a little bit more of that mental game. Because I feel like there was some points where it was just like losing hot situations because they weren't fully there. You know?
Yeah, and especially, I mean, considering the amount of pressure that Bamia was putting with the hammer and with the axe, and he was just not backing off. He was keeping up the pressure constantly, no matter what Akina do. I guess that made him realize, like, oh no, my strategies are not working, and perhaps that created a little doubt that ended up just, breaking his mental at the end. Regardless or not, he still played very amazingly.
I mean, I think we can go ahead and say like everyone here is playing. I mean, sure, it's like a community tournament, but it's a tournament nonetheless, right? I mean,
yeah, cards on the line.
I mean, there's money on the line. Like, yeah, I mean, this is $1,000 tournament. It's crazy, It's like they're actually competing for money that could have been won in a major. I don't know the whole breakdown of how much is this prize, how much is this prize, but I know. I mean, $1,000 is $1,000.
I mean, once you made it to top 8, you already have the commitment of, hey, the price is there. It's all up to the way you play and how you develop.
I mean, it's not like you're gonna lose your money if you lose in top 8. You already made money, so why not go for more? And if you don't get more, you still have it.
Although besides the money, there's also this train of thought of how good can I go? Like, what's the last stretch? How much can I output myself? How high I can price myself up to be in this tournament? And I guess that's something that just every player feels in any type of tournament, whether there's money involved or not. We want to see how far away we can push our capabilities. And I mean, there are just certain players that are better at mentalizing themselves for it than others. So it's all a matter of just how you see the game and what's your perspective of it.
I think I feel like there are people in this game that are like, oh well, I'm never gonna improve, or I'm never gonna get better, or I'm never gonna get this place, or I'm never gonna get this. You're gonna get it if you shut up and just do it. I mean, if you really want something, you will take the steps necessary to get it. You're not gonna complain about it. It's like, oh, I can't hit 500, and you're not even trying to improve this. Like, if you're not getting something, there's a reason why.
That's like, hey, I want to improve how I play, but you're not even watching your own replays. And I get it. Replays are really boring to see sometimes. Hey, the steps are necessary. You're not going to learn how to fly if you don't know how to run.
Exactly. It's like...
What a nice introspection that we just made right here.
Yeah. Man.
How about we take a look about the next matches? We've
Next match?
so
far. All right. I think we have yapped enough here. I'll be honest. We've been chatting a little bit, but I think we're gonna go to a small little break real quick just so we can get some of these matches ready. And yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yep.
know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if it like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. Maybe one day I'll try to not get wasted all the time. But for the moment, I'm alright. Because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Alrighty guys, welcome back. I'm here sitting with my friend Timing, and we're back with the bracket with loser side, I believe. Yeah. Who, me? Oh.
I figured it out. Hey guys, sorry, I had a issue where I pressed the mute. So we're gonna go back over what we were saying. We have our losers matches that went pretty well. We had Blazers with Dukes, Jerry versus a young with Koji, Okono.
Yeah, EU pronunciation.
Beating Machete and then Wave God beating Esper, which is actually insane.
Honestly, I'm excited to see Wave God play. I haven't seen Wave God in a long while.
Oh, neither am I. I mean, I'm excited to see how they play though. But first up, we got Munir and Blade.
Do you have any bias in this match, or how are we feeling?
I like Blaze. But I also met Munir. I met both of them at B6. They're really cool.
Oh no, yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah.
Honestly, most of the EU players are just wholesome as hell.
Yeah, I don't think I've met like an EU player I dislike besides like the obvious ones that are just rude. But I'm not gonna get into that. It's another rank. But regardless of that, yeah,
We're going in.
So I wanna say this: Blaze and Munir have gone against each other 4 times. 4 of those times, Blaze had won. Summer Championship 2021, Munir lost 2-0. Autumn Championship 2022, Blaze won in 2. I'm sorry, Blaze won 3 games, so 2-1. And then we come up more recently in History of Madness. I think that was a Brawl tournament. I don't remember, but these guys are definitely not strangers to one another. So, I'm actually excited to see how well this goes. And Blaze obviously on the Hattori, and you're on the test.
A little bit of a side note here, but I love how we were saying we were gonna have no bias, but you brought a whole list of losses.
Hey! I don't have any bias. I'm reading facts. Okay.
Ooh, that Blaze with that side stick also taking the stock pretty early, honestly.
A lot of damage there onto Munir, but what do you think about this test skip there?
Honestly, I don't know if I see it. I'll be honest with you. Battle Boots is pretty amazing, especially in the edge guard. But I mean, you can see it right there. It's still, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough to get over the speed. Yeah, with it there.
Wow. I'm surprised. Well, he's
also
unarmed.
What is going on with the EU players today going unarmed? It's like everybody's playing unarmed.
I mean, first was Axe, now it's unarmed. I mean, what's gonna happen next? You gonna start playing like blasters or something?
Honestly, with the current state of blasters, I don't see it coming.
Not at all. But I mean, Blaze is doing pretty well here. What are your thoughts on?
I mean, he's doing pretty well, but let me tell you something. Munir is keeping up a lot of damage with those battle boots.
Oh.
They might have lost the sidelight grabbing from behind, but still, that doesn't change the fact that the weapon is amazing when it comes down to edge guarding.
Dude, you're starting to go on. Blaze is out of options. Wow. Okay, so that definitely shifted the tides a little bit.
I mean, you were talking about facts in the beginning, and look at that. I guess Munir hurt you because he took that personally.
My bad. It was not my intention. You like side other Blaze on the bottom one left right now.
Blaze keeping up with the spear. Honestly, pretty good choice, especially against battle boots. You want to keep up that space and the control of the stage.
I feel like spear is one of those weapons that actually can be It's like
yes, definitely. Especially if you can tell through the enemy's movement.
Because it's fast, it outranges. And it's not like bow where 90% of you is uncovered. But I mean, spear is just overall really good for battle boots in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, a very safe weapon in general. All the options. But would you look at Munir still taking Blaze away from the stage?
Oh, that's it! Blaze, beautiful spacing there. Gonna catch. I'm going to take that number 1. So, how do you feel about Munir's boots that game?
Honestly, I feel like he's playing very smartly. He's keeping up the main strategy with battle boots, which is basically taking your opponent away from the stage and trying to burn all the options. It's just that Blaze has such an amazing movement and knowledge, both of the weapon and the game, that he's just able to keep up and go back to the stage and still pull off a lot of damage, regardless of the weapon he's playing. Although I will say he's not being touching the sword a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Blaze more or less sword ones than twos. But, I mean, I don't know. That was definitely an option, I'll tell you.
I mean, I guess he's keeping up the spear right now, mainly because, the matchup against battle boots. He definitely wants that spacing.
Spear is so good, though, bro. It's so amazing. Honestly, Spirit's probably. Listen, I like propaganda here and there, but man, Spear is so.
Especially even after the nerf, which is, I mean, can it be called a nerf? It's still a pretty good
I
weapon.
mean, they got rid of one of the true combos, so.
It's more of they decided to make the weapon less easy and actually like make you use your skills to read movement.
Yeah. I don't know.
Ooh, that recovery from Munir, finally taking the first stock out of Blaze.
This is gonna be a long game. I mean, one stock gone in a little over a minute. That's kind of insane. But I mean, Blaze back on the Spear, hopefully looking for how to secure this. Munir's doing a pretty good job of avoiding getting caught by that side to get performance. A little bit rough there, but I mean, still a little bit of damage. Trying to keep Blaze disarmed.
Good delayed Sair. Oh, that weapon's starting to the Sair. So far, Blaze keeping up a lot of damage.
Blaze is like very, very explosive. He'll do probably nothing for like a few seconds, and then boom, now you're orange.
I mean, that's his own special movement, if you could call it like that way. Now he's going back to the sword. Those nairs keeping him up in the air. Ooh, and that delayed recovery is gonna seal. Finally giving the advantage to Blaze in this match.
Yeah, but I think he definitely prefers the Spear into Battle Boots and then the sword into Gauntlets. Dropping the delayed setter, unfortunate there.
Ooh, down Sig. Swear to God, that down Sig hits like a truck.
It does! Especially the grounded one. The active input one. Oh, Blaze is not having battle options. A clash, ground pound. Securing that stage touch with the sword. That was
made it out of pure luck.
I wouldn't say pure luck. I'd say careful consideration.
Blaze is keeping up the spacing properly with the sword, trying to not get hit by the battle boot and just to keep up the advantage. But would you look at that?
My God. Oh my God! Beautiful punish there.
You know, I like to see that no matter the amount of like punishment that Munir shows, Blaze still like keeps some like a cold head and just manages to get that punish at the end. And Munir just changes to the great sword with Jaijin.
Oh no. Seems like use didn't only affect the 2100s, you affect everyone else.
Nope, pretty much. I mean, the BCX effect. Either Terrace or Jaijin.
Godly play in he played Rayman. Most of he played. He played Terrace in the kind of, didn't he?
Yeah, he played Terrace too. No, he played Terrace too. Godly honestly had like 4 different legends that he was swapping through. And ooh, that re-delight into Sair from Blaze taking a lot of damage in Munir.
Oh!
Again, demonstrating that explosiveness that you were talking about just earlier.
Blaze trying to keep this corner guard as safe as possible for them and going to get that knockout at the top. Blaze looks to be on track for a 3-0 if Munir can possibly stop the momentum going on, but they have just... What is going on?
He's just... He said, "You're not touching the ground, boy. You're staying in there." And that read of the dodge into the double delight, ooh, just to confirm it with an exhausted recovery.
Yikes.
What is...
Yikes. I gotta be real, just yikes. Munir they have to take this first stock, so they have to do more damage. And then they have to take the second stock, and then they have to take the third stock, and then they have to reverse it if they want to stay in the tournament. This is Munir's tournament stock. This is loser's side of the bracket. If they lose this stock right here, they're gone.
And honestly, Blaze doesn't seem to want to back up. He wants that kill.
I know it's a lame joke, but Blaze is on fire right now.
Oh,
the
that's your drop!
The drop and the mental destruction from that sends Munir off the side of the stage. It's going to be a 3-0.
For Blaze going up to losers quarterfinals.
Wow, I mean, Blaze is going to be moving on, and they're going to be going against Aquino. Now, Blaze
That's
actually
gonna
has
be
a lot of
interesting.
Blaze has a lot of experience against Blaze, so I'm really excited to see how that goes.
Any predictions from your side?
No.
No. All right. Next up we have Wavegod against Bo. Oh, I now understand what we're having a hard time here. Bokonko.
Bokonko. That's
Interesting
that
name.
What is it? I don't know how I'm gonna say that thing, but you know, got it. Bokonko.
I mean, we can just say Konko. And call it a day.
But Wavegod rocking a DCX 22 final. DCX finalist 2022. Now,
And also showing off that SIV icon too. I'm just saying.
I mean, it's I mean, sure, it's a tournament. It's gonna work like this. Well,
So, what information do we have about Bokonko?
so not very much. I mean, 347, one top 32, looking like a terrorist player. But I mean, that's about it. I mean, we don't see very many tournaments on this side. Well, yeah, they really only started competing. It really started with Galaxy Cup 7, which is a new tournament, which 2021 in August. And then they did Autumn Champs, and then they did Winter Champs 22. They did Omen Oasis Spring Champs 22. And then it took quite a long time for them to compete, taking all the way until 2023 in April for the Brawl League Fool's Gold tournament. So
That is quite a lot of time. You're right.
yeah,
And you were right as well about the terrace.
we got the Patrick back. Shout out Patrick.
Honestly, the new crossover is just the goofiest thing I ever seen. But I love
They're
it.
so
I love
goofy,
it.
bro. I love them. The SpongeBob one is like. I think the SpongeBob one is so. I got the full SpongeBob, so it's like really hard to find.
Let's just not talk about the emotes.
the emotes speak for themselves.
Honestly,
Here we
a part
go.
of me wants them to just stay like that. But here we go with Wavegod with Asuri and Bokonko with the Terros crossover into Patrick.
So,
Three,
we're actually seeing
two,
both crossovers. We're seeing the Tigers and Kung Fu Panda versus Patrick and SpongeBob.
Honestly, this feels like Fortnite at this point. Like, what are these crossovers?
Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl.
Yeah, you got a point. Fair point.
This is literally just crossover central. You know, I'm all for it. You know, it is pretty cool to see all these characters. But Bokonko playing hammered so well, ground pound on a Wavegod,
Burned all the options.
taking out. Taking
Let's see, Wavegod's gonna have a hard time to get back the stock if he doesn't play carefully, especially because of the amount of damage output that Terrace has.
Well, you also have to realize Wavegod also just put out seed number 2 for the tournament. So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. You know, we'll have to see.
See that silent into neutral light, trying to get that kill confirmed with a recovery. He doesn't find it. Ooh, Bokonko with a double neutral light.
Ground
That
pound.
ground
Wavegod
pound.
has. Oh,
Oh, no, it's just
so close. Dude, Bokonko was playing so well, outspaced Wavegod at almost every. That didn't knock out? Really? Stomp downer doesn't connect. Nair doesn't connect. Second knock, but Wavegod looking for the first. There we go. Finally getting that knocked out. Oh my goodness.
Wavegod is gonna have to play really, really carefully if he wants to get the stock back. And ooh, that recovery almost gets a kill. A nice recovery cancel right there, playing the guitars. He has to stay in the blind spot of the weapon if he wants to. Made it back into the stage, but that Sair is going to connect.
That's always fun.
Yeah, honestly, stumped the Sair, taking on the stock for Bokonko and putting him up one stock.
I don't want to say Wave God's struggling because I mean it's Terras. Everyone kind of struggles against Terras from time to time. But I mean,
Yeah.
there's been very little momentum on their side, and Bakonko has just kind of been swinging, dealing damage, getting those knockouts pretty easily actually.
Yeah, not only that, but he's also like completely taking over the control of the stage, no matter the interaction. Like he's just like, you're gonna have to come to me.
Just look at that. I mean, it's true combo after true combo, damage after damage. Bakonko is just finding every available option, missing that side signature.
Oh, the down six not gonna connect.
Side of the bounce Wave God. Down air.
Okay, Wave is gonna have to turn around a whole stock if he wants to have the chance to win the first game.
Yeah, but I mean, one stock is not gonna do a whole lot. I'm gonna be honest. There's so much damage that's built here from Bakonko.
Look at that. Hold up. Oh,
No.
but that Sair is going to seal the fate of Wave God in this game. Alright, going into game 2, I see there's no character change from our competitors. Going back to Apocalypse. Honestly, Bakonko is showing a lot of mastering when it comes down to the spacing and also just taking over the stage completely with both of his weapons. His axe is just true combo after true combo, not letting any kind of space for Wave God to just go through. And I don't know, I feel like he's just struggling to adapt into his game style. Putting it out. Here we go, game 2. Ooh, nice read into the N6 to recovery. Starting up with really good damage output from Wave God. That nair into Sair.
Wave God's actually like playing a little bit better. I mean, they got the download off of game 1, and now they're gonna try and build a little bit more damage. Like Bakonko. Back very closely. Side signature. Wow, all that lead. Gone in a matter of seconds.
3 hits of axe and 1 side sig. I'm just saying, I'm putting out the facts, you know, like.
This is looking rough, I gotta be honest.
Ooh, but that Sair connects. Finally.
I was a little worried there, I'm gonna be honest. I thought Wave God was just gonna SD off of that, but no, they got back to stage, and now they have a little bit of a deficit, but I don't think it's too much to be worried about. That was a
That was a
string.
beautiful read. Yeah, that recovery with a weird effect against the wall. I never understand Katars, and I play Katars.
I don't think anyone understands guitars. They're just like goofy. Like, you know what? I'm gonna send you this dirt this time.
They're the most Brawlhalla weapon in Brawlhalla.
The Brawlhalla weapon in Brawlhalla.
Ooh, down 6 going to connect. I swear to God, I don't get used to the animations, and that side stick taking on the stock for Bakonko again, putting him up 1 stock over Wave God.
Wave God knows what they have to do now. They have to equalize his stock before anything bad can happen. Bakonko trying to get off the edge. Possibly looking for a free trade, but I don't know. Wave God knows a little bit. I feel like Wave God knows how to, avoid this stuff a lot better. Down lane to recovery.
Great spacing from Wave God.
Still a little bit of a deficit though for Wave God, but I think Bakonko, they definitely have a chance.
Yeah, it's just a matter of moving around the spacing of that hammer, which is probably the biggest issue that Wave is having right now. That and the fact that Justeros is able to do so much damage with so little hits. He can
is popping off.
Yeah, he definitely is. But like, I just find it amazing. No matter the amount of strings that Wave God puts out, 3 hits from Bakonko and it's pretty much game. And there goes with a D-Light there.
Oh, the disarm. It's gonna be huge. Down stick doesn't connect, does not get the read. Bakonko on the axe though.
That's there from Wave
Oh
God.
no.
This can be a confirm. There we go for Wave God's second game.
Wow. Okay, that was a little bit closer. I was a little closer. I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
Man,
Honestly, that was on the edge of being a second game for Bakonko.
Wow. I mean, you're on loser side. You don't ever want to go down 0-2. I mean, You certainly don't want to go down 0-3, but going 0-2 is the first step to, well, technically the second step to going down. That's not the point. You don't want to go down 0-2.
Yeah.
Or really ever.
Honestly, like that's the main goal when you go to a tournament, not going 0-2. And just talking a little bit over the match, we have a map change to Demon Island, and so far Bokonko seems to be popping off again with that hammer. Recovery gets the kill so early. Oh my god.
Wow, Bokongo. They've taken like at least 50 hits. That's not it. Wave God is not going to find very many hits. Teros is just able to outspace at every single possible interval. This is looking a little rough.
I'll be honest with you, I don't even think it's a spacing problem because Wave is demonstrating to be able to play around Bokonko pretty easily, especially with like the Katars and the sword. It's just more a matter of no matter what he does, he doesn't get the advantage in damage because Teros is just Teros.
Teros is definitely Teros.
That and also the fact that he's having a lot of hard time to just get that kill confirmed. And that won't kill either. Ooh, that dodge! Great Seer.
Dude, Wave God, they need to be playing a little bit more careful. Like, yeah, I mean, they can, I guess, trade hits. They have to hit so many more in order to do a fraction of the action. And right there, I mean, that's another like, damage there. And the damage adds up quick. That downsync probably would have knocked out had Wave God not dodged it.
An amazing dodge as well, by the way. Like that was impressive.
Really, they don't need a whole lot. They can knock out with basically anything right there. That stomp side air to put them one spot close.
Honestly, the ease of Bokonko to get those kill confirms is just, I mean, what can I say that is not already to be seen? It's just crazy, and we've been with that ground pound, pretty weird option, but it works somehow.
This is so close. Oh god, I don't even know what to. I don't even know what to say about this. This is just absurd.
I will say though, it seems like Waveco is having a struggle to keep up his mental, especially with like the things he's throwing out right now. Ooh, but that gravity cancel down is going to connect and finally put the stock straight in this match, although with a great deal of damage on his side.
It might be a little too late, I'm gonna be honest. If God's using that for on-stage NC, trying to lead streams, but I mean, very little. One time, but that's about it. Bokonko is just kind of going off with his hammer, trying to find any kind of knockout option. But Wave God starting to pick up a little bit, getting these snares, getting these lights, finding a lot of hits consecutively. Bokonko is finally able to find something, but Stomp side air out of options. Wave God falls.
That gravity cancel and light didn't connect. That's so sad.
We have a contender for Game 5 here. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, me personally, I would love to see it, mainly because I am actually loving the way Wave Cup is playing right now. He's showing off a lot of his abilities when it comes down to spacing, and his dodges are just crazy. But I mean, Bokonko is definitely popping off as well, especially with that hammer. In general, we've seen a lot of great hammer today.
I mean, it's almost like hammer's really good right now.
Yeah, I like what you did there.
But I don't want to say crossovers are like pay to win. I know they're not. I mean, obviously, but it's like you look at Patrick and he's goofy. Like you can't focus because you're fighting a starfish, a giant. So I don't know. I don't know. It's very hard to concentrate now.
Oof, that there. I mean, you do get a point when it comes down to the crossovers, but I'd say out of all the crossovers, Patrick is very, very fair, very honest.
Really? Alright.
I mean, compared to SpongeBob, I gotta say some things about SpongeBob.
Bro, it's crazy. Hey, this is oh,
this
beautiful
match
punish.
close.
Wave got
Beautiful
finally
punish,
taken the lead.
yes. But for how long though? That's the real question. Because Bokonko, you never know with his
5,
weapons.
4, 3, 2, 1, now. It's a little delayed. Hold on. It's coming. Okay, I like it. But anyway, we've got definitely found a download, avoiding that down sig, and now getting their own down sig. They're up 3 stocks to 1.
WaveGod just decided to wake up. Excuse the pun. It's like, look at those Qatars. I mean, oof, well, that like GC Insig is gonna put an end to his 3rd stock, but still, he just decided to go string God.
Like, all right, I'm sorry, winning. Another unarmed streak. We've seen that from Skelter. We've seen it from Blaze, and now we're seeing it from WaveGod. Who's next to be on the train? I'm waiting, but right now this looks like a WaveGod game. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, though, Bokonko's not backing down.
Oh, I don't know, but I mean, look at WaveGod. I mean, such a high amount of damage built onto Bokonko. Recovery not enough to knock out just yet. Down sig doesn't connect.
Okay, that's dumb stare. Honestly, Bokonko has a chance to pull it back. It's just WaveGod looks like unstoppable right now.
Delay recovery.
Ooh, stump there. Not gonna take the kill. Second there is not gonna take the kill either. It's like Bokonko's just waiting for him to die. Stump Sayer finally putting an end to it, but look at the stock's health.
Wow. I mean, I think Bokonko finally knows what WaveGod's been feeling like. Wow. WaveGod really just decided to pop off that game, and now Alphazar, we have our game 5 match.
And also the first game 5 of the night as well.
First game 5 of the night, but probably not the last. It's gonna be this.
Wow, so we got Bokonko with the switch to Roman Reigns.
Going from Pat Rick to Roman Reigns, that's crazy.
Again,
well,
the Fortnite comment.
Who needs all these other fun characters and the fun other things? We could be Tigress from Kung Fu Panda and then fight a wrestler from Street Fighter.
Unique in Brawlhalla, the unique Brawlhalla experience for real. Well, let's see. I can tell that Bokonko is a lot more wary of WaveGod right now. He's respecting a lot of his movements now. But that might also come as a negative, because now he's not really going after the crazy movements that he was doing earlier. Although, well, there you have that grandpa that it seems pretty crazy to me.
I mean, it looks a lot more equal when both players have respect. They know it's game 5. Loser of this gets knocked out of the tournament.
That Stump Sayer is gonna mark the beginning.
Again.
I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to call it that earlier. WaveGod still have a lot of space and just room of creativity to just pull it back. It really comes down to whether he's able to adapt his Qatars once again against Bokonko's movement. Wake up there.
They're really good at doing the wake ups. I mean, just like right there. WaveGod one for the delay. They were trying to go for someone else. Delay recovery there for WaveGod. Knock out. Really good with those wake ups. They're able to find the option.
Not a huge damage difference either. It's just that I don't know if I feel like the picking up the Qatars against the axe is working out that well.
No.
And just like I said, that Sayer is gonna mark it.
WaveGod needs. We need the rest of the set to go perfect. I mean, they have to take out 2 full stocks of the Bokonko. Right now, we have a nice little bit of a start, but it'll be rough.
Honestly, with the sword, I see a lot more possibilities for this to happen, but Bokonko is keeping up his position and just the oppression against him with the axe. Switch back to the Qatars.
We're just looking for any opening they can, and they're doing pretty well right now. I mean, they have a lot of damage there onto Bokonko is trying to start finding these knockout options.
Oh no, another miss. Every time he misses something, it's just another opening for Bokonko to pull up some 30 damage. Ooh, that recovery almost hits. Oh no!
What's going on? What is WaveGod doing?
Either he was trying to get a clip or that was just unfortunate.
Dude. Ground pound! And Bokonko is going Bokonko is going to move on after a Game 5 victory over Wave God. And now Bokonko is going to go into Elite.
This is pretty good matches. I personally wanted Wave Cup to take that win. Still, he demonstrated a great and amazing gameplay, especially that game 4. He just went crazy with those guitars.
We're just gonna see some more Bokonko. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to see too much more Brawl, but it's really big. I mean, there's still more coming up, but we'll be right back for another short break.
Yep.
Don't go anywhere because we have some insane sets coming up.
You guys are running a little bit.
everyone, and welcome back to Bearded Brawls. We're back again. We're back. We're gonna have some more fun. We got a few more sets, and then we're gonna go back to another break because it's always fun to do it. We get to relax. We get to take naps. We get to get some drinks. And I hope you guys got your drinks. The next set coming.
Yeah, remember, guys, we gotta stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated.
Here we go. Correct, we're going into Skildra and Bamia, right?
No, we're going into Akino and Blaze. So these players are going to try and work their way into top 4. Now, Blaze, been playing that sword, been playing with spear. They just took out Nunir, one of those axe players, and they played Battle Boots this time. So maybe it's going to be a little bit different. But they're now going into older. How do you think this is going to fare for them?
So Akino's gonna have a really hard time making his way to Blaze's spacing with Spear. I'm pretty sure Blaze is gonna play Spear, especially because of the matchup. Both weapons are pretty strong, especially when it comes down to air control, and he might just abuse the fact that he can just pick up people in the air.
I mean, Spear into Lance is, I think, pretty solid, but Spear into Axe is very interesting. It's like, I think Axe wins 60% of the time for it, but it's close. Ooh, Akino burned his dodge, so Blaze is immediately going to capitalize.
He sure knows how to do that.
I mean, Blaze won the last set with a 3-0, and Akino lost the last set with 3-0. So, I don't know.
Redemption? Oh, that Dowsing didn't grab?
Definitely going to be redemption. But yeah, as you said, Blaze is going to have to try and space out this Axe a little bit more. I mean, they've already taken much more damage, especially into the Axe.
Great NSYNC from Blaze part, and he switches over to the sword, which is kind of smart. If it wasn't for the fact that Axe is faster than sword for some reason, but that gravity cancel neutral
Wow. Okay, that was definitely an option. Maybe he's gonna go for a falling stare, or maybe a down air. Gravity cancel and light. He just knows how to double people, unfortunately. That
recovery.
Okay. Wow. This
just like they told you, he's keeping up in the air. Ooh! Exhausted recovery gets the kill for Akane, but just look at his damage right now.
He has to start building damage as quick as possible. The Lance changes and not be easy. I mean, it was only a nair nerf, but also that kind of negates all of the damage potential that Lance has. Recovery not enough to knock out just yet. The Blaze is still looking for it, and there's still not enough. And Blaze is just playing so well, gets a nice edge guard and doesn't allow Akino to touch.
I like something that I'm noticing is that Blaze is using the spear to pretty much output the damage against Akino, but when it comes down to switching up, he uses the sword to maintain his position in the blind spot in the weapon, and just abuses that blind spot a lot to get the kill confirmed.
Oh.
And so far, he's playing along over him.
Dude, Blaze is going off right now. That spear just does so much damage, especially in the short amount of time. You don't need very many hits. You never recover
that
drops.
That's a real Brawlhalla moment right there.
Brawlhalla. We are Brawlhalla.
So far, even though things seem fair between each other players, Blaze has a really good advantage, and that side-stick is gonna seal the fate of Akino in the first match.
Wow. All right. I mean, Blaze is still running. I mean, Rio for that previous set, now he's back into it. He's gonna go try and potentially get another two. But only time will tell. We don't know for certain. Definitely for certain. He's gonna swap to Orion.
That's a interesting take. Honestly, I don't know if I don't know how Akino plays Spear. I don't know if he has the capabilities to keep up Spear against Blaze, but hey, I mean, I like the change. Seems interesting enough.
I mean, yeah, it's always good to have a Spear. 6 lock-ins for Orion in 2023. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be a good pick. Maybe it's going to be a pick that costs the set. But it's best of 5, so there is a chance for another redemption.
Aquino is doing too many wake ups, and that's playing against him a lot, especially because Blaze knows how to capitalize on those wake ups.
No, or even, I don't know, a little bit. That's what I say. It's mainly just spear. It is just people whiffing spear attacks. It's nothing special.
It's actually no, but like for real, he's actually keeping up pretty well with spear, and you know the benefit that he has. Orion's signatures are used. Well, Orion, Yellow Man Funny 101.
Yellow Man Funny. Let's go. Exhausted recovery.
Ooh,
round
pound.
All right. All right, I had enough. Let's go. Next weapon. Let's go.
He was like, oh, that was cute. All right, so moving on.
All right, so what's your next one? 3 endlights in a row. Blaze is gaming.
True combo, by the way.
True combo. Yeah.
Ooh.
True on all damage. Like, nice knock on there. Little bit of damage built, but I don't think it's nothing to worry about. Lance is so strong in the aspect of damage building.
No, not only that, it's also the fact that he has Orion signatures. He can keep up a lot of damage very easily as long as he finds the spacing for it. And Blaze whiffs out that side stick that doesn't connect. He's having a tough time to get the kill confirmed now.
Yeah, but I mean, now he's on the sword, so gravity cancel delay is probably going to happen and like connect. Can he make it back? He does down here onto Blaze.
Oh my
Blaze
god!
gets down. Beautiful reversal there from Aquino.
There it goes. All the advantage he had, but oh well. He goes to a reset.
Hold on. This one won't last.
I guess that was a wake-up call for Blaze to just, you know, make sure to not get too cocky with the off guard, especially against Aquino.
I feel like there's not really much momentum from either player. I mean, it feels like it's really just neutral game. I mean, there's not much going on really at all.
Honestly, yeah, it's just a pull-off from each of them. Ooh, nice touch read right there from Blaze. Keeping up with the spear.
It doesn't feel like there's anyone ahead. As I say that, Aquino.
Oh, that doesn't connect. It could have been a kill confirmed right there.
Down
and there goes.
Aquino touches! Wow, that was close. The end sync! Wow!
That was close.
That was really, really good.
And Aquino with another change.
I'm
What?
sorry? I've seen that. Right? I'm not making up that quick, right? That's actually bad.
Alright, sorry guys, you couldn't hear me for the past few minutes.
Hopefully that's fixed. But anyway, the Thea is definitely I don't know. It's not like
And it's an interesting pick, that's for sure, but I don't know if it's gonna be helpful, especially with how the match is developing so far.
Yeah, I mean, Blaze is doing pretty good right now. And Eli into recovery, not gonna knock out. Not best yet, but they don't need a whole lot to get knocked out. Defense, they get side air, up and throw. Can they make it back? They do. That lands recovery. Very, very solid. Blaze struggling to find any knockout options.
Yeah, honestly, and Aquino is capitalizing on it. He's putting up a good amount of damage, but there he goes with that delayed Sair, finally taking the kill. Blaze has a pretty good advantage. I still don't know why this switch was made, considering how well everything went in the last game, but
yeah, I felt like they should. You know what? They play how they want to play, and we're just here to talk about it.
Yeah, and well, Aquino, I honestly I'm surprised. Ooh, the down sig. I was about to say he wasn't using the signatures a lot, but there we go. Blaze sticking with that spear for dear God life.
Dude, I mean, spear is so solid right now. Aquino with that recovery, still not enough to knock out. And Sig does not connect. Aquino needs this stock gone as soon as possible. Blaze does not want to let go of it. Oh my god! The prediction on Blaze! Oh my god!
That was a go sit down from Blaze. My god.
That was insane, man. Blaze. He thought, like, alright, you know what? I see where this is coming from. I want to do this because it'd be really funny.
Now, Aquino going back to Olgrim?
I don't know. I have no comment.
Honestly, I feel like he's just trying to find the character that fits what he has to adapt to. He's just not able to like actually find an answer to his question. So for this last game, he probably just said, okay, you know what? I'm just going with the classic. I'm going for the good old stuff.
There we go. Those lances are pretty good, but maybe Blaze. And so far, damage lead is slowly winning down. I gotta be honest. Blaze cannot able to keep the edge guard going. But
going for the triple there.
Dude, I love Blaze so much, and I side sig there onto Aquino. Aquino's going to get second stock here in game number 4. Now, remember, this is losing bracket, so if Aquino or Blaze loses the set, they are gone from the tournament. The other one leaves on.
I will say something that it's helping Aquino a lot is the fact that Blaze is, he's pretty open with his attacks. He wants to do the special things, the clips and stuff. He's very eager to go off the stage, and that's what's helping Aquino to build up a lot of damage sometimes. He just gets the hits for free. Still seems like Blaze wants to just seal everything off after this game.
Oh, Aquino does not have enough to get back this stage. Down air to stop. Blaze starting to go off this game. 3 stocks to 1. Aquino on their tournament stock. How would you feel about it?
Honestly, frustrated personally, because it's not in a bad way though. It's more of me trying to comprehend what the opponent's thinking and what he's going through his mind, and just not being able to find an answer to that can be devastating, especially when you're in like a tournament game like this. Just Blaze doesn't stop. He's just going all in.
Blaze is just dishing out damage like all you can eat buffet.
Just
like, hey, I need some I need like a test dummy to try out these new combos. He's just laying into
maximizing the output and not those punish every time like he whips a say or anything, and so far it seems like it's about to be tournament lead, and there he goes, delayed recovery, seals it off.
Beautiful job
for Blaze.
Blaze wins in 4. Now, this is going to be a doozy. We have seed number 1, Needs, versus Volconco.
Versus Volconco. This might be interesting, honestly. Especially because we're gonna see a double hammer matchup, if I'm correct.
Double hammer matchup. I don't know. I think these swapped, didn't they? They swapped to Jae-yun.
Question is, whoa.
I'm sorry?
Hold up a second, because we might not even see a great sword anymore.
That character's legal.
It is legal. Somehow.
Alright. Somehow.
Somehow, like, I'll be honest with you, this is worrisome.
So, knees. PR2, they have a first place, second, 3 thirds. And Bokonko, PR, well, we get.
Yeah, I mean,
But
this is the real underdog fight.
Wow. He's on the Loki. What are your thoughts on that?
Is there any thoughts, Evan?
It's Loki.
I mean, yeah, it's Lucky, and Lucky is good. And I'll be honest with you, he didn't get that nerfed, especially after his pre-patch, but still, pretty solid weapon choice, pretty solid character, pretty solid signatures in general. I just don't know if it's going to be able to adapt to what Bokonko brings to the table. Either way, there we go, Nice.
He has like 90 lock-ins for Mordex this season, and also like 70 for the boosters. So I feel like the weapon's definitely there. Down Sig's gonna connect. Oh, this is the first time I'm actually seeing Loki in tournament, and there we go, down. Yeah, down there. That one.
I would say Bokonko is keeping up a lot of damage though, and that's probably mostly thanks to Theros and his damage output, but just look at that. 3 simple hits and he's down to red.
I mean, Bokonko goes from wave god to knees, so that has to be aggravating for the amount of things we're talking about. Really, knees is just trying to put out damage. They're not finding too many high damage reads, high damage strings, but man, this scythe coming out, it does wonders.
You know, perhaps Nice doesn't have the same amount of like string potential as Wave God, but what he has is the spacing to just
Oh
get
my
oh my god.
Please calm down a little bit.
Just like I was saying, he might not have the same strings, but he sure knows how to just hit and stay back to be able to just get the health he requires. And there we go with a crazy string from Nis. Oh
Dude,
my god.
Bokonko cannot catch a break. This Loki from Knees, man. It's like rough.
It's looking very rough, and just
What is
Bokonko throws both weapons, and now they play unarmed. What is
that?
Nis doing?
Winner, whoever takes this stock wins. That's how it works.
And they're actively just going unarmed.
They're just having some fun. Bokonko is like, alright, you know what? I'm gonna lose this game, might as well have some fun.
I bet they're like, I bet you don't see this kind of stuff in NA.
No, you don't, because NA's like, I gotta win.
Alright,
He's
Nis really wants that side stick, oh my god.
they're both going for it too.
What am I even What am I even supposed to commentate here?
They're like a Ferris wheel, just going back and forth.
Delayed side stick, delayed side stick, delayed stick. Oh,
You go and swing off of me, you like really cancel. You don't jump there. What?
and Bokonko switches to Tor. Interesting switch after such a demonstration of skill in that last game.
Dude, that was so funny. Dude.
I'll be honest, I don't know about the switch to Tor, especially considering how his hammer had only 51 damage last game, and he's missing the axe.
Well, you also have to realize he didn't get anything. He didn't get anything else that game. It was very little that went on. Most of the damage was unarmed.
Well, yeah, you got a point. You got a point there.
But I mean, I think definitely a little bit of a better start here from Bokonko.
So far, just hitting those wake up stairs, but Nis spacings. Oh my god, that dare.
He was gone already. Why?
He's dead. He's already dead. Oh my god, the string potential with the guitars. Switching back to the side.
Alright, you're Blade of Grass. That's
Is there anything I can say to all this situation? The stump's there for Bokonko finally putting an end to the third stock on knees, but I mean, I don't even know what to say.
I mean, Isa's scythe is just so good. I mean, I wish Nis played more.
Okay, but look, Bokonko with the strings of Orb actually keeping up a lot of damage though.
I mean, Orb is actually like a sleeper weapon.
No, yeah, and also the matchup against Katars is a complete positive in terms of like spacing and priority. Like he can actually output better damage than Nis in this fight as long as he is able to find that spacing, but Nis doesn't give him a break.
It connects, he ends him up. Wow, Nis is actually I wouldn't say Nis is struggling against the Thor, but he's definitely doing kind of worse against this character. I mean, it could all just be the fact that they put him up.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't find Sneeze that actually like struggles. He's just like freestyling right now.
He really just like trying to find any position.
He just said, I'm gonna do my own thing, and oh boy, he's doing his own thing. Look at that.
Oh my
no way.
God. Oh my God, Nis!
We did delay down there into. Oh my God. What did he do to you?
Bro got violated.
Bro got so delayed there.
Dude,
Oh my
we gotta
God.
see that one again. We gotta see that again. Oh my God, Nis!
There was no need for that.
That was not necessary.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Okay, and now Bokonko says, you know, I'm just going back to the main character. Going back to Terrace, going back to Patrick. How would you feel if you get done like that?
I would cry. I would genuinely cry.
Like, props to
Oh my
Bokonko.
God. Nis is just going in with this Loki now. Ground pound, weapon throw up. Edge guard, ground pound, miss. No, Nis trying to get
No.
his. Bro. Nis is just toying with Bokonko now.
Nis is not even
Stick
like
down.
caring about his options or anything. He's just throwing out attacks. No care. Okay, side stick putting on an end.
Oh my God, dude. I can't get over what Nis did. That was just so rude. But right now, I mean, the Katars from Nis are starting to go off a little bit. Damage is a little bit equal. I don't know. These hammer there, the stairs, really all of them are a lot of damage. Bongo cannot find any option.
Now just imagine if this was Wave God against Nis with this pick. Oh my God!
Oh
and
my-
Gravity cancel delay Grandpa taking the kill.
Dude. This is tournament stock. Makoto, if they lose this, then they're gone.
I mean,
And
props,
Nis is still
props to
Nis is
them because
still
they're putting up a
going.
fight.
Going. Dude, Nis, you gotta slow down a little bit. Come on. Makongo is just struggling. They cannot find any opening. It's just punish after punish. This is so rough.
Honestly, like not even able to find a kill confirm. Every wake up he makes just doesn't work, and he's going back to the arm. No, no!
Oh my God, Nis!
Player 1 wins.
With the D like Gravity cancel side stick taking on the final stock and marking
Oh
the
my
end of Bokonko
goodness.
career in this tournament.
Wow.
Ay.
What do I even say about that? Dude,
Is there anything to be said?
dude. Someone needs to make sure they clip that, because oh my God. Dude,
And also that last game with a straight 600 damage from Nis, he had everything calculated.
dude, Nis actually just popped off that second game, bro. The way they were playing was so amazing. You know, I think it was
Everything from about adaptation to movement to just. I mean, there was a point where he was not even like taking into account all the options that he had available. He was just whiffing those attacks and just making up everything as a first style. Just like I said, like he was painting on a canvas and he just let it go.
Yeah, he was Jackson Pollock. He just did just whatever he wanted, and it looked good.
Amazing games from these. Moving on to loser semifinals against Blaze, and just in winners finals we have Skildra and Bamia, which are still waiting.
When you look at the matchups, Skildra and Bamia in winners final, Blaze and Knees in losers semis. That doesn't make any sense. It feels like it should be the other way around, right?
Yeah, like usually you will see Blaze and Knees in the winners finals, and it's confusing.
Yeah.
It's like, how did we end up here?
How did we get here?
Funny timeline we live in.
Yeah, I mean, but unfortunately, that's going to be it for us. We don't get to do more Brawlhalla things. However, everyone in chat gets to see a little bit more. You want to go ahead and tell them what they're going to be seeing?
Well, guys, you got coming up, if I'm correct, Skildra versus Bamia, and you got a whole loser semifinals and winner finals that seems to be packed up of energy, especially like after the game from Nice. I see a lot coming from him. But anyhow, guys, it's been once again amazing to be a part of this casting here with Flaming, and I have had a great time just like always. And oh my god, I still can't get over those Nice's game.
He's so amazing.
But
We're gonna go ahead and go to break. We're gonna go swap some casters out. We're gonna get some new talent in here, and yeah, make sure you're ready for what's gonna happen. Make sure you use the restroom. Make sure you get prepared.
Here, you guys.
So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if you're living at the weekend. I ain't barely sleeping now. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah. I
Welcome back, everyone, to Bearded Brawls. We're back here again. It's the Arctic Rumble EU 1v1 portion. My name is Captain Legend. You can just call me Cap. And I'm joined here by someone that I've been looking forward to casting for such a long time. Eagle Addy. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Like, we got some exciting matches here ready for today. And recently I've only been casting the first half of Clip 8, so it's a blast for me to be able to cast a Grand Finals here again today.
Awesome, man. Yeah, and like you just said, Grand Finals, I mean, all of top 4 is looking absolutely stacked here today. In Winners Final, we are going to be seeing none other than Skeldra taking on Bamia, which these two have had some insane runs. In Winners Semifinal, Skeldra managed to beat out Knees 3-1, and Bamia would do a 3-0 win over Aquino. So insane stuff. But before then, or rather after that, we're going to see the loser semifinals. Blaze taking on Knees, which is like, it almost seems like a reverse of what you would think would be winners finals and elimination side, because everyone just knows of Blaze and Knees. But nope, instead we have Skeldra, we have Bamia, and we're ready.
Yes, sir. I mean, Bamia is a player that I'm used to seeing a lot, as I do queue into him very often and I watch my clan mates play against him very often. But I do not know how he matches up into Skeldra. You know, both these guys have hundreds, maybe thousands of ranked games every season, but how does that translate to tournament? I am not sure.
Exactly. Skeldra has been popping off with that greatsword throughout these last couple months. At BCX, was able to make a mark. I don't believe Bamia was able to make it to BCX, but like you said, queuing that ranked, still in the community tournaments, that is how you stay active in here in the competitive space for Brawlhalla. And of course, these two are so familiar with that. I'm excited to see what's going on. You know, Skeldra's got that Jaehyun in, Bamia's got that Zol in. I don't know Bamia's experience with Zol. Can you tell me a little bit about Bamia, Eagle? I would like to know.
Well, Bamia has played a very high diversity of characters, and as far as I'm concerned, you know, he can play basically anything, but I do know him as mostly a Gauntlets player, so I do not know where the Zol is coming from, but I have seen him mainly on like characters like Cross or Wushang, and you know, occasionally on the Olgrim and 2v2, as that was a good pick. But the Zol kind of plays into that, I guess. As soon as you pick up Cannon, you definitely see the strength of it, but it's very hard. It's a very big difference if you're playing it in 2v2 or in 1v1. So I'm kind of curious to see how he will execute the Cannon here in once, or if he will prime the Axe.
That's honestly a really good point, because Cannon is in a very strange spot, definitely in the meta, and Axe, we've been hearing, you know, with this patch, or this balance patch that's been going on, you know, a lot of interesting things. But regardless, we're here. Game 1 of Winners Final. Skeldra taking on Bamia. We're going to be here on Demon Island, and we're going to see a little bit of a struggle for neutral. Skeldra looking to use that sword to full potential, getting that dealer recovery, continuing to push Bamia's health even more.
You know, what I'm seeing here from Skeldra right now is he is going in quite a lot. Maybe lately, Skeldra has been very active on Twitch himself, as he was doing speedruns to Diamonds to beat Friday's oldest record. And maybe him playing that fast has affected his usual performance as well, and we're going to have a fast set here today, potentially.
Bamia looking to add up that damage result, just like you're saying, that jump in Sarah is going to do it. Just like that, Skeldra's going to come back in, and we're going to see actually the Cannon being chosen over the Axe for Bamia. A delay recovery, looking to grab the Grey Sword. What Skeldra has visibly shown is more comfortable with on this Jaehyun pick. Looked for that sidelight jump rate, but nothing yet.
Yes, sir. Looking like a pretty even game right now, as Bamia is only slightly ahead, priming the Cannon to get a quick damage lead onto Skeldra, but does not quite work out, as Skeldra gets a beautiful downlet recovery to finish off there. Now priming his Greatsword to keep that going, and I'm looking at his Greatsword skin right now, and that is looking nice. It's from Arcadia, isn't it?
It sure is. I believe Briar Rose.
Yeah, beautiful skin. What I run on it as well, personally. But going into this, Bamia definitely is holding onto that Axe now. looking to play some neutral with Skeldra, really looking like he is going for those punishes, as he's kind of playing footsies with Skeldra right now to not get caught up in the greatsword strings. Almost gets into them right there, but he uses the off day to his full potential to play around the greatsword.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, Adi, it just being such a close game, both are on 2-stock red. Bami able to get that D-Light Nair, great knockout confirm that you're able to use on cannon. Skeldra wants that D-Light recovery, able to get that GC, and Bamia looks for that whiff punish, able to get it, racking up all this damage with Axe. Skeldra is basically in red now.
Ooh, very hard game for Skeldra to come back from, as he's almost a full stock, or is a full stock behind Bamia right now. He needs a quick finish here and then some great sword mania, see, as he gets the dodge read and finishes off Bamia's second stock. Now he's gonna hold on to that great sword. He's gonna look for that dodge read and try to get this out of Bamia's grasp. But it's gonna be a rough one as the Cider lands and finishes him off, moving it into game 2 with a 1-0 for Bamia.
Oh man, amazing stuff that we saw. It was close down to the wire, honestly. But I'm able to close it out. Having that health advantage for so long definitely helps out. Skeldra staying on the Jaehyun, but getting a little bit of a skin swap. Maybe helping out the mental a little bit, just wanting to switch it out. As actually going to also ban Demon Island. So we're going to either Brawl, Miami, or Western. It's looking like Miami Dome, Addy. What do you think about that pick?
Miami Dome is one of the, in my opinion, better maps currently, as it did move onwards from the previous tournament pool. And obviously, BMG definitely puts some thought into their map pool selection, as I would like to think. Though I am not a fan of the newer maps they added in. The ones that they moved on from the previous tournament pool is definitely well thought out, and I can definitely see why they would go to this map. But the one issue I see here is Zol and the small kill walls that Miami Dome has. One side sig will probably finish off Skeldra and Orange. I don't know if he is aware of that or if he's going into this with his own plans. You know, Greatsword also knocking out horizontally very often.
Definitely. A little bit of neutral Stroga here. Bamia looking for those dares. Sidelight Nair into another Nair is going to continue racking up damage on Skeldra. But, I don't know. Oh, that side sig, a great call up from Bamia. We're going to see, and then a follow-up there. So confident with these option choices, not whiffing too much. Bamia, definitely an impressive start here, Adi.
For sure. Bamia has really been in control of this set here so far, as he's just playing a lot of footsies, playing around Skeldra, not letting Skeldra get into the flow of things too much, as he's very well aware that once Skeldra gets going, once Skeldra gets control of the map with that great sort of this, it's very hard to get the momentum back. So right now he's playing footsies, trying not to get hit as much as possible to not get Skeldra going, but he spotted this again, Skeldra not able to catch him this time, and now Skeldra kind of getting into flow of things, keeping this greatsword in hand, and really looking for those dodges as he's landing the side lights and end lights right here. Now, I was looking at Bamia's recent tournament placements here for a while on the Pro Stats page, and recently he's been doing really well in recent community tournaments, placing roughly around top 8, and the Galaxy Cup recently placing 2nd there. And in the recent Autumn Champs, he placed 25th, with comparably to the Summer Champs before that, where he placed 9th. It's a bit of a drop-off, but definitely still very impressive placements. But that does show a bit of inconsistency, which hopefully we will not be able to see later on in the set. I would love to see the consistent and well-doing Bamia right here.
Yeah, this Zol, I mean, right here, right now, has been nothing but impressive. But Skeldra looking to take back, maybe even get a lead up in this match. The Nair's weapon throw from Bamia is going to get rid of the cannon. Skeldra going to throw the weight greatsword. Look for the GC end light, but instead the Nair's going to finish off. Skeldra now has the stock advantage, but for how long, we're going to have to see. Bamia looked for that crazy unarmed side sig, maybe anything, but that recovery on Axe is going to do just that. It's one stock apiece, YL.
I'm liking what I'm seeing here, as both these players are so even and really both have their own game plans to counter each other going into this. And it really shows how strategy can change everything about a game, as Bamia gets the 3-hit piece there on Axe and keeps it going. Massive damage build-up right here as he is almost knocking Skeldra into the red while barely being touched himself. Now looking almost for a finisher there, going for that side stick we talked about earlier. And now Skeldra making a slight comeback here as he's looking for the dodge read and not quite able to execute it on the second one. Now having Bamia almost an orange, but still in a very rough knockup potential here, as Bamia only needs one more hit here to get Skeldra into game 3, not able to connect the sider. Skeldra now playing really difficult footsie, but the side stick does it, sending up very vertically there actually.
No way.
But,
yeah, able to actually get through that spot dodge. The frames remained and able to pull off that side stick. Of course, the force is all going to just knock him into the hemisphere. Okay, well, a 2-0 start from Bamia was, I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily say unexpected, but hey, it's welcomed here because it's making Skeldra pick Magyar instead of Jenyon, still on that greatsword, looking for an option. I feel as if Bamia has been able to essentially just like counter Skeldra's greatsword. He has not been able to pull off anything that he would typically want to, and I feel as if the overextending has been completely controlled by Bamia. There's been no sign of it. We're gonna be here, game 3 on Small Brawl Haven. Eddie, how can Skeldra turn this around?
you know, Small Brawl Haven might be a pick. As soon as he connects anything on Greatsword, as soon as he gets into his gameplay flow, there's gonna be some stocks flying very quickly here as he almost gets that dodge read but messes up the input slightly. Going for exactly that dodge, but now we're landing a side stick here onto Bamia. Definitely a good start. Previously, he was struggling a lot more at the start of the game while Bamia was pulling ahead heavily. Now he's looking to be a bit more in control. Maybe that extra confident of the extra defense against that Zol is enabling him to play a bit more confident into his gameplay here.
Yeah, definitely could be. I mean, seeing that first game on Demon Island go so, granted it being incredibly even, but still going the way of Bamia, must have been a little bit of just like a mental breaker for Skeldra, because, you know, you don't want platformers when you're playing Greatsword most of the time, and, you know, losing on Demons definitely not the way to go. But here on Small Brawl Haven, trying to make a difference, looking for that Stomp Sair, is going to hit it. Bamia is going to go on the left side. It's now practically even, and we're going to prep that Greatsword for skill.
You know, definitely looking more even than the previous games here, but both these players are holding very dangerous weapons here. There's both a cannon and a greatsword. Only need one dodge to turn the game around, and that is what both players are looking here for right now, as they're only going for the moves that practically set up those big strings for you. Now Skeldra only going for a few juggles here and going back to that string game, trying to catch the dodge, but neither are really working out the dodges too much, as Skeldra almost catches them there, but he's really getting up there in the damage right now. Skeldra has no answer for the impressive greatsword that Skeldra is showing right now. Now Skeldra on the hammer, Bamia playing a bit of a hit and go game here, now almost finishing off there with the armor and light almost being enough to take a second stock. Bamia still holding on, building up some damage here. Impressive and light weapon throw, almost keeps it going with a sight light, but Skeldra is not letting him hit any further moves.
Bamia's been able to play against his greatsword so well, but Skeldra's been able to adapt so well. Bamia's being so scarce with those dodges. Skeldra able to get that recovery on greatsword. Great advantage for him this late into the game. Bamia definitely needs to adapt to what Skeldra's doing now. Able to get that end save. So much damage.
Skeldra really popping off here on the greatsword, and with Bamia not having connected a move in quite a while. That Caster's curse comes in, and that 3-move piece, that 3-hit piece there was enough for him to take the stock away in orange on a high defense character like Magyar. But we are on Small Brawl Haven, and this map is not fully makes it so they're not fully countable out yet. I'm having struggles with English today. Excuse me a bit.
It's okay. Bamia is not letting this match slip by that easily for Skeld. Definitely gonna have to work for it. Looking to drop down, look for that dare. Skeldra gonna weapon throw, maybe, yep, looking for that stomp. And light on Bamia's side is gonna send Skeld all the way over. Look for that greatsword. Nair's not gonna connect. Oh, side light into end light. Oh my lord. The end light finisher is gonna do it. Beautiful, beautiful adaptation from Skeldra. It's now 1-2.
it is now 1-2. Skeldra bringing this to game 4, and I'm seeing a very big character switch from Bamia here. Maybe the cannon wasn't doing as much work for him as he would have liked to, and now he's switching to the Taros, which I have seen a lot here today in this tournament.
That's true. That's
But-
very true. A lot of Patrick. Oh man.
Yes, sir. But unlike the other players, he's not on the Patrick. He's on the good old Roman Reigns that we
The
are
classic.
so used to seeing. The classic, indeed.
1,
Bringing it back.
Ooh.
And now, maybe that was a better answer for Spamia here, as the cannon wasn't doing too much and the axe was doing really well. So maybe he's looking for a different secondary weapon here to match up into Skeldra. But is the hammer the answer to play into that great sort of this? We will see that in a few seconds.
We were mentioning that new map pool here earlier. We're seeing good old Mishima Dojo, a part of that new map pool. Definitely an interesting pick. However, we're going to see what's going on. Bami looking for that pressure. Sweat drops on the Skeldra. Going to look for that recovery and hit it just like that. Going to throw away hammer for axe. Great start for Bamia. Little to no damage, maybe 20 or 30, and Skeldra is already down to stock. This is looking great.
This is looking incredibly good for my man. He's in very much control of the game here right now as he just keeps that axe in hand and keeps Skeldra away from any type of weapon here. Getting the damage up. Now a full stock ahead. Looking to keep Skeldra off the weapon, but now Skeldra picking up the great sword. Dodge reading immediately. Getting Bamia up there in the damage now as well, and he keeps it going. Skeldra is in so much control as soon as he has that great sword going. That neutral is owned to perfection whenever Skeldra is holding this great sword of his. Looking to build some more damage here before he goes down into a second stock. Bamia doing a great job to keep Skeldra off the weapon once again. Building up some damage. Now Skeldra in the orange. Now, if this was any other character, I would say this is knockout percentage for Taros, but he is on Magyar and he will keep holding on as Bamia goes down to a second stock.
Yeah, Skeldra trying to take this game back in any way possible. That's Stomp Sarin Hammer. A reliable option that Magyar, of course, does have with the secondary weapon, but still on the Greatsword, Skeldra having so much reliance on it. But these platforms just allow these two to move around so much, especially Bamia, away from those Greatsword strings. Still playing so well. Sayer's going to send Skeldra all the way on the right. No more Greatsword, only hammer, and the stomp. Sayer's going to do it. It's last stock for Skeldra. They need to take this game to bring this to Game 5, or they're not going to be on winner's side anymore, Eddie.
I'm not going to be on winner's side indeed, but Skeldra definitely has something cooking up as he goes for a very ambitious Greatsword play there with that ground pound. Now, Bamia, almost a full stock ahead, really looking to extend this lead here, keeping that axe at hand that's been working so well for him here, and probably what we're going to keep seeing from him for the rest of this tournament. Skeldra really is struggling right now to connect that initial neutral approach. He's really got a bit of a download over the past few games on Bamia's dodge habits, but that is of no importance to you as long as you don't get a situation where you can use those dodge patterns to your opportunity. But now, sending him down to the last stock, this is possible for Skeldra to do.
So possible.
He has the dodge patterns of Bamia down quite a bit
Okay.
as he goes for the big dodge read. They're almost evening out the game, almost sending Bamia into orange. One good string on the Greatsword is all it takes here to take the game away from Bamia. Can he do it? Connecting great recovery here. Almost looking for those whooshes, for those recoveries. Connecting another one, getting the damage up there. Just continuously juggling
Getting a
Bamia.
lead now, no way. Oh my lord, oh look for that dodge in read. Gonna get a stomp there on Bamia's side. They're basically even. No more recovery for Skeldra. Had to use that dodge, got through. Needs this game. Has been getting so much damage, and Bamia has been in advantage state for so long. Now is disarmed. What can he do? Has the Greatsword. Gets down air and nair. Not enough on this map. Endline to Endlight's gonna win.
Oh my
And
god!
Bamia able to get the excuse me, the nair on hammer. That was down to the wire and then some. Oh my lord, Eddie.
That was so close. Skeldra did such a great job there of making the comeback. Just utilizing those juggles on Greatsword to keep Bamia off the ground, to keep him out of the neutral that he's been playing so comfortably so far, to get that damage lead back from him. But at the end, Bamia, all he had to do was land one good move to knock Skeldra out, and that was what he did, sending it to a 3-1 score there for Bamia. But
yeah, amazing stuff from Bamia. I gotta say, like,
you know,
just go ahead.
Yeah, you know, this puts Bamia into grand finals, but this won't be
It
the
sure
last that we
does.
see of Skeldra, as he's now waiting on losers finals to fight the winner of the next set that we're gonna be seeing. And Captain, fill me in on the players that we have in the next set.
Yeah, I mean, Adi, you're so right, because that was only winner's final. We're going down to the elimination side of the bracket. Of course, here, you know, Brawl competitive scene, it is a double elimination bracket, which means you gotta lose twice to actually be eliminated. Skeldra just lost their first match. They're gonna go down, and of course, this matchup coming up, two absolute goats of the EU Brawl scene. We have Blaze on that Hattori's, the Zuko crossover, or rather the other way around. And then we have Knees on that Loki, who has been absolutely cooking. I mean, the last match that they had to do, the losers quarterfinal, to get into elimination semis against Bokonko was quite possibly one of the most interesting matches I've seen, but it also showed how dominant Knees can be when he wants to. And one last thing, like Blaze 3-0'd Moonir. Moonir being one of the literal upstarts here in the EU scene, who has been winning community tournaments like it's nothing. And this is no shade to Blaze, but has not been seen as a ones player for a while, up until BCX getting into top 8, and is now just going into, you know, here at Bearded Brawls and getting into top 4 just like this. Addy, I am so invested in this match, and we're starting up right here, right now. Game 1, we got Knees taking on Blaze.
Yes, sir. I mean, Nice being one of the best players in 1v1 in Europe, but so is Blaze. And as you said, but before BCX, he was not seen as much of a ones player, but he did win quite a few community tournaments right before BCX. But maybe that wasn't enough, as he's facing off against Nice's Loki right now. And this is really the first proper time we see Loki be utilized in tournament, as Loki recently received his balance patch, his little bit of a nerf on the Loki side stick.
Right.
On Scythe and the down stick on guitars, being his first balance patch ever since release, and it is looking like Nice knew exactly what to do with that balance patch, as he's now playing the character now that it's tournament legal.
Yeah, I was just about to comment on that. I mean, Loki being tournament legal is scary in its own right, and I feel as if Knees being on Loki just makes it 10 times even more. But Blaze able to get that Sarah on sword. Knees has been able to take a lot of control out of this match, but Blaze wants to take it back. Able to get the spear, get a Sarah off. The Knees right back on that scythe, looking so dominant.
Yes, sir. Now, Nice was in the flow, in control of the game early on, but Blaze is really a consistent player that as soon as you give him stage control, he will not give it back to you, as he goes and very ambitiously there to knock out Nice, connecting the ground pound there. Sadly, not getting the recovery and not the side air, but almost getting punished.
Beautiful.
Now sending him out with that side stick. And if you play a lot of Hattori, you know, one of the struggles that Hattori has is getting a knockout, as long as you don't land a stick. And that side stick on Spear is one of the most consistent knockout options you can utilize on Hattori's kit. And Blaze is oh so good at doing so. Getting a dodge read right here.
He's not able to do anything right now, Addy. What is going on? The double N-Light, triple N-Light, into the double D-Light Sarah. Blaze commanded that match after he gave Knees maybe a little bit of the spotlight. Oh my lord, this is what I'm talking about, Addy.
Indeed. When I said Blaze is one of the most consistent players, and as soon as you give him stage control, he's going to keep it, I meant that.
Yeah, you really did. I mean, I won't discredit Blaze anymore. I mean, you must have heard me a couple of times talking about not, you know, and it's not even that he isn't that much of a ones player. I know he's a ones player. It's just that him in twos with Acno specifically has shined so much more. But I want to say he thinks it's time for this incredible ones run. We're into game 2 on Western Air Temple. Knees, I don't think Knees really cares for what happened that last match, so it's going to be a little bit different pace, but let's see how they can adapt. Both in yellow health, first stock, both having weapons. Blaze has really been loving that spear, and showed a lot of control last match with it.
Yes, sir, and what I'm thinking right now is Blaze and Godly said they were going to team for the next year, right? Or for the next tournament, at least. And maybe, Godly being the best 1v1 player that we have in Europe, maybe he's giving some notes to Blaze to work out that 1v1, but now Nice is looking like he does not care, as he's one of the top competitors as well, taking a strong lead in Game 2 once again.
That's an incredible point that you actually bring up. I mean, I'm sure Blaze is definitely getting that Godly treatment of like, hey man, you gotta improve in all game modes. But regardless, we're seeing that pay off. But Knees creeping into red, still technically orange. Looking to just build up to this lead against Blaze at D-Light, looking for any follow-up. Looking a lot more comfortable on the scythe. Side C's gonna whiff more punishes from Knees.
Certainly, Blaze are really getting up there in the damage right now, while Blaze is just looking to finish off that first stock. Still not able to do it with that downlight recovery. Now a second one will do it, almost on the barbecue color right there for Nice. As I've said earlier, Hattori is one of those characters that is amazing for damage buildup, but struggles a bit at finishing off stocks if you don't land a big string or a signature. And that was exactly what happened to Blaze there. Bessie struggled oh so much to get that knockout, which is not possible to get early unless you get what I just mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, Blaze most likely, I mean, has been choosing Spear over all else, but definitely has the capability to utilize that sword. You know, the D-Light recovery helps out a ton. Side C's gonna whiff. Blaze just getting into even more damage, but utilizing that D-Light Sair, and another Sair to get rid of that recovery. Knees is gone, but Blaze is looking mighty unhealthy.
Man, you gotta love seeing it whenever a top player just pops into that zone a bit and just perfectly spaces every attack they do, every punish, every attack, just completely reading the movement of their opponent, just even for a second. That's all it takes when you're having a top player face someone.
Mm-hmm.
And what Blaze did there, me as a spearman myself, I love what I saw. But now Nice definitely has an answer in his pocket as well, as he's now sending Blaze into the orange already on the last stock when he was just behind a few seconds ago.
Ooh. Double end light from Blaze, trying to keep Knees away, trying to keep that advantage state on the ground. Knees wanting to take Blaze away. These double end lights are doing some hurt. Both incredibly damaged. Side sig on Spear. Just not enough. Look for that GC line to recovery or Sair. Knees with a breakdance actually gonna hit. Looking for the Sair on Scythe maybe, but no. Blaze with the dare, and that's gonna be it. Doesn't want to overextend and give Knees any more options. Great stuff from Blaze. Oh my lord. He has the advantage over Knees. It's 2-0.
I am so surprised he didn't get knocked out by that breakdance off the edge there and made it back, because Nice, it looked like he had a very good knockout opportunity on Blaze there at the last, but kind of messed up the spacing or movement there. I don't know which of the two, and got sidearced by Blaze to put Blaze in the situation to win it, which Nice did over 600 damage that game, which Blaze also almost did 600. Now, going into this game 3, we might be looking at another high damage game as we're heading back to the same map, I believe, and a character switch from Nice to mirror match on the Hattori.
Yeah, a mirror match is crazy, but I don't put it past Nice. Nice has a lot of confidence, and this mirror match is looking to be something spectacular. Blaze wanting to keep that consistent damage on sword, not letting Nice get an advantage state too much. But a lot of whiffing there. A Sair being pulled off by Knees. Another dare. Oh, NSIG attempt. Definitely a valid one, but Blaze able to punish 3 nairs in a row. So much damage buildup. And the GC Light recovery is going to take out just like that.
Man, Blaze is so clean, but I also like what I'm seeing here from Knees' Hattori here so far, as he really had a strong start again. And I would like to point out that Nice has taken a strong lead at the start of every single game here so far, and then Blaze took it back from Nice.
Right. I remember that first game specifically where, after like the first stock of Blaze going down, he practically didn't get hit at all on the second stock after reaching orange. But definitely a different pace here. Both second stock around yellow health. Blaze trying to creep into that orange. Knees has just been trying to get a lot of chip. Both of these players doing the same. That's why it's just keeping so even.
A lot of sidelights going on here, which sadly this move has been nerfed recently, so it is a bit inconsistent now, because if you dash into the sidelight now, the downlight afterwards can potentially be jumpable. It's not 100%, and it's a bit inconsistent, but it is possible to jump out of the sidelight downlight now on some occasions, which I have not figured out when exactly, but it is there.
Yeah, Spear definitely taking a lot of damage in this patch. A crazy GCD sig looking for that read, and he's unable to hit anything. A great end sig on the sword from Blaze is going to do it. Racking up great damage, getting these already in the yellow, not able to get this weapon starving. Blaze is looking for this 3-0, Eddie.
He is indeed, as he's now pulling further and further ahead across Nice. Now, Nice getting up there in the damage. Tried getting an edge guard there on Blaze, but not quite able to confirm it. Down air Cider not working out for him, as Blaze is still looking at this point to potentially get a knockout here, really keeping him away from him with those Ciders and light Cider.
Okay. Wow.
Weapon throw does it. Sends him down to the last knock. This is tournament stock here for Nice. This is the decider
elimination
does
side.
Blaze move on to losers finals or not. Nice needs a shot here.
Oh, Sarah from Blaze gonna send these all the way to the left, looking for that ground pound, but the recovery's gonna take priority. Needs this game. Side sig is gonna go past, and the recovery is going to take it home for Blaze. Another 3-0 for the man, the myth, the legend. Oh my lord, Ed. What are your thoughts?
Man, I love what I'm seeing here from Blaze right now. He is so clean on the adaptation every single game. Nice just comes in with such a strong start because Nice is such an aggressive player. He always comes in and just blasts at you. And then Blaze every single time comes back from that massive lead that Nice has at the start, adapts to it, perfectly spaces his attacks, has a great game plan, keeps advantage state, keeps the neutral going, and just makes it so hard for you to take control of the game. But once again, I'm seeing here almost 600 damage on this game once again. Very, very high damaging games, even though we are on maps like Western Air Temple, where the kill boxes are very small. So maybe that will be a struggle for Blaze heading into this next game, where he will be facing Skeldra and losers finals. And Skeldra is very, very good at getting quick knockouts.
Yes, it's going to be an insane time. I mean, we have a Skeldra now going down from winners into the elimination side, and I mean, Skeldra may have done that, and Blaze may be on elimination, or may have come up from elimination side, but he's almost looking like a favorite right now. However, we're going to take just a short break before we get into the eliminations final to determine who's going into grand finals, Addy. I'm so excited, but just a little bit longer. We're going to wait. We're going to go right to break. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here, and it's time. It's time, Addy. We have Elimination Final set up. Blaze, Skeldra, going at it. Blaze, just getting a 3-0 off of knees. And PR2 in the EU region right now. Addy, well, can we even predict what's about to happen?
I think we can, because I'm thinking of three possibilities here. Either Blaze keeps up his amazing spacing and just keeps Skeldra out of his game plan entirely. Second possibility is Skeldra picks up Greatsword and Blaze doesn't know what to do. Third possibility, we're gonna look at a long one here. Both players just keep playing amazing and keeping each other from ending the game early.
I could definitely see any of those, honestly. And with the way these two are playing and how far they've come, I mean, they're in the top 3. They're getting some pretty good earnings from this tournament. Of course, the Bearded Brawls Arctic Rumble $1,000 tourney. Here we go. We just got out of map banning. We've chosen our legends. Blaze sticking on that Zuko, the Atori crossover, and of course Skeldra seeing on the GS, specifically Jae Young. And we're going to start off here on Fortress Alliance. First game of Elimination Final. Here we go. Blaze able to win the 50-50 with Skeldra getting the end light and able to grab Greatsword.
Yes, sir. And I'm seeing an immediate Jae-yoon here from Skeldra, which he tends to often mess around a little bit with the first few games to feel out there his opponents with like a Meikyo or a Meiko very often, but can switch this Jae-yoon if those don't work out. But with Blaze, he knew he immediately had to bring his A game and just kept it going with the Jae-yoon that we saw just a few games ago.
No, I agree completely. Needing to bring the A game. That end stage is going to take Blaze all the way to the top. However, Fortress not going to be too favorable of the ceiling. That side stage just barely on the off the side of the stage, able to get that aerial variation. Reverse Sair is going to send Blaze all the way to left side. Weapon throw is not going to connect. Side light continuing to push. What will Skeldra look for? Recovery's not able to hit. Oh, Nair.
Ooh, almost does it. Very high damage game here already, as Skeldra now finishing off with a sword and light. Blaze was on barbecue health right there, but Skeldra is also in the red, and if he lands a good signature here, Blaze can knock out Skeldra in one move, but Skeldra has other plans as he keeps the juggler up high with Blaze wake up ground pounding there. Still not able to finish him off. Now down airing and looking to get a knockout move here, but Skeldra's just not letting him do it as he finally lands the down line recovery. Skeldra's looking like he has a lot of control over the game right now with his greatsword.
Definitely. Blaze into that orange health. Skeldra wants to continue this lead. Does not want to give Blaze any breathing room, because any other time Blaze has gotten just that, been able to change it up and get an advantage over his opponents. But that D-Light recovery gonna disarm Blaze. Blaze able to get a D-Light ground pound, no fear in their eyes.
Sir, and Blaze is still looking to take over control over this game as he's just bringing it back to the neutral and tries to keep Skeldra in a disadvantaged state here. Now Skeldra finally off that greatsword. This is exactly what Blaze was looking for. Sends him off stage. A very ambitious down sig, and Skeldra on the beautiful punish, knowing exactly when to move in there and what he can do with that frame data. Might be the first time I've seen a Katori down sig punish that way. Just walk in unarmed neutral sig.
Yeah, definitely risky. I mean, just so many frames you can get caught in. Blaze able to get that GC delay recovery, barely not enough to take out Skeld. Gonna dodge down, able to get that end light. Maybe look for a Sair, is gonna fall back into it, making this a practically an even game. And Blaze is gonna want that spear actually for this situation. Skeldra, of course, priming that Grey Sword, has it in hands, wants those reads. Blaze has to be extra careful with those dodges, has to utilize that platform here on Fortress.
Sir, now Blaze looking like he's struggling a bit at adapting with that greatsword as Skeldra just hit the same moves 3 times in a row. Now Blaze finally sending him in a bit of a disadvantage state here, landing that side sig, disarming Skeldra, keeping away from that weapon. Tries weapon starting a little bit there, but he failed sadly with the missing the weapon throw. Now Skeldra getting onto that greatsword. Very ambitious looking situation here for Blaze as Skeldra is on his favorable weapon, now looking to get a knockout. But as it is greatsword, he needs either a signature or a quick string here to finish up Blaze. This is exactly what Blaze is trying to play into as he goes for the sideline read.
Oh my
It's
lord.
connected. Very high damage game here right
What's
now.
gonna
as
happen?
both players are looking for a finish.
Oh, GCD light, side sig, but nothing's able to connect. But that GC whip is gonna allow for a D-light recovery. Blaze picks up first game.
Are you seeing these damage numbers?
I'm seeing it. Oh my lord, over 600 damage. Both of these players going ham and just not letting up. Not that gas pedal, it's always on the floor. And that's what we like to see here. One of these players will be making it to grand finals, and at this rate, I have absolutely no idea. But Blaze managing to get that first game, that is the momentum he wants going further into this set.
You know, very interestingly enough, Skeldra was in the lead for the entirety of that game, and only
Right.
towards the end did Blaze finally overtake him. So maybe that
It's
was
that breathing
either,
room.
you know, Skeldra messing up, or Blaze was finally adapting to what Skeldra was doing a little bit towards the end, and that was enough for him to take it back. But now we're on Small Brawl Haven. Maybe both these players said, you know, I almost did 700 damage. Let's make these games a little bit quicker. Let's go over to Small Brawl Haven and see what happens.
Maybe to comment on your point about, you know, maybe Skeldra messing up or Blaze adapting. I want to say it's almost a little bit of both. And also to add on to that, just the advantage Blaze has in terms of experience. Being in those last five situations in tournaments, and I mean, how many grand finals has Blaze been in with that situation? It's insane. So definitely gotta give the credit where it's due. But Skeldra has been taking complete control of this game for the most part. Blaze getting spear, looking to get a little bit of damage, going to do it, that recovery, falling there. But Skeldra able to read that, get the end light finisher on Greysword.
I might steal what Blaze just did though. That beautiful movement of faking out that he's gonna keep going after the nair to get another nair or recovery. Baiting out a down air from Skeldra and then keeping it going with the nair chase dodge nair. That was beautiful stuff.
Tracking by Skeldra.
Skeldra is doing an amazing job of just keeping Blaze off the ground, building up that damage as he now continuously juggles Blaze. Blaze finally able to avoid that juggle and get onto the ground. Now trying to keep Skeldra off a weapon, not quite able to do so, as he is now looking for a knockout opportunity here to potentially bring Skeldra down to 2 stocks as well. Looking very ambitious, but he does land the GC downlight, but drops the true combo. This could have been Skeldra on his second stock, but maybe that was all planned, as now Skeldra has the sword up next, and that is exactly what Blaze wants going into a new stock situation for Skeldra. Keep him off that great sword, and that is the perfect situation for Blaze here.
Blaze continuing to worsen with his health situation, Addy. I mean, Skeldra's looking that much more dominant, wanting to turn around this set, make it 1-1. That Greysword's looking to do exactly that. But Blaze moving around it like he does. Recovery's gonna whiff. Blaze wants to punish that with nairs. Able to do so. Oh, Blaze had to be so careful approaching, but Skeldra understanding that down to a T, able to get that D-Sig. Beautiful stuff.
Bit of a damage catch-up here from Blaze. He's been slowly creeping up to Skeldra here. Now, looking pretty rough as Skeldra shows us what Greatsword can do off stage. Now keeping it going. He's on the sword now. Pretty much just looking to finish off this game too and bring it to a 1-1 with Blaze looking very good there on the ground pound. GC down 6. Finishing off Skeldra, sending him to his last stock. And it is looking very, very strong right now for Skeldra lead-wise, but this is still winnable for Blaze.
It is definitely looking winnable for Blaze. I mean, has been in this situation. That first game, Skeldra was in the lead for practically the entire time, and Blaze was able to bring it back. It's looking a lot more desperate now, but that dealer recovery into Sarah is going to help. GC Sidelight is going to do even more. The Skeldra on the sword as well, going to throw it, disarm themselves. Okay, able to get this Grey Sword recovery on Small Brawl is going to do just that. Skeldra turning around momentum just like that, Addy.
And a little bird just whispered to me, that I should take a quick look at the bracket, and what I see there is something very interesting towards this game as we are entering game 3 now with the score being 1-1. Right before top 8, Skeldra was actually the reason why Blaze is in the loser side of things now. Sending him down there at 9th with a 3-1.
Man, yeah, that is true. So the run back is going on right now, and we're seeing some competition, Addy. These two going at it. We're gonna be here on game 3, like you said, switching it up, going over to Western Air. Interesting map. I mean, I feel as if favors Blaze a bit more than Skeldra. Really only factoring in that Greysword does not perform well with these with the ceiling, wall, or platforms. But let's see what we can do. Skeldra's just popping off just like that. Able to get those side light, D light, side light, end light reads, but not able to get any finishers as of right now.
Yes, sir. And I am looking at pro stats right now, which this page is just amazing. If you want any news about players, I'm looking at the matchup between Skeldra and Blaze. They have played a total of 4 sets against each other, which one off Skeldra won with making it 2 today. They're playing their 6th set ever against each other, which 2 were in this tournament. It is very interesting that even though the sets look very much in Blaze's favor, that the game score-wise, Skeldra has won a total of 5 games, with Blaze winning a total of 8 games. So considering that he won 3 sets and Skeldra won 1, exactly 1 game at a time. This was probably a game 5 every single time, and maybe we will be looking at another one here today.
Yeah, so I mean, just showing that these two are that evenly matched in the set. Now, mind you, this is a elimination finals. It's the last stop for one of these players, and the other player is going to go over to grand finals. Skeldra's looking to stop Blaze's run just like that. However, the Dare unable to connect, and there's going to interrupt. Great stuff from Blaze, managing to stay on, but maybe overcommitment, not helping out. Skeldra looking for the satellite D-lane to finish her, but the N6 is going to be just enough. Western Air helping out right there. A little bit of a smaller ceiling than most maps. Great stuff. Skeldra has this momentum, wants to keep it, but will Blaze allow it? We're going to have to watch and see.
Skeldra really showing us right now why he is PR7 and Blaze is PR8 right now. As that one PR spot definitely matters, as you can see here, even though they're fairly even. Skeldra really showing us how he can pull ahead of time using those crazy signatures. Now Blaze sending Skeldra down to his last stock as well. Slight damage lead, almost at the point where you can say that the game is even, as Blaze is now in control of the weapons, but Skeldra playing beautiful footsies, trying to move around and keep himself from getting damaged too much. Blaze playing a very good and calm, neutral game here, trying to keep Skeldra in the disadvantage state, doing a great job of it so far. But Skeldra, if you're talking about Skeldra, we always think about Greatsword, but I've really liked what I'm seeing from him here over the past year, where he's really been improving on his secondary weapons as well.
Most definitely. It is down to last stock. Blaze trying to make Skeldra creep into the health percentage that Blaze is in, with Skeldra just wanting to end this game. Able to get a beautiful string, gonna end on that side light as a finisher. That's 2-1 for Skeldra. It can end at any moment, and that proved it right then and there. Skeldra, he wants to prove, not only that PR slot, but also the set history. Wants to change that up a little bit. And not only that, but like I was saying, getting into grand finals, having a chance to get in that first spot place is what you want. And I think Blaze is feeling it right now. A legend swap. Addy, what do you feel about this?
Blaze probably was looking at how these games were going and did think to himself, the neutral is looking good, but I'm missing a little something here. And maybe it is that shock factor of going away from all the weapons that I currently have and going to a high force character where I can end those stocks quickly, just like Skeldra has been doing to me so far, and I need that high knockup potential. And Blaze is a player we have seen on Axe a lot. Ulgrim, Bryn, Zol, which we have here, he has
That's true,
played it
that's
all,
true.
and it may not work out as well as he intended, as Skeldra just
no.
pops off there with the incredible string there. And, you know, that I've rarely ever seen that greatsword string there at the edge utilize that top play.
Yeah, Skelliger would be just about the only one you'd see doing that. I've seen it used by him specifically multiple times, and I'm always very impressed by just the absolute knowledge that Skelliger has on a GS and its kit. Blaze is really trying to find something here with the Zol, but I feel as if Skelliger is just that far ahead, adaptation-wise, that Blaze does not have room to do his thing. It's going down. I thought Skelliger was gonna get something there, like maybe like a GC side sig or something, but still just having the consistent advantage, and that dash into D-Sig unarmed is going to make this a 2-stock disadvantage for Blaze. Not looking the best. It ain't over till it's over. The Skelliger is trying to make this over in just an instant.
Yes, sir. And I mean, Skeldra is looking so damn strong right now. I don't think the Zol pick worked out as well as Blaze would have wanted it to, as he is now on last stock orange, comparatively to Skeldra just entering his second stock.
Oh, wake up Enlay unarmed, able to actually hit Blaze. Looking for that D-Sig, able to get the Sair whiff punish from Blaze, but it's not going to matter. That recovery is going to take him out. A GG from Blaze. And that's it. That is what we see. A beautiful third place for Blaze. Had played so amazing, and cannot discredit him for the run in this tournament. Looking like a demon in ones right now, Addy.
Indeed, but man, Skeldra is a player you have to have a game plan for. If you don't go into this being fully prepared to have a game plan for his destructive greatsword that he always brings with him, you're gonna be struggling a lot. And it definitely showed how he executes that gameplay, as Blaze was struggling oh so much to keep himself in the game against Skeldra's greatsword. But we will be looking at another rematch here. You know, Blaze got the revenge opportunity against Skeldra, once again failing with a 3-1 just like he did in winner's side. But now Skeldra is the one in the challenger side, as he is looking to get revenge on Bamia, which he also got knocked out 3-1 down to loser's side by Bamia in winners finals earlier.
Right, it's the winners final run back that we're seeing here right now. Bamia has been running through this tournament. It's been really cool. I actually want to see both of these players' runs. I have a Bamia's up right now. Started off with a 2-0 against Herbador, 2-0 against Saima, a 2-1 against 7 DLA, 3-1 against Anubis, 3-1 against Machete, who was in this tournament, but you weren't able to see Chad because got out at 9th. And then a 3-0 against Aquino, and what we saw in winners final, that 3-1 against Skeldra, now is here, hasn't lost a match, going against Skeldra. Now, Skeldra, on the other hand, was able to 2-0 Edelius, 2-0 Blue Fire, GTK Zam, a 3-0 against Marker, a 3-1 against Blaze, then 3-1 Knees, as we saw on stream, and then was able to, of course, lose the first of his matches against Bamia. Now taking out Blaze, getting to this grand finals, the run back. We're here, Demon Island. It's the first game, Eddie. Here we go.
Yes, sir. And I mean, I talked about it earlier, how, you know, Skeldra tends to feel out his opponent a little bit with like a make or make your pick in his first game or two. But, you know, going into this, you know, he already played against Bamia in winners finals, and I don't think it's him feeling out his opponent here this time. It's him trying out his options, because it was looking absolutely devastating against Bamia in winners finals. Oh my god!
Yeah, beautiful Skeldra. He is feeling himself right now, Addy.
What a turnaround by Skeldra. Bamia thinking he's got it down, but drops his cannon string there early on, and Skeldra knew exactly what to do as soon as he saw that attack miss. Turned it around on Bamia. Beautiful stuff by Skeldra here to finally get a lead onto Bamia right here. And as I was saying, man, he is trying out his options right now because the Jaehyun just wasn't doing it. The Magyar, which he picked in the later 2 games of that winners finals set, also only worked out for 1 game, giving him that 1 victory in winners finals. And now he's thinking, what if I use Mako? And it's working out beautifully for him right now, as he is now a full stock ahead of Bamia. Bamia not having any answer, sending him down to his last stock.
No way. Oh man, I love what you're saying with Mako, because what I'm thinking, a big thing is, you know, Mako having that movement speed that most other GS legends do not have. Bamia finally able to get that side light set on cannon. It's looking pretty bad. Skelja just dropping down to their second stock. Bamia is on their last, but getting this weapon star, getting the cannon. Zol is perfect at building up damage. That GC is going to do just that. Skelja already in orange, looking for that end sig. Probably could have eliminated. Ooh, double side light. Maybe a D light coming. Oh no, a side sig. Okay, and just like this, it's looking a lot more doable for Bamia.
Yes, sir, but just like this, Skeldra showing us how few moves he needs to get Bamia up there in the damage. Only getting a few juggles going, and now Bamia in the orange. It's almost sending Skeldra onto his last stock.
Oh,
with that cider. Now it does so, and I think this is doable for Bamia. Finding the axe here, valuing that good neutral he has on the axe over the potential 0 to death that he could get on cannon, really trusting his neutral more here than wagering onto his potential 0 to death of dodge read. And it's working out beautiful here for him so far.
Right. Bamia is almost acting like it took the first, 2 stocks personally. Skelja has sweat drops. Bamia just needs a good edge guard, and that ground pound on X is gonna deliver. What once was a 2 stock disadvantage for Bamia absolutely turned it around and got that win over Skeldra. This, I don't know what Skeldra's mental is looking like, but it may not be the best after that. Was able to get that clip on the first stock though.
He did indeed, and that was beautiful stuff by Skelgar there at the start, but Bamia really adapted and brought it back, keeping that clean and neutral on the axe, and only a few hits that he really needs as long as he's playing Zol. Definitely a hit to Skeldra, hit that strong start on the Mako, really showing us a different game than he did in winners finals, but Bamia just needed to adapt a little bit and brought it back there out of Skeldra's grasp. Now he's back on his comfort pick, the Jaehyun that we've seen by him so often. Let's see how that works out for him now.
Yeah, in that game, almost seeing a lot of just panic from Skelja. Saw a lot of GCs, saw a lot of more whiffs. Bamia able to take advantage. That granted had the short success with Mako, but is now going to make the maybe most think wise decision over on Jaehyun. A bit more consistent, having that sword to get some consistent knockout options. But we're here on Small Brawl Haven, so Addy, if you want to see some stocks fly, I can guarantee you that this game will be showing that.
Man, if I'm going to see Bamia land a neutral stick here on Alex, I'm going to be happy for the rest of the week. For the rest of the weekend. That's all I want to see, honestly. Zol Axe neutral stick. That thing is so pleasant when I see it hit. But no, Bamia on the cannon really only needs 2 to 3 moves here to get Skeldra out. Yes, cannon has a lot of force, especially if you're playing a character like Zol. Going for the sidelight cider there, almost enough to send him flying, but didn't connect. Now Skeldra looking to build up some damage here. Beautiful stuff, but Bamia does get around and ciders him to the knockout. Now Bamia back on the X, looking to play some good neutral here to not get hit, but land out hits, and he's doing exactly that, keeping Skeldra off the weapon.
Oh no, the GC!
Now connecting some big hits, sending Skeldra into the orange right there. Beautiful reverse on Skeldra there with the unarmed. It's looking rough for Skeldra right now, as Bamia's looking so strong, Cap.
Most definitely. Bamia's looking really scary. I mean, getting that D-light there, has the side light, looking for a setup, get rid of the second stock Skeldra, but Skeldra looking for anything on GS. That falling recovery is going to do just that. Wants the greatsword, wants that damage buildup. Bamia's just been looking too good, too confident, too consistent, especially on this axe. The cannon's also been doing some damage. That side light in there is going to continue. Put Skeldra way into red, looking to get into that barbecue sauce. Maybe wants that for a condiment, but no. the Sarah is going to do just that. Bamia has a stock up on Skeldra right here, right now. If they were to get 2-0 up, that'd be insane. We would need to see a lot of games from Skeldra to win this tourney, but right now we're seeing a lot of patience from these two players.
Yes, sir. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here right now as Bamia, going into the last stock of a game for every player, they're gonna slow down most likely, play a bit more careful, unless you're like have a few chosen players. And Bamia knew exactly what to do as he's slowing down himself and is keeping it careful here right now as Skeldra finally connects some damage, looking to send Bamia onto his last stock, and he does right there. That side 6 sending him down. But the damage bleed is so massive. Bamia needs 2 moves here, one having a lot of force to send Skeldra into game 4, I believe. Yes. Or no, game 3.
Yeah, Bamia's looking to get this second game up on the winner's side. It would be such a comfortable spot for Bamia. But these end lights looking insane. The reverse Sair is going to hit Skeldra off the wall and has enough force to knock out. It's looking really dire for Skeldra. We have an instance where on winner's side, we have Bamia up 2-0. Skeldra needs a reverse 3 to just reset the bracket, not even win the tournament. And
yes, sir.
Addy, are my eyes deceiving me, or is Skeldra off crazy?
He is indeed, and I don't know if this is the play, but as I said earlier I believe I was losers finals, Skeldra has been practicing his off weapons a lot recently, but I don't know how much bow experience he has. He's surely going to prime the sword here quite a bit, but maybe the bow's the play into a heavy hitting character like Zol. I don't know how exactly this works out for Skeldra. I am open to surprises, but I see this as more of a desperation pick with him having no answer in both winners and grands. But maybe he will prove us otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, Koji definitely still a strong pick. Bow and sword being 2 of the most reliable weapons in the game. A lot of true combos. Regardless, we're going to see what we can do here. Bamia sticking on that Zol, has been working so well in this tournament, and wants to bring home the first place. And here at Bearded Brawls, that means a lot, Addy. But this could very well be the last game of Grand Finals.
It could very well be.
Skeldra's looking actually not too bad on this Koji. Playing quite patiently, able to get that GCD light recovery, just barely not enough though.
Yes, sir, but really looking good here so far. As surprisingly enough, he's pretty good at the bow, which I wasn't sure about heading into this game. And he's doing a lot of work here with the Koji right now, just looking for the knockouts here. Bamia really needing to adapt a little bit, but he's not able to get a weapon, which is working out amazingly in Skeldra's favor here so far, as he is only 1 hit away from sending Bamia down to his last. Oh, never mind, that cider was not enough. Bow is not a weapon that's very good at finishing off stocks. You probably need a signature here or not drop the true combos. Really looking like a rough finisher here for Skeldra. Now looking for the sword to get a potential downlight combo finisher, as he does send him down, but he got up there in the damage quite a lot.
Yeah, Skeldra able to take that first stock. It definitely means a lot in the scenario that Skeldra's in, but it's going to take a lot of mental power, a lot of mechanical play to get Bamia off the amazing run they've been having. Weapon throw is going to go right through. Going to waste the dodge. Side lay Sair is all you need. Bamia's making it even once again.
Evening out the game here, and definitely not something that Skeldra wanted to have. As now Bamia in a lot of control of the game here, almost finishing off Skeldra's stock there already. If he didn't, if he connected that down air, it would have been dangerous for Skeldra. Now back in neutral, Skeldra really in disadvantage states here, staying more on top of the platforms to try and make Bamia with a move to get a punish.
More and more neutral coming out from these two. We're going to see a end light from Skeldra, maybe using that bow to keep Bamia away, floating around a little bit, looking for those dares, looking to get back on stage and get those side lights on axe. So Skeldra using bow effectively, Ooh, misses the nair. Bamia able to punish. The ground pound's not going to connect. Maybe it will this time. No. Skelja able to get that recovery. Both pretty red.
Now, I called this a desperation pick by Skuldra, but it is working out a lot better than I thought. Like this, the last 2 games, Bamia was looking a lot more comfortable playing into Skuldra than this. I think Bamia is caught off guard just as much as we are. Surprised by how well Skuldra is making this
beautiful.
Koji work, taking a lead on the second stock right here. And I don't know, man, but this is looking very good for Skuldra right now as he's in the lead for the first time during this set, really pulling ahead, and it's on the Koji nonetheless.
Skelja definitely trying to lock in, but Bamia is going to say, guess what? I'm gonna take the locks off, and hits the Sair. Skelja's gonna fly over on the left side of Blast Zone, of course get knocked out. It's 1-1 now, and it is tournament stock for Skelja. What could be a white stock turning to red so quickly against Zol? It's definitely a scary time for Skelja, but wants to utilize the movement, get around Bamia as quick as possible. On this bow, definitely has a chance to take this game still. Bamia looking to be careful, trying to understand Bow's kit, not get caught by those end lights. Skelja's gonna switch over to sword, look for some knockout confirms. That recovery's already sending Skelja way over on the right side. It's getting down to the wire, Addy.
It is getting down to the wire indeed, and Bamia is playing oh so careful right now, but Skuldra has other plans as he's going for those heavy hits right now with coffee grinder, with the breakdowns really hitting him there. Now Bamia looking to connect the move here, sending Skuldra off stage.
No.
Second end light hits. This might be it for Skuldra. He doesn't make it back. Bamia takes Grants 3-0, having every answer in the book for Skuldra right there. Skuldra, even though he did more damage, doing over 600 there that game, not quite able to finish it off as he really struggled to get those knockouts on every single stock. Just having Bamia in that barbecue color and not able to take it away from him. Now, that is an amazing 3-0 by Bamia, and he does take the Bearded Brawls Arctic Rumble 1v1 out of the hands of Skuldra. He is your champion, guys.
Yeah, no, not Skeldra, not Knees, not Blaze, but Bamia. Congratulations, getting that first place, getting the most earnings out of everyone in this tournament. Of course, that's how it goes. But big congratulations. Also a big congratulations to everyone else. Skeldra, an amazing run, getting second place. And of course, we have Blaze at third, Knees at fourth, Akeno and Bokonko at fifth place. And of course, can't forget about Munir and SIP's very own Wave God at seventh place in this tournament as well. An absolutely stacked tourney that we had for you guys. We hope you enjoyed. We all appreciate you, whether it's me, Addy, Slow-Mo himself, everyone else helping in production. You make this all possible, because if it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't be hosting all this and having you enjoy everything. Addy, do you have any final words before we close out?
I mean, it was a blast, and I believe this is our first time casting together, actually, even though we've known each other for so long.
Yeah, I want to say first or second time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that.
Man, it was a blast. It was really a blast. But it is over so soon, as these were some very quick sets here. You know, going into the next tournament, which is tomorrow. We certainly won't be casting together tomorrow, but we're excited for some more action tomorrow in the 2v2. So be there on Discord, catch the 2v2 tomorrow as well. You know, it was fun. I'm signing out here. It is @RealEagleID on Twitter. Do drop me a follow. And Cap, do you have any last words?
I mean, you're saying something precisely. Please drop some follows. We got our handles right below. And yes, we're going to be seeing some 2s EU action here on Bearded Brawls tomorrow. So make sure to tune in. You don't want to miss any of that. Thank you all once again. And we'll see you all tomorrow for another great day of Brawlhalla. Peace out, everyone.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Welcome back, everybody. Hi, we're here with
Hey.
Bearded Brawls Battle of the Crews. Very excited to be getting into it. We're running 3v3 crews, but before we do anything, big welcome to Dad Sitter. First ever appearance on a Brawlhalla stream.
Thank
that
you.
wasn't his own. Very excited. How are you feeling, Dad Sitter, for your block here today?
I'm feeling good, man. I think that this is gonna be, just like the players, for the commentators, all vibes. It's crew battles. We just gotta keep it together, and
Yeah.
so do they.
Yeah, exactly, and should be a good time. Before we get too far into it, I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors. As always, thank you so much to Brawlhalla for providing some money for this event. Brawlhalla has been great at not only building their scene around the Tier 1 organization that will be running trials in the near future, but also empowering their community events like this one today. So if you haven't already, check Brawlhalla. Start.gg, I believe it's Brawlhalla under community, and you'll be able to see community events. Chances are there is a Brawlhalla tournament with a pot, and that's thanks to Brawlhalla. Thank you so much. And once again, a big shout out to LANFest for providing some controllers and keyboards for the top teams, because this game's so awesome, you could use a keyboard or controller. We're going to be doing a couple giveaways later on. We're doing a Razer Huntsman Tourney Edition keyboard giveaway and an Xbox Afterglow Wave controller by PDP. So once again, big shout out to Brawlhalla and LANFest for making this possible, as always. Hey, how do you feel getting into crews? I don't know if you've played in a crew battle before. Me, I'm a choker. I can't with the pressure of the friends, like the power of friendship.
Yeah.
The pressure's too much. It's too
I'm
much.
much better in singles bracket than I am in crews.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that it's not only about winning, but winning cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't. You can't.
Yeah.
I mean, we might see some people try to defy that tonight, but I think that a lot of people, the mindset is, you got to go out there, you got to go show your stuff. It's not the same if you're, if you're,
Yeah, you're just like all business, right? In singles is all business.
Yes.
Twos, you get a little bit more of that player expression coming in because you're like, oh, we got some team combos in the lab,
Yes.
but you don't always get to display. But then crews, it's like, do I win just to win, or do I win for the people? Because it's important, right? Because it's like, if you barely close out a win in ones, it feels good. In crews, it's like, all right, the vibes are kind of, but one of the big things that crews gives you is that even if you're like super high damage on your last, you could be the darkest red possible, but if you get into that next game, your stock gets reset to 0 damage, and that's a big deal, especially in this format, because the format is 3v3 crews, so 3 players on each team, but 2 stocks a person. So it's not like a traditional 3 stocks each. So in total, the teams will have 6 stocks, which is very important to note, because people are definitely going to play their game plans around that. You might have different people swapped around from that point player to the anchor because of that format of you only have those 2 stocks to rely on.
Yeah, and I think that I'm not 100% about the bracket, about the format here, and maybe but I believe that stage picking is going to be a big thing. So just hanging on for your friends here, just 1 extra stock, barely clutching it out, and then getting the stage pick advantage could be huge.
Oh, it's especially important, and we have a couple players here in the lobby loaded in. Not to give any spoilers, but if you didn't already know, you could check the bracket, ! Bracket. We're getting Awesome versus Crush Crushers. Team Awesome, sported by Meg D, Java, and Radish, which is a very interesting team comp. We'll get into it in a little bit, versus Zero, Snipes, and Sadly. So when we're talking about stage counterpicks, I think that's very important, especially for a team like Awesome. I'm going to call them like the tempo team. Not tempo as in fast, but tempo as in we're going to keep it at our pace. You know, I think they're infamous at this point for knowing how to create their own tempo of the match. And if you could bring that kind of control into crew battles, especially with that stage counter pick advantage, it's going to be very important, especially for that team, who are the favorites to take it. So, you know, we're going to see Zero, Snipes, and Sadly take on their best attempt to try to bring it together here. But yeah, exactly. Like, stages are super important as we all kind of get to show off in the thing. I don't know if it loser of the last game better seed strikes until 3 national. Okay, yeah. So it's like basic. It's like 1v1s just moving. Yeah, like a best of 5, but with 3 people. Nice. Yeah. All right, cool. So you're already seeing some bands go underway here as Demon Island, Mishima Dojo, Small Terminus.
Band away the triplat. I expected to
there's
see
two
the
orbs,
triplat get through.
Interesting. Why is that?
I thought I know something about Java enjoying the triplat stages, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I mean, especially at Trials of Ymir, playing a lot of orb mirrors in the triplats, but I'm not sure if
against the Ada.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, I don't know if you exactly want to go into it here, but nonetheless, we look to be getting into game number 1. I'm not sure how the format is like. I've never seen a Brawlhalla crew battle. I'll be completely honest. Do they all just sit in the game at the same time? Oh, I guess it's just one stage. Oh, okay, cool. We're learning with you guys as we get into game number 1 here on a flat stage with the Dusk Online. So when we were talking about stages, you can forget about that. We're just getting onto this stage here.
And it begins.
Yeah.
This is good.
It's exactly as you said. It's funny because you say it and it begins, because a lot of people are probably like, well, they're not doing anything. That's exactly what they're doing.
That's what it's all about. I'm excited to see this. I think this is a style of Brawlhalla that is... It's a callback to the 2012 Brawlhalla era a little bit. I think that I think that people haven't been so interested in controlling the pace of the match as much for a couple of years now, and to see it coming back so effectively.
No, yeah, it should be exciting. Like as you were saying, like controlling the pace of the match. A lot of times now, especially in ones, you're seeing pretty consistent threats in terms of weapons. A lot of them are very good at controlling either a lot of space, being very swingy or bursty. But when you're looking here already from Team Awesome, Java on the Dusk, like playing that very aerial spacing game, holding the ledge. I mean, we've seen literally no spear so far. It's only orb, because situations like that arise where you try to oversend versus Team Awesome, and they come back at you with reversal. And that's going to be Java, very low damage, taking 2 stocks already.
And what I am witnessing again and again, and I'm thinking is so impressive, is Java playing these situations out where there's a attempted push into Java, and then Java doesn't fall into the trap of trying to get a counter hit right away, which I think is where a lot of people get quick, cheesy maybe, but very, very powerful openings in baiting a sort of counter hit, saying, oh, I missed my push, I'm vulnerable, and Java says, no, I'm going to wait just a little bit longer and just take that space.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what Java brings to the table, especially on the orb. Now as we move over to Radish on the Red Raptor, so that's going to be the boots and the orb. What you're noticing, I think, so far is that Radish is actually pushing the advantage here and really trying to close in with the boots online. So we were talking about how Radish, if you didn't know, Radish is Meg D's team. He's the static doubles partner, so you'll see like Radish pretty consistently playing that Meg D style of game plan, but with the boots actually being able to switch up the tempo in a very effective way as we now get back to the orb, which should be a little bit slower in tempo.
This is really looking like it's in blue team's control here. Just playing out this damage stock just for so long. All of that extra credit. I mean, Ada's orange.
Yeah, Ada's orange. You know, we're still up a stock entirely. Like blue team, as we were saying, taking control of the pace of the match so far. As we switch over to the Asuri for Meg D. So Meg D, of course, traditionally sporting the gauntlets in Val, but now switching over to Asuri. Asuri has been very picked, especially this season. Katars are in a very good spot, and Sword will always be one of the most consistent closer weapons in the game. So it makes sense to me for Meggy to play, a fast character, play it defensively, and having not only explosive options but also consistency.
And this is looking like 2020 Brawlhalla, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Some flashbacks of a couple of years ago. The movement with the sword finisher, the Asuri, the movement, definitely.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I definitely think that like this team will kind of display that for you, like the different eras of Brawlhalla, whatever way you'd like to describe their play style. They definitely have that kind of timelessness to it. But it's good that you're here because you're able to point it out. And really good catch for this. It's a big opening there from Red Team. Tries to get a little bit going with that unarmed nair. Really
And
can't
I'm just
find much though.
noticing
Meggy's just moving.
so little risk from the blue team side as they're sitting up a stock and a little bit less than a stock and a half.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to go off stage for those right now.
Just hold on to your lead, right? I mean, exactly what you do. You earn the lead, and yeah, Team Crushers are going to look to make some sort of comeback here. Gets the side into the downer. Great little juggle. And gets the downer to catch the jump. That was
Wow,
clean.
what an excellent edge guard.
That was clean. Man, how does that feel? Like getting kind of, I don't know if it's iced out with the orb and then immediately getting hit once by the spear and just getting a complete switch of aggression. That's something that you were talking about is like holding on to that defensive game and saying like, I'm not going to go for an immediate reversal.
Yes.
But when the opportunities arise to get the immediate reversals, they are also going to be very good at getting that and finding KOs off of it especially. It's very, very important.
Looking like stock. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. If anybody can do it, it's Gauntlets.
Oh yeah.
I've seen this play out. We've all seen this play out. Probably a lot of us have it's happened to us. The axe. And ooh, that looked like a mistake by the Raymond. That is crushing after crawling back from the deficit for so long to just sort of pitch it. I think that makes me hopeful for game 2 here, though.
No, for sure. Yeah, they were definitely bringing it back. I think playing in that, being more comfortable here in their ability to make that comeback and not taking those super crazy overextensions you're seeing here, just like waiting for Megdy to, go for the side light there, catches it. And of course, it's easy to say, oh, well, they had an extra stock. But like you said before, we've seen the movie before of the Gauntlets making those big comebacks. In any format, at any time, if Gauntlets are on the screen, you have to be worried about those early KOs. But yeah, unfortunately here, swapping to the axe, I think trying to play more of a range game.
It was so aggressive. It was so aggressive, the dive off stage with the ground pound on axe. For the down.
3, 2, 1.
How do you word it?
Is it down air?
No, oh well, back to the match.
Oh, the ground pound. What move was it? I don't. Regardless, it was
yeah. So Dust vs Zeta. This time we strike to what is this called? Apocalypse? Something like that.
This one is this is a Northern Lions chessboard.
Yes, this is the stage with the platform.
Yeah, the moving soft
I
platform.
think that there's something to be talked about here. That this platform is going to sort of alleviate some of the pressure off of the. Because what I'm noticing a lot in common is this. Whoa! I gotta talk about that sig. What? Gall. And the throw! It's over! Oh! No! This is what I was talking about with crew battles. You just have to win cool. You can't just take it when you get it. I'm speechless. That and offstage exchange was amazing.
No, yeah, that was Java's usage of spears, maybe unmatched. I mean, Java, of course, known for sporting the Kaya, now moving over to the Dusk, and really showing why that spear is kind of what put Java on the map in the first place. Unfortunately, like you said, you can't just win, you have to win cool, as we now switch over to Radish on the Red Raptor.
Radish said, I'm going to clean that one up. No more playing around. What I was getting into before that exchange was that I think the blue team is doing an excellent job of playing the ground to air, like just controlling, saying I'm going to control my space, and if you jump over me, you're going to have to deal with something. And I think that that's what they're doing, and I think that the platform might hinder that playstyle a little bit. It's a bit of an out in these situations where you find yourself above the opponent getting juggled.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I know it's like a level 1 thing, but like all of the characters on the blue team have a way to cover diagonally down in front of them. Like all of their downers cover that zone exactly, and a soft platform like this that's moving around the stage can definitely kind of put a monkey wrench in the works for that game plan. As we're seeing here. Okay,
Oh, this should be a
Raiders
stock.
going for-
Yes.
Yeah, that should be a nice, easy.
Clean it up.
Oh, gives a chase out, but still catches nice.
Close. Good attempt at coming back, but it was not enough.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the lance change there as maybe a
It was
different.
there. It was gone.
Yeah, it's kind of how it goes sometimes versus Raiders.
Yes. This could be a stock. No.
Gives
It
a
looks
sig,
like we're
gets the
living.
chase out.
Yes,
Wow.
everybody survives.
It's not over yet, though. Barely avoids that with an air dodge there. The recovery on the axe game.
So
Goes for the double
aggressive
nair.
off stage at red damage. Just looking for these early gimps.
The slide there too. I mean, it kind of makes sense to me, right? Because it's like you go for those big edge guards, you miss, you're already high damage anyway,
The
and it
call
works out.
on the bottom corner. So fast, so precise.
Precision. They're not missing their moves. I don't know, like, you know, sometimes stats will tell you like a percentage of hits. Like they are really just hitting everything. They're going for Raiders.
It's over. Yes. And now we are up. What is it? 5 stocks? 5 stocks to 2.
Shut
Yeah,
down.
just about. And,
Well, make it 4.
lance recovery. Yeah. Meg D hasn't
Alright.
even seen the stage
Let's
yet, so
see this
welcome Meg D
lance.
here.
What it can do. I think that lance might be. I don't know. I was thinking orb. Like it might have been an attempt to deal with the orb a bit better, but I'm not sure.
No, I know. Lance is one of the weapons that definitely has fallen out of favor in the particular meta. You know, you see, you're known, EU is known for a region that has a lot of Lance players, but at Trials, they really weren't using a lot of Lances once. So it's interesting to see when people do bring out the Lance, what exactly their game plan is. We're seeing here a lot of aggression with the Lance so far, just kind of whip punishing at that range that Lance is going to be so consistent at. Just that, you know, just out of that jump dash range.
Yeah.
Is exactly what you're seeing here.
And it's really important here as the Orion. What is the Black Knight? What is
Black Knight, yeah.
the name of the skin? Yeah.
I think it's right, yeah.
To just be playing this game of get off me. I think that you let the Asuri too close. Either weapon, really. Just Asuri as a concept. With all that speed, you let them too close and you're in trouble. I'm looking as all these precarious situations play out. Every moment looks like it could be a knock here. And then there it is, okay. Managing to crawl back again. Let's see how Java intends on finishing this stock.
Messes up the weapon juggle. That's a big deal now. Force on unarmed versus the orb, who is all too willing to just swing.
Swinging.
At
It's
you. Yeah.
like lightsaber battles from Star Wars.
There's just,
Do you hear it?
yeah, no, it was, yeah, exactly. Maybe that's what the Obi-Wan skin is going to sound like. That is why I think Obi-Wan's going to be at CL. Well, I don't want to get too much into it, but yeah, exactly. Swinging the lightsaber, and eventually one of the connections does make. And I feel like Jabba gets a lot of really deep down airs on both orb and spear. It's kind of impressive.
Yeah. Java just playing this game of like center stage, long normals. Just saying, I'm here.
Yeah, have fun getting in against.
I like that nair. That jump dash nair was tricky. I'm surprised it didn't land. And it's just that. It's the pace, and then okay, I go full aggressive. Here I come. Get ready. And who can be ready for it?
Yeah, it goes through the extended edge, or it doesn't find it, but still closes out.
Clean
the KO.
offstage
Yeah.
play. We pretty much knew it was over after the recovery got hit. It was just up to Java to finish it as cool as possible. I want to see if it shows the like jump dash down air with the orb, jump dash turnaround down air with the orb, with the call out on the lowest part of the stage. There it is. Yes. I liked that one a lot.
I think it's funny watching these teams play because like Red Raptor, it's like I have orb down air, and then when you have boots, it's like I am the orb now. Like I will cover that.
Yeah.
Like and it's the same way with like exactly that's it. I mean, you see exactly that when Radius just goes off with the down air, covers the exact same angle an orb down air would, with varying success, and fortunately it works out there for the team.
So it is best of 3.
Yeah, best of 3.
So that was a quick. People kept talking about how slow the MACD and Java sets would be in Radish, but that was quick. I've got to say that was actually pretty quick. So what do you think? Defying the expectation, no timer, just really taking all of that space away, and then pouncing when you're not ready. I think that there's a lot to be learned from that sort of play style right now. I think that I really do appreciate that innovation.
No, yeah, for sure. Like, it's very easy for people to just like play one tempo all the time, and then when that gets disrupted, people start to crumble very quickly. I mean, it's a very common thing where you build up your defenses as much as possible, and as soon as there's a slight variance in what you're doing and a slight monkey wrench, I suppose, comes into the game plan, you just kind of crumble. But that's not what this blue team was showing. Like, they were showing that they can switch really, really quickly, and probably some of the fastest I don't know what the word would be, but the fastest at flipping that switch in aggression and that really slow play style. Like you were saying, that jump dash to call out the lowest recovery on orb after playing super passively for like 30 whole seconds, literally not doing anything off stage, and then just
really
flipping on the kill.
As simple as, I don't remember the numbers for Dusk, but I believe it's like 14 startup or something, which is a slow move. But if your like brain is adjusting to this slower pace and this like, okay, how am I going to get in? How am I going to get in? And then a Dusk just comes flying at you with a forward sig, and sometimes you just get hit by those. I mean, it's not that slow, it's not that slow to where it'll never work. But I think that is really just playing with people's expectations and their flow chart. I think that it comes down to like people are accustomed to and entrained on these certain zones of danger and non-danger, and when you find yourself just in this like slow space, for a lack of a better word, then all synapses are not firing. You're able to think. You know what I mean? Have you ever read the Inner Book of Tennis? I think that giving people space lets them think, and you don't want to be thinking when you're playing fighting games. And I think that's secretly like the most deadly tool, is letting people think. If I oh, I hear noises. Oh, it's just people joining. Yeah, people joining. Yes.
Yeah. Letting people think is like a very important concept, right? Because like it's weird to say, but like when people ask me a lot, like, how much are you thinking when you're playing? I'm like, the really good players will think very little. Because they're coming in with this like preconceived, like, this is my game plan. This is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna keep doing this. Yeah, this is where we're gonna come in.
We're chatting.
Yeah, this is what we're gonna come in to do. We're gonna show like, I'm going to show the same options every time and then throw in the mix-ups accordingly, build that really good flowchart. And then, as you're just receiving the flowchart, you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like, okay, now it's like, okay, the flowchart's coming through, it's working on me. That means that I'm playing this way, I got to change it up. And then in their mind, it's just an immediate reaction. I don't know if you've watched like Hunter x Hunter, but like Netero's ability is like he just has a counter action every time. He prays, the Buddha slaps you, and it's like over and over and over and over, and he just always has that repetitive motion. It's an instinct, it's a snap, you don't have to think. And when you're thinking at like rapid speeds all the time, like you think the orb player has anything going on in their mind? They're just like, I'm throwing out, like, I'm daring, then saring, then naring, then double jumping, then naring, then saring, then like they're just moving around the stage and throwing out these hitboxes while you're like, oh my gosh, like all my friends are watching. And
where's the window? Yeah, where is the window? Is all I'm thinking. I've been there so many times. Somebody just slows it down on me, and I can't get in, and I'm getting stuffed, and I just have to think, like, where is the window? And if ever there was a player that I played against good enough to say, oh, he's thinking right now. I'm gonna go slap him with like the most level 1, just go hit him on the head.
Yeah.
I'd be crumbled. I would have no idea what I would do against that playstyle. I've never experienced it. I'm interested.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and I think that's like I think these players or that team was like the extreme of that, where they were like really good at doing that.
Yeah.
But I think all of the pro players in their own right are insanely good at switching that up. So it's very interesting to see like when you start playing really good players in Brawlhalla, as you start climbing that ranked ladder, everyone will have that mode built in. It kind of depends on how much they're willing to play into the patience game, but it becomes very like mentally taxing. Like this game goes by quickly, but you definitely start feeling like tilt. Like I'll tilt Q in ranked because like and I'm in bad elo. Like I'm like flat gold and I'll tilt Q. I can't imagine running into like the same people all the time and just losing over and over and then being like, oh, I gotta mix it up, or I'm mad, I'm gonna keep queuing, and it just never works out. And it's like, man, that must be very frustrating. And like frustration is definitely something that you have to worry about. Even in crew battles, man, we were talking about vibes. Like it's important to keep yourself level-headed no matter what.
I think that's a strong team looking at the whole tournament. For the format, really, I think that it's easy to find yourself not in your head. Let me just wrap up. It's easy to find yourself not in your head when you have such a flow chart of like, you know, being really aware of space. I think being really aware of space and not so much aware of the other player. But anyway, it looks like our next match. Do you know anything about either of these teams?
Yeah, one thing, the point players Mowgli and Anime. So Anime got 13th at Trials of Ymir, number 9 in North America, like $10,000 of earnings in case anyone cared about that. Very consistent threat in North America. Of course, PR number 9, many top 3s. No big wins, but still like podium placements, top 32s consistently, versus Mowgli and their team, which, you know, have some success entering a lot of North American tournaments in Moose Wars. We see some NSIG, the Trolley Brawlhalla Bash is something that's been popping up a lot for a lot of these NA players. They're kind of looking like the underdogs in this situation, at least from what I can tell from the stats tool here. Going into it. So yeah, we're getting into Team Cannon Go Boom and J-Hits.
I have a guess as to which team is Cannon Go Boom.
3, 2,
1. What makes you think that? What do you think?
Now, don't let me get ahead of myself. But there is one team here that is employing all Cannon characters.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that it definitely is.
You know me, I do love some Cannon.
Yeah, I'm glad we got this team. These are all really good. Anime is one of the best Cannon players. One of the best choose Cannon players as well, sporting the Onyx traditionally, as we're seeing here.
Yes, and this is just jarring. This is such a different Brawlhalla, by the way. If you were paying attention to the pace difference and the way that they're doing footsies, this is looking more like an obvious progression of the 2020 Brawlhalla that I'm very familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of that play style that we're seeing a lot in South America too, where they're very bursty, get in your face and bait out options. Like they're pressing the initiative, but they're forcing you to act first because of the aggression. That's something that you'll see a lot, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with Team Cannon Go Boom, where they're just running into your face and trying to like force you to make some sort of response. And these are going to be very good weapons at doing that. Cannon, one of the best at doing that in the game, but so far Blue Team the one slightly in the lead here.
I'd be very worried about being on this stage as a full Cannon team. I'm surprised this got through. I'm sure they know more than I about the stages, but it's a little easier to kill off the side. It's a little easier to knock off the side on some other stages, but what do I know?
Yeah.
I'm sure they talk about it.
This is what I'll tell you. There is no, as we were talking about not thinking, I think Demon Island is a not thinking stage. Everyone loves Demon Island. If the pros could play on Demon Island every game forever, they would. So like, everyone really likes this stage. No platforms to get in the way. No really long wall to like, it kind of prevents the stall tactics. You can go underneath the stage if you have good horizontal. There's a lot going for you here, but
I like the idea with the cannon, the neutral cannon from the Alien.
That's the Arbiter.
What is that? I didn't play Halo.
Yeah, that's the Arbiter crossover, but for sword. Who's sword cannon?
This is Syndra.
Syndra. there we go.
Sidra.
Syndra.
Excuse me.
League players. Nice recovery there to avoid. Nice recovery to avoid that situation altogether here as the sword comes online. It's interesting to see how much the off weapons kind of plays into a factor in how the red team's playing. But whatever way the red team's playing, the blue team having a pretty solid lead here so far now in the gauntlets versus the sword, going for a pretty strange sig on that side. I think. Yeah.
We're Sidra. That's what we do is down sig off stage. Now, I don't know if you know about me, but I love Zol.
Oh yeah,
so I'm
you're a
happy
big-
to
yeah,
see
big Zol
this
player.
high-level Zol play. I want to see if I learned anything. I want to see if there's anything to take away here.
Yeah, so
See,
far,
that's
just
what I'm
going for
talking about. Right there, I think, if you noticed it, there was this situation where the Caspian could counter hit, and there was nothing that the Zol could do, but just walk away and say, if you want to try to counter hit, I'm going to be over here. And it's just an easy whip punish from there. Love that.
Yeah, it's that, that give and
Cleaning
take
this
that goes
up
in the
on this
neutral.
stage is always so hard. You have to find just a really good, chunky downlight with the cannon, or get him to the brown color, the hidden brown color, and hit him off the side with side air. But that was what I was talking about. That just like perfect meaty downlight is really just all you're looking for, and they know that's what you're looking for, and it's tough.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of similar to like hammer downlight at those KO percentages, where it's like you obviously have a side air that covers a lot of horizontal space and gives you some variance in the way you're landing. But what you're looking for most primarily is downlight, and downlight, depending on how fast your character is, it's like very telegraphed and it's hard to mix in. But what you'll see cannon players doing, I think, really consistently is catching landings with it. And like being able to force it to land in spots you didn't get, where you get hit by and getting down like nair for it. And yeah, as you said there, good call out. As we get a cannon nair here, just for you, as I heard you were casting, I think. As we get the Onyx from the blue team.
There's something about this stage and about the presence of this high level play where the cannon is really just slowed down. It's a different beast from, low diamond, high plat Q where you can just really run it. The call out on the straight down, but can't get the final hit. That would have been a very, very nice game.
Just a little bit of an open up there as they're trying to play the dance of the cannons with the side light. Goes for a triple side light there. That's an interesting extension. I haven't quite seen. The ground pound comes through, misses the side air, reversals the situation. Blue team with the stage, but gets countered. Goes for the Onyx neutral sig as you normally do. Yeah, very important to not give that dodge in place there, as every Onyx is looking for that big sig on that read. Doesn't quite find it. Another neutral light comes through. Side light waits for the air dodge. Doesn't quite find anything, but gets the down light nair on the landing. So far, clean stuff. But no KO yet.
Okay, little answer with the down like ground pound. Oh, and there it is. That's the stock.
Third
Yes.
time, yeah. It's a no mix-up makes-up truly. Like they did the exact thing. Dash in, dash back, neutral light. They did it 3 times in a row. The third one worked. And that's gonna be a pretty clean way to close out that saga. Blue team looks to kind of run away with this lead.
Just a chunky, good feeling down light is all it's about with cannon. So I'm like, oh, I got it. Stock's over. Yeah, this is just such raw footsies. It's really hard to. Aside from if they want to hit each other, to assess the game plan off these footsies alone is tough. I think that generally here, you're looking to pick up something bigger in Onyx, and you see him going for some of these dodge reads, playing a little bit more patient, trying to play into some of the panic if the Terros is slipping up.
No, yeah, exactly. The biggest thing that I see, like, in relation to cannon or even like Greatsword for that matter, is when you're playing against a weapon that's really strong dominance on the ground, it kind of just, you're constantly like almost stance switching between like when you're in the air and when you're on the ground, because you're trying to like throw out a lot of stuffing moves. Like you'll get axe downer on the ground, you'll get downlight to call out jumps versus cannon. You're kind of playing that like weird, you're switching your mode of play a lot, which is really difficult to do like consistently and not get called out on versus cannon, which is something you have to worry about. And so far, I think that's what exactly this Terrace player has been doing, is like calling out the cannon pretty successfully here.
It's just movement. It's such a movement-focused matchup.
Yeah.
It's just really about finding 1 or 2 hit at a time. But the damage from these 2 characters is absurd.
Mm-hmm.
There it is, the chunky, dodging through the weapon, gravity cancel, down light for the kill, or for the knock.
No, yeah, exactly that. I mean, it's what it takes sometimes, is to just slow it down a lot, and we're seeing a lot of these downlights fully connecting now. Gets the nair and goes for a big
the same
dodge
read on the counter hit. Gets the same chunky damage from it. This is looking doable.
I mean, we know how much damage this character can do. It just takes a couple more extensions. The weapon gets knocked out of their hands. That's a quest fulfilled as the sidelight nair comes through and
Caspian only
closes it
playing
up.
for a couple seconds here.
I think they played for less seconds than they did damage, or the other way around. Like, there was just no damage or time on the stage. As we now get back to a 1v1 situation, Anime, one of the best players in North America on the cannon in the Onyx, particularly now forcing this cannon matchup on Demon Island. What a way to start off game number 1 here.
I think
when does it ever go to last stock? I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said I think that this might be a gloves angle, yeah. And I was right. I do think that the gloves feel a little bit more comfy than the mirror. I think the gloves fare well in the cannon. You play a very aerial game. It's hard to get contested. Okay, back to the cannon. I think mixing up the pace is... Edgeguard here. Oh, and just the call out with the nair. Such a tight game.
Wow, that was a clean way to close it out there. All business for Anime. Really not going for anything too insane. Going, understanding like I only need 2 openings and then Nair will start KOing, and that's exactly what you see there. Nice gravity cancel downlight into the recovery. It was something we've been seeing a lot from sword players.
The Zol with just the team on his back.
I feel like if you're gonna have any character with the team on your back, you want it to be the Zol.
It was a good anchor.
Was that 8 damage, and then you go into speed here, and it's like, dude, 8 damage, man. That's terrifying. You're playing Thatch, you're not playing the game. That's what we saw from the Caspian there, unfortunately. Like, Caspian didn't really get any output there.
Yeah.
Nice catch. That was a clean.
Arbiter. Both had a really hard time. I wonder if we're going to see any change. It looks like not. Looks like we're going to see the exact same matchup.
All right, yeah. It's crazy.
We have banned Demon Island, though.
Okay, I can see that. I can definitely see that, where it's like the landings were getting called out pretty consistently by the who was it, the Zol player. So it's kind of scary to go back to a flat stage. Going over to this stage, which has that soft platform, is going to be very important.
Somebody said, "Can I please get a platform?"
Have you played in a crew battle before?
Yes.
Yes. Are you the guy that like picks a stage, or are you just kind of like whatever? You don't really care? Or like, are you like the captain, or what's your role here?
I have only ever played crew battles in Melee, Super Smash Brothers Melee, and I gotta tell you, I don't think that Princess Peach has game-defining counter picks. I think that most of the time you're just gonna go to Dreamland, and it's just a little bit easier.
Yeah. So nothing to this degree.
It's not.
Give me a platform.
There's not a lot of science to it. Don't put me on FOD.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in Brawlhalla my counter picking might be a little bit more complex because the stages are a little less cookie cutter. Your experience playing on Demon Island versus somewhere like Shipwrecked, for those who remember Shipwrecked, you know, they look similar, but they really can feel different sometimes. And I think that, you know, to the match anyway, we've already lost the stock. I haven't even looked at the game. So Caspian is in. Caspian needs to clean up this Zol stock. And we're seeing, interestingly, the Zol on point here. Is that? Can they change that? Is it a thing? Or how do the stocks fall down?
If you look on the match screen, like in the character select, there's numbers next to their name.
Yeah. Can you change that mid-tournament? Is that a thing? You can just go in any order?
I'm sure. It's
I'm not here to pull up the rule book. I thought that you had
take
to
the
stock
take the stock Bobby Scar. You know, no, it's nothing like that. It's just like I do think you can just switch your order as long as the players stay consistent.
I think getting the Zol damage out and then having somebody try to clean up on it is definitely a smart decision. If you looked at the last game's stats, Zol dropping like 540 some damage. You really want to be able to clean up on some of that.
Yeah, the only thing is that when the entire team is on their last stock, Zol is now the point.
Yeah.
Again, whereas you don't have Zol as an anchor, which might be a little bit scary for you as the red team here. It might have been I don't know, whatever the case may be. There's so much strategy that goes involved, and not only that, just the order, but like everything really that comes into play here.
What do you think about the Caspian?
I mean, Caspian, like, I've never been a big fan of Caspian. I've never been, like, one of those people that because people are like, oh, Caspian's broken. I think Caspian's usually really good, but versus, like, these very aggressive weapons that kind of cover a lot of space, it's a little bit difficult for Katars to get in and get it. It's Katars and Gauntlets, right?
Yeah, Gauntlet, Katar. Very...
doesn't sound fun to me, you know, versus these weapons.
You're looking for open ups, and it's really, I think, you know, when you look at this lobby, I see 5 hit hard, hit once kind of fellas, and I see 1 death by paper cuts situation here, and I just can't help but feeling that Cassidy is a little out of place in this specific matchup.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the order. I mean, I would have been more down for like a big weapon that takes maybe like a spear or even like an orb, something that's a lot slower, that can control and like whiff punish very consistently. But when you play like an all or nothing weapon like gauntlets and katars versus something where it's like if you make a mistake, you get whiff punish and then get like blown up for it, it becomes very, very scary.
Yeah.
To play that, you have to be confident in, like, I'm the GOAT and I will just hit you way more times than you hit me. And it's like, are you really going to play that game versus Cannon and Axe? It's kind of scary, you know? Nice opener from Anime there. Gets the downlight into Nair. Tries to get a little bit of a juggle going. Trying to catch these dashes with the gauntlets. Throws the weapon away. Turnaround neutral light on unarmed. That was gangster. Nice catch with the side.
Onyx Ditto, we've seen it a bunch of times now. And we really can see Anime coming out. Showing what's what, you know. At least on this day. Oh, this is gonna be so much damage. This is gonna be so much damage. Oh, it's the stock. It's not. Okay.
That would have been basically the nail in the coffin, as this is their main damage dealer already on the orange here. Of course, being one of the tankier and more damaging characters can definitely hold on to the stock. Anime hasn't lost a single stock quite yet, still on their first lives of this game, as now you have the person that kind of carried your team now on their last stock here.
Anime is looking to take another.
So scary. Oh no! It
mistake in the movement. It happens to everybody. Okay. We're back to reset, but with a little bit of a damage deficit for the red team.
Yeah, unfortunately, Teros here is going to be very good at just finding that one straight hit.
Yes.
Oh, nice. There we go. Gets a downlight to cover that side light attempt.
The down angle, the side air bounces off the stage and makes for an alive and well and fighting Zol. So let's see. If we can find one more.
Yeah, just get the one. Just get the
Just
one.
do it again, Teros, without taking too much damage.
Yeah, just playing that slow game.
You think Zol can see through that visor?
Oh, the football visor?
You play football.
Yeah. Although offensive linemen aren't really allowed to have it, it's more of a skill position thing because you have to catch the ball in the face of the sun. The visor does tint a lot. Like if you were driving at night, it'd definitely be pretty sketch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of a little bit of sunlight coming through from behind. Is that a jaguar in the background? So I think so. I don't think it's limiting too much. Definitely didn't seem to limit that last game when they went on that really major comeback attempt. Nice nair there to catch.
Good.
That.
Yeah.
That's
Just saying, like, what are you trying?
Yeah.
You getting funny right now?
You gotta get funny or something here to make this comeback because you are looking down the barrel of what could be a very clean 2-0 here. The classic downlight into the down air. It's kind of crazy to see so many of these downlights connecting, but that kind of is what happens with Cannon. Is when you whiff, you're right in that downlight range for the hammer, which is exactly what they tries to avoid that. Because
man, such a lead going into this. If Caspian can clean this up and get a little bit of extra credit, I'd say it might be a match. I don't think Emily's going to be dropping too much, but we could always see a nice string coming out from the Arbiter. Got maybe 1 or 2 more of those small hits.
Like that plasma grenade
Oh,
there.
that. No, it's not it.
All right, that's a big
This might be
catch.
it.
Gets in there.
Oh, barely doesn't get the jab.
Yeah, using that soft platform too to kind of stay outside of that comfort zone. Goes for the downlight,
That's
just
not
doesn't
it.
connect. Avoids the
Downlight there
that's-
just downlight there definitely gets it there.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Might have been a little bit too far out of the range. Nonetheless, still moving on here. Yeah, I mean this is looking rough here, but you know, gauntlets and cannon. I mean, what other weapons would you rather have? You know what I mean? Like, you got to make a big comeback. Got to make something happen on these gauntlets here. Gets whip punished by that, and now I think this is where the Caspian pick definitely starts looking good. You know what I mean? Just hold on and play really, really evasively. Kind of wear out.
Yeah.
As anime is just, you know, chilling, getting that gray life back.
This might be
It's like,
an above average weapon combination for extra credit damage.
Or potentially early KO there.
Or
3 dares there too. Not a lot of damage, but still damage nonetheless, and extra credit.
Yeah, we'll take that.
If you could get them
Caspian
into if you can get them into downlight nair range for anime, it's over. You know what I mean? Like
that's
you're
enough
gonna
to
get
sleep tonight and say I helped.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
That's all
It's
you
just
need.
Yeah.
And it's a crew, you know.
Yeah.
It's really about, you know, win as a team, lose as a team. Okay, nice job finding those nairs.
Yeah, as we look to see for one last time potentially in the set, an Onyx Ditto for anime goes off with the Sig. Oh, that was so scary. The dodge doesn't get expended though.
Doesn't get the pickup on the dodge after.
I gets it. Sorry to cut you off. He missed down like there too. I saw the jab come through, and now it's a big open up. Side like.
Ooh, that might be it. This might be it here. No, choosing to play the space, play the weapon.
Victory.
Smart. Yeah, consistent. It's just so good.
Yeah, good stuff to Team J Hits, and moving on there for 2-0, looking to fight. Awesome in winners finals. A great effort from the red team though, especially in that game number 1. We saw that really big counter pick. But I feel like here, the order kind of playing against them as, you know, you're now on your point player, if you will. And unfortunately, in not a great spot to make that big comeback. Does the weapon toss up there. Great nair catch though. I mean, really solid cannon play. You're the cannon player here.
Yeah.
What do you think about the cannon play?
I think each of them is probably thinking to themselves that they dropped a little bit too much. I think there were definitely some spots where there was more damage potential, and just tournament nerves and overall safety held them back from really going for it. Just that last game, we saw Smile do the dodge in towards the stage just above the ledge and get caught at like an almost 0% side air from the cannon, and then the Onyx landed. And in that spot, normally you should be seeing a long string, probably up to orange. You get another chance for a read later in the string if you know when the dodge is coming back and what direction it is. You could really end it. Obviously, these players are so good at defense. You know, you're probably not going to see him end it. You're probably not even going to see that much damage. But what you will see is a couple more hits than 0. And it's just little dropped damage. Obviously, that wasn't the only thing that happened. But from a purely, I'm a Cannon player, this is what I know about Cannon, that's my only critique. I think that they're all really good. Obviously,
for
very
sure.
strong players.
Very strong players on the Cannon. Great showing from both teams as, you know, of course, kind of the nerves come through. And nonetheless, very exciting bracket here. We are going to go to a short break, but stay tuned because we got more of those two teams we just saw in the loser side now trying to make it into loser semis. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with some more crew battle action as we get into the losers, or sorry, the elimination side of here, Battle of the Crews here at Bearded Brawls. Once again, Dad Sitter joining me. It's been a great time so far. We got a little bit more of that Dad Sitter style with the cannon game plan as we get more into a lot of more cannon teams in the loser side. But before we get too far into it, I want to give one more quick shout out to Landfest, of course, for providing two for the first and second place teams controllers and keyboards, as well as doing a little bit of a giveaway. So at the end of our commentator block, we're going to be doing a giveaway. So stay tuned for that, a Huntsman Tournament edition, as well as a really cool Xbox controller courtesy of PDP. Dad Sitter, how are you feeling so far? Oh yeah, make sure you do ! Landfest in chat to check out that giveaway I just mentioned. Once again, ! LANFEST. Thank you so much again to Brawlhalla for giving the prize pool for the tournament and making it possible for all of the wonderful people, as well as Slow Motion, the wonderful man himself on production. What can he not do? He's a streamer, he's a commentator. He's on production here today. Big shout outs to everybody that makes this event possible. And big shout outs to Dad Sitter. Dad Sitter, how are we feeling getting into the last two sets of the block?
Feeling good. I think, I'm excited. This gameplay is great. Crew Battles is such a fun format because we didn't see it much that last game as we did the previous winter set, but people go all out. People try to stunt, and I like seeing that.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, do you have a cool Xbox controller? Like, do you have a good controller? Do you like your controller?
So I have a couple here. So this is, I don't have a modded like GameCube or sorry, a modded PS.
Okay. I have been informed that you guys can't hear PJ the Puff. So as we get that ironed out, I'm just going to mention quickly !Landfest in chat. !Lanfest in chat. That's the reason I brought up the Xbox controllers. They're giving away an Xbox controller. PJ knows the details better than I, but I'm stalling for his microphone. So he was just going in about his Xbox controller, and
Oh, we're back? Hello. Okay, cool.
Test. Yeah. Where were we? Yeah. Oh, so they have to play back to back. Oh, okay. I was gonna say that is a lot of pressure to have the back-to-back sets. I'm glad that Ken and Go Boom don't have to endure that. So you said we're against Crushers. What was it? Okay. What do you think that sign says? Is that gas? You know. Yeah. There's like that skeleton man in the background, but I gotta fill her up. Anyway, so we're doing stage ban. It looks like we are wanting to play on a smaller stage, smaller map here. And we end on Small World's End. Like to see it. We're gonna see some early kills. We might see some offstage play as there is a long wall. All the more great moments, all the great moments from
3, 2,
from crew battles happen off stage. That's what I say. Oh, just right into it with the neutral spear.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing? What? Sorry about that. As I should be back. Yeah, so we're getting
technical difficulties are resolved. Didn't know what was happening there. What I have been seeing with my eyes is this Ada rain terror on this stage. I've been seeing a lot of neutral spear sigs, and I've been seeing early stocks taken. Talk about this. What do you think this spear matchup on this small stage with these early, powerful killing sigs?
Oh yeah, I mean it's good. I mean, obviously you want to kind of play those stages where your opponent is already feeling the pressure of the stage being smaller. Your back is against the wall and you're getting KO'd really early by fast and long range sigs. One of the most kind of lethal combinations in all of this game is not only having a lot of range in your weapon, but also that was.
Whoa! As you're talking about it, there goes another stock. This Ada on a tear, the longest ramping we've seen so far on the stream.
Yeah, Crusher is not messing around here inherently, so that was wow.
Yeah, but a trained professional
in the group battle
moving stocks.
Yeah, they played a lot of yeah. That's interesting. Okay. I'm shocked. Sorry, I'm not.
Down air, the unarmed down air into the gravity cancel jab that called out the recovery was just stunning. I'm stunned. Such a clean and bold move. I guess that's what you do when you're a couple stocks ahead in a crew battle, is you get bold. But it just worked. What do you think of this guy? This
the Jaeyoon versus Axe matchup? I mean, I think definitely what you're going to be seeing here is a lot of that great start just covering this really grounded space, and Axe actually the one to be forced in the air as we get a big edge guard with the weapon toss down. You slip off the stage for a second.
Dalsim,
it's all it takes.
Picking up a stock with a weapon toss, that's it. Mistakes were made. Jumps were lost.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Dalsim, is he very good in Street Fighter 6?
I would say Dalsim is kind of like an underrepresented character. Dalsim in every game will always be really weird at the beginning, so you know, you kind of have to. You got to let him cook. You know what I mean?
Kind of a
it takes a
zoner,
while
right?
definitely a zoner, but has like that rush down potential, which is kind of what you're seeing here in
What we're
Brawlhalla.
seeing, yes.
Yeah, which is really interesting.
They made an excellent choice where they chose Raymond, a character with loads of projectiles and long limbs. Always liked that crossover. And we're just going to see if this Black Knight can just clean up this last stock, or are we going to give it to the Ada to get her 6th kill or whatever, however, 5th knockout of the tournament it would be?
I think it's nice, like, they were like, let's let everyone on the team play for this game 1. You know, we don't want Ada to get all the glory.
It is Ada. Ada to clean it up.
Nice.
Collecting her 5th knockout of the bracket. Of the upper bracket, I should say.
Victory!
Yeah.
With
And,
unarmed jab in the corner. Love that.
Yeah, it's all it takes sometimes. Yeah, the
Yes.
unarmed jab, you whiff big on the ground as
5
great sword.
668 damage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, say anything about what the other players on the team did. But Ada did a lot that game. I'll tell you what. 668
Yes.
damage. That's like doubles numbers. Like,
It's,
you know, that's ridiculous.
it's nobody's fault that they did less than Ada when Ada was just playing that. Like, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, yeah.
There's not 5 other stocks to take. You can't compete with those numbers.
Yeah.
We're going to another small stage, this time add a platform in. I wonder if that'll help against the spear. Traditionally, I would say that Ada, spear guns, good character against
3, 2, 1,
on this stage. I think this is a the single moving platform can only aid in getting cute pickups with the spear. I think that, and it gives you a place to retreat to with guns safely. Ada's just controlling the match. Oh, here we go. Finally, somebody putting an end to the terror.
Yeah, we saw the red team here, triple threat, switching over to triple greatsword. So now you're seeing a Mako and 2 Jaeyuns. Of course, Negan being the Jaeyun crossover from The Walking Dead.
We did see Arcadia last game, correct?
Yeah, we did see 2 great swords, but now I believe the last player is switching over to Mako. So now we're on the triple greatsword here. Triple threat, triple greatsword makes sense to me. And hopefully, I mean, already so far showing a lot more control over the match. Whatever Crushers had in that read to put out the Ada first definitely worked out game number 1, because I don't think anyone was ready for a spear that aggressive. But now we're getting into a little bit more control as that soft platform kind of moves around and forces this more patient plan from Crushers as that recovery from Negan comes through, closes out that stock. And, immediately switching into the Black Knight. 2 spears on the blue team here, as hopefully this approach at spear could definitely do a little bit more than that last attempt.
Just fishing for just enough damage to find an end light or a side air KO, or we'll go for an offstage fight. See it down Sig maybe here from the Orion, from the Dark Knight.
Nice attempt there with the dash jump to try to line up a down air on the wall. Doesn't quite find it. Of course, a larger wall's going to give more time. Yeah,
that's a safe way to clean it up. And we're going to cycle out the Lance, or are we going to cycle out the Spear? We're going to play Lance. Okay. Committing to the Lance versus Greatsword matchup. I think that this is very Greatsword favored as I'm saying it. We see quite a bit of damage come out from the Mako.
Mako's so cool.
Mako with this skin is adorable. What is going on? What is this skin? I've never seen this.
Yeah, and then with the like rocket pop popsicle, the best popsicle flavor out there. That's like the berry variation of it. That's, I mean, you know what I mean? That's a cool skin. Shout out to Brawlhalla for making that look good.
Yeah. Is this part of the like classroom like children line or whatever it is?
This might be the summer. Oh, I'm talking about the popsicle. I'm not sure about the Mako skin. Shout outs to the players. We like grip here. I'm a big fan. I don't like when people just go gold forged as all their weapons. I like seeing a little bit of variance. And that popsicle is looking clean. I mean, you saw that like 8-hit extended string on the greatsword. It's kind of what we're used to seeing. But that's kind of the benefit of Mako.
Oh, you can't do that against Mako upstage. Very risky. any of these Qatar characters with the grab sigs that will dunk you. It's just always a dangerous, dangerous game to off stage against them.
And that's here's the half pipe. Welcome to the half pipe.
Okay.
Hope you bought your helmet. Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Wow, especially on Qatars.
Do a flip.
Dominated.
And that's a stock. That was our once impregnable Ada.
Yeah,
that was our god, and now Mako is turns once a god to a non-believer.
Yeah, that's. Oh, the fist one comes through.
Oh, even at sportsmanship. Love that.
I thought
love
Mako
to
was
see
gonna
the
get
Black
smacked.
Knight just
Smack him.
slap him.
From downtown to cider, just whoop. Oh no! Unfortunately, I'm missing the stage there with the recovery. Now, Jaeyun for the first time on the screen here for the red team.
Red team said, "You guys, okay, fine. You got runs. See what we got, you know?"
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Mako just saying, "I can do that too," and taking 3-4 stocks in their entirety.
It's one of the differences with
Mako
Mako.
on the dodge away. This is an offstage situation. The recovery was found. The players are both safe.
Oh, nice dodge read, catches the
dodge
jump away
read on the
too.
dodge in place too. Sometimes you just press it. Sometimes it just works.
That's a classic Orion situation there, where
Yeah.
you think more is coming, but it just doesn't. It stalls you a little bit too, so it catches the dodge timing really, really well. One of those plug-and-play slugs. Yeah, very, very.
It's dangerous. I think one of the only super consistently safe dodges there is in, but everybody knows you don't dodge in.
Yeah. I talk about that a lot, where I'm like, dude, sometimes you just got to start dodging in because everyone knows that everyone expects it, but because that, people stop covering it. You know what I mean? So that's something where you have to bring in that mix-up, especially versus the Orion, who's looking to make a comeback for their team here. Nice side air from the Negan to set up a little bit more space. The side air will definitely close out on this other side. Trying to use the scoop hitbox of the recovery to close out the stock. The Nair comes through but doesn't quite find it. Yeah, and another N-Sig attempt from the Orion. Yeah.
More offstage N-Sigs.
Nice dodge there. I don't know how people react to dodges like that. That's crazy.
You gotta be in the zone.
Yeah. I've never locked in that much before to like, just raw dodge things. Like I can't do that.
So you're just always tweaking.
Okay, nice side air. Okay,
good coverage. Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd expect to happen, but it's not that easy.
No. It's kind of scary too, because like in that situation, when you're off stage versus Lance, like at that angle, what you're thinking most of the time in the head is like, I just want to get back to the stage safely, and that panic and that second guessing is exactly what the Lance players take advantage of to get the KOs with the recovery. But you saw there, instead of reversing the situation and getting a side air, even with the wall bounce there, not enough to live. And Negan here. Okay, ooh, tries to go deep with that side air, doesn't quite find the connection as we see a little bit of an off-stage skirmish. The dodge being barely held on, dolls him a little bit too low off stage.
If I'm
Finally
Jaeyun
makes it
here,
right
I'm just playing for damage. I don't think this diving off stage is it. I mean, it is a crew battle. Who is to say I'm not to get the knockout?
Another dash jump down attempt tries to come through to close out the game for the red team, but didn't quite find the connection. This is going to be our first game 3 of the day, I think.
And no one has sung yet, of any weight or gender.
Yeah. But the Mako comes online, and this was the big player for the red team. Mako 6 sounds so cool. Mako's such a cool character, man. I love Mako. That's a good one, too.
The footsies. The stare down. I will finish you. It's just about how, says the Mako. And it's gravity cancel, unarmed down sig. Breakdance on him.
What a change of tempo from the first game. I mean, we saw the Ada taking control of the game. Big shout outs for that big fist bump there, and avoids that stare, of course. And hopefully we get to see that crazy Mako run, because that was pretty absurd. Even the Negan showing off a lot of that great sword.
This string here, that was it.
Oh my goodness. How many dodges were red? Catches a dodge and 2 jumps with that. That's ridiculous.
We were over here talking about popsicles while Mako was cooking. Can't have dessert before you have dinner.
Yeah, I know. No cooking allowed. Just the ice cream. Yeah. Well, I mean, what a.
Do you
what a
think it
change
was
of
the
pace.
strike?
The stage counterpick? I think it was the Mako counterpick. I think Mako on the guitars made a lot of sense because you saw like that very early kill with that gravity cancel neutral sig on the edge guard, and then the half pipe, the double half pipe into the recovery to catch it, and then the greatsword got that big string. So I think Mako, a super underrated legend in my opinion.
I think characters like Mako, Asuri, a little bit Raymond, some of these characters that have Teros is a great example, Ragnir, but specifically these characters with the offstage grabby sigs that will grab you out of whatever ground pound you're doing and throw you into the abyss. I think that they get an inherent buff in crew battles because everybody is looking for these funny offstage plays. I mean, that game at the very end, that Jaeyoon was just offstage fishing, up 3 stocks to 1 and still offstage fish.
And
as we go into it, we have a different Raymond skin.
Different Raymond, a different map as well on the Miami
And a different
Dome.
point.
Yeah. Looking for a change. So the flat stage, too good for the Ada. The one platform, too good for the Mako. Now we're going to see who's going to step up on this bipod, or if we're going to see a little bit more of an even distribution of the damage and stocks for these teams as we get into game number 3. First one of the stream. As we get a big extended string. Oh, wow. Barely.
Almost
I mean, Miami
got
Dome coming into effect there, yeah.
Early kill, or early knock on the top. Maybe.
What a clean weapon toss up to avoid that ground pound situation.
If in the comms all they said was, "I'm the Ada player and I don't really want to play the Jaeyoon matchup," you know?
Yeah.
If that's all that was needed to be said, and suddenly the blue team just has so much momentum, barely half a stock of damage. Here's the Mako.
Oh, nice chase dodge down there to bait,
Lots
forcing
of
the Mako to go high. Wow.
Potential from that pressure, but nothing really came of it except for some nice damage. Just Raymond exerting pressure on the stage. Never too far.
Yeah, it feels like these situations where it's like most players will just reset. This Raymond is just holding dubs, like does not care about it in the slightest.
Oh, the call out with the fastest timing for the. This set has been a story of champions.
Yeah.
Just one player coming out.
Who's your
Is
goat?
the Raymond
You know what I mean?
saying it's my turn?
It's funny how it's always their team's point too. Like maybe it's a matter of like not the player, but like the momentum that comes into effect. Where it's like if you get an early KO, you just have so much momentum. Exactly what happened in the last game. The ground pound comes through. Can the Jaeyoon recover? Goes for the side sig.
What?
Why?
We are getting a little bit silly off stage.
I don't know if the side sig was to avoid giving a chase dodge or something, but Greatsword's going to be great at punishing that as the Ada sig comes through and just taps that one in.
That's all it takes around here sometimes. And this is another stage where, especially horizontally, not so much vertically, you can find some very early knocks with some Ada down sig and side sig. Not so much on Apocalypse. If their whole strategy was drafted to avoid this matchup, that is unfortunate, and here it is.
Yeah, you have to face down this now. Fortunately here, the Ada having those really large platforms to force the Greatsword to be in the air, a situation that they don't always want to be in, especially if you're the one that's kind of holding that ground. And Superior's going to be very good at forcing you to do kind of uncomfortable things with your weapon. That's exactly what's happening so far.
Ada doing an excellent job at just avoiding the train and just getting the damage. Whew, not that one.
Little edge guard situation here for the Ada now as they look to find a big open up, but that Nair doesn't quite find it. The neutral sig comes through. And another recovery.
Save 1 or 2 more of those, and That's a stock. Oh man, the Ada.
I didn't know that sick
Down
dragon
light
drop like that. Yeah.
neutral. The dragon drop into the spear neutral. It's so deadly. This stage has a large wall and goes very far down, so luckily the Jane survived. We're seeing an almost brought back game. It was looking grim a couple minutes ago, but this Jaehyun is doing work. Footsies.
There was like that debate on Twitter where it's like those characters that like skip neutral, and that's what the Jaehyun attempted there. Just dash jump across the stage recovery, try to catch the Black Knight jumping away, but didn't quite find the connection there as we stay on the Greatsword. Yeah, they are not really landing any substantial hits. They're also trying not to push their advantage too heavily here. The recovery comes through, but doesn't quite find the stock quite yet. The down air gets avoided with the dodge, very well timed. They are locked in. Weapon toss into the ground.
Catch on the dodge up. This should be. No, it's not. No! It's actually the other way. What a turn. That gives so much momentum advantage to the Mako here. Any extra credit is so valuable here.
Goes to the classic
not getting the dodge in read. We've all been hit by that dodge in read before.
Side sig doesn't come through, and okay, tries to get something going here. Goes for
like
the
that.
Up
if we're Jaehyun fans around here, we like that damage. Okay, that's a stop. Yeah, there's no surviving that one.
Well, this was the GOAT of game number 2. Can they make a comeback here for their team?
This is a battle of champions.
Qatar's come online, gets a side light but sends off stage, so no half pipe quite yet. Gets a down light but doesn't quite find a conversion. The Nair comes through. Recovery
risky.
Just trying to avoid the situation. Very risky.
We've already seen offstage bouts going south from that situation.
Why did we put ourselves off stage like that? The side air comes through, no dodge on the Mako, but goes high with the recovery. The Raymond still getting the pressure, catches the dodge
so
in,
much damage, and there's the stock.
That's the Sig covering exactly what happened in that second stock for the crew.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
It's all come down to this.
A Jaehyun and a dream. What's going on? This is a bad spot to be in if you're Jaehyun. Oh, this is so bad. Tries to go for the tap in with the downlight gravity cancel into the ground pound, doesn't quite find it. Gets the Nair, or the neutral light, I'm sorry, and that's going to be potential comeback situation. It's not out of the question, and if you, as you were talking about, if the game plan was to make the Ada not have to play Jaehyun, this is not looking good if you're blue team.
The Jaehyun did take the previous stock from Ada, but we gotta remember, 2 Jaehyuns, different player. So we have to see how this player matchup pans out. So it really looks like Ada's struggling on the ground versus the Greatsword. No space for the neutral lights or the down lights that normally you would see her fishing for here.
Yeah, you're looking pretty healthy for Jaehyun here, already switching over to the second Greatsword, so having that extra time to hold on to it. Switches to the sword here, maybe trying to find a simple tap in with the down light, doesn't quite find it. Switches right back to the Greatsword, another Greatsword stored. Ada looks to play evasively here.
Weapon guarding, classic. Just try not to take too much damage here. You have another fight ahead of you.
Nice down.
Pull to go down. Everybody's ready for the recovery there.
All right,
okay, there's
here we
the
go.
pickup.
Last stock situation,
Last
game
stock,
3.
Last game.
That's where champions are made. We were talking about games of champions.
This is what it's all about.
And the lance comes through.
It might be over. Wait, no. Easy recovery.
Oh, good dodge on the landing stair. That's so important. Goes for dash jumps.
That's it. Oh, wow, what a long fought and anticlimactic game.
Such is life when the Orion is your anchor.
Congratulations to the blue team, advancing in their bracket. Man, that was a long and exciting set.
Yeah, Crushers moving on. That was weird, man. I don't know. I think that's I don't like to call things weird, but really, like, Game 1 dominated by the Ada, Game 2 dominated by the Manku. Game 3 was really up in the air. I feel like it was a very moving roller coaster experience where like players were having a long bout of survival, and the Raymond actually was the one to do that.
Yeah.
But then getting reversal for that side sig off stage, and then it became a very scary situation for the blue team as we set up that last situation. But the Orion, of course, I mean, it's nice to have one of those more calm and confident players to kind of tap it in, especially with a character like Orion. With
Several KO options with Lance and Spear at any given moment. Very excellent anchor character to go into that end game where the final opponent was already so damaged. It's really hard to come back there.
Yeah, exactly. And having like a lot of that space covered in the Lance, you saw the side air, and then once you get hit by that side air, it's kind of like, where do you really start getting momentum? You lost your stage control as Great Sword, and now the Spear comes online, and you're now avoiding. Like, those clutch situations are definitely ones of nightmare, and it becomes very difficult for you to make that comeback. Quickly, before we get into this next match, a very exciting one between Cannon Go Boom and Banana Trolls. I want to give a quick shout out to, once again, Brawlhalla for making this possible. Brawlhalla is constantly empowering tournament organizers, not only the tier 1 organizers for the next 2 trials, but also community events. So chances are, if you're into Brawlhalla and you are looking for tournaments with a prize pool, with great production, with great casters, there probably is one thanks to Brawlhalla. So big shout outs once again. It's keeping me here too. I mean, I've been working a lot of community events recently, and it's been an absolute pleasure to see kind of the community building around the game. And of course, big shout outs to our other sponsor, LANFest, for providing a couple of prizes here for the first and second place, as well as a giveaway. So make sure to do !LANFest in the chat to get to get information on that giveaway. We're going to be doing it right after this set, so make sure you stay tuned for it. Oh, so I've been told we are actually doing the giveaway right now. Something might be going on with the bracket. Okay, yeah. So Cannon Go Boom is going to be moving on in the bracket into Crush Crushers. That's going to be it for us. Before we do the giveaway, we're going to do a quick sign off. Dad Sitter, this is your first time commentating Brawlhalla on a stream. How was your experience? Do you want to say anything before you go?
I had a great time. Shout out Bearded Brawls. Shout out Slow Motion. Thanks for having me, giving me a chance. Shout out PJ the Puff, the newest and greatest up and coming Brawlhalla commentator.
Thank you.
My co-commentator, my carry, but I've carried you in some things, you've carried me in some things, it comes and it goes.
Yeah, maybe one time we'll do a little doubles tournament here. I'll stream it, or we'll do some more commentary in the near future. Nonetheless, big shout outs once again to Dad Sitter for joining me on this great journey that these crews have been. And once again, big shout out to Slow Motion and the wonderful team at Bearded Brawls. These tournaments are not possible without all these passionate people putting in time and energy into the community tournaments, the streams, the production, the graphics. Literally everything you're seeing on the screen is done by a very, very smart and hardworking person. Big shout outs to all of you in chat as well. !LANFest right now, because we are going to be doing the giveaway. I'm not too sure what's going to happen. I believe a graphic will be popping up on screen right now, but !LANFest, Slow Motion is going to be doing that
and
right
remind
now.
me in the chat, what would be giving away? What is up for the grabs here? Should I invest?
Should you invest? I mean, it's great because you put in 0 investment. All you need to do is !LANFest, and you could potentially get infinite return. I promise I'm not selling you something crazy, but literally that's all you need to do. !LANFest in the chat for a chance to win a Razer Huntsman Tourney Edition keyboard or an Xbox Afterglow Wave controller from PDP. Controllers are awesome, keyboards are awesome. Me and Dad Sitter here play on keyboard. A lot of your favorite Brawlhalla pros play on controller, and the only way they could do that is having the best equipment. So once again, big shout out to LANFest for not only providing this giveaway, but also prizes for the first and second highest placing teams. !LANFest once again. I know you guys are in the chat. I know you guys want to enter in for that big giveaway. And we are rolling right now, 17 participants. All right. It's going here.
4 times. Did anybody see 4 slow motions?
Oh no!
Congratulations!
Oh, okay. It's still going. One more. Ooh, barely clutches it out. Who is that? KYZA_87 in the chat. If you are here, make yourself known because congratulations, you have won. Congratulations, you have won the giveaway. Big shout outs to you. Big shout outs to LANFest. That's awesome. Yeah. Are we doing one more? Or is it just going to be that one? Okay, and then if you are looking to still win, your odds are pretty good apparently according to this, so definitely stay tuned because we're going to be doing another giveaway at the end of the tournament right after Grand Finals, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a quick break. We're going to swap out to some amazingly talented casters, but thank you all so much once again on behalf of me and Dad Sitter.
Yes,
we'll be right back. See you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bearded Brawl Battle of the Crews. Surprise, I'm back, but I'm joined by a different co-commentator this time. Big shout out to Solid Bones, the first time ever commentating Brawlhalla, so I'm very excited to welcome you. Solid Bones, or Bones, how are you feeling today?
I'm doing great. I'm super stoked to watch this here Brawlhalla action. I've been playing it myself quite a bit lately, trying to get more into it. Those of you who don't know, if you've never seen my darn face before, totally understandable. I mostly come from like Guilty Gear and Street Fighter background. So it is my first time commentating Brawlhalla. Super stoked to be here. Hope everyone's having a great little weekend of themselves, but not my first time commentating. I'm not that green behind the ears just yet. But PJ, I am going to be asking you for sure a lot of analytical stuff in terms of what's happening. I'll be poking that big brain. What kind of gamers are we expecting coming up? I was told they would be, and I quote, only bangers. What's like the general caliber of players we have coming up?
So the as most well-seeded tournaments do go, this is the first and second seed teams, I believe, in Team Awesome, which is Megd, Java, and Radish. For context, Megd and Radish are known for being the most aggressive and interesting players in Brawlhalla.
That's a good title.
No, I'm just kidding. Megd and Radish are known for being very passive.
Oh, okay.
They're literally like the most passive players. They're like revolutionizing the meta around that. I wanted to see if I could get you, but I cracked. I'm actually a really big Megd fan myself, but Megd, Radish, and as well as Java are very good at like controlling the pace of the match. Think like traditional zoner characters like Guile, that's very, very slow. They are all Guile, and like this is before Guile was in the game. I don't even know if that's a good analogy, but nonetheless, they are holding down back. But in this game, it's a little different because they're playing mostly Orb champions, with the exception of Megd, so they're playing pretty aerial-based versus a team in Anime, Asino, and Cyclone who play very aggressive. So it should be like the duel of the fates here.
I was just going to ask when you said that, I was like, is somebody really aggressive and uninteresting? Is that kind of what we're leaning towards in Brawlhalla? Okay, so they're pondering the orb. They're being orb zoners is what you're making it out here to be.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And then we've got regular aggressive play. So the passive stuff, relatively kind of newer, like you said. Are people slightly annoyed about it, PJ?
The thing that got me into competitive Brawlhalla was a YouTube video about Megd calling him like the most hated player in Brawlhalla. I know it's like an infamous video. I always forget who made the video. But I was watching it and I'm like, I come from Smash. This is like normal to me. Like he just doesn't want to like, lose his lead. That doesn't, to me, I'm like, whatever, like I see Sonic every like Wednesday. So it's really different. But ever since then, like, Megd kind of has that thing about him where whether you're a tournament organizer who's waiting for him to play his sets out or a spectator or a player playing him, it could definitely be a little bit of a slog to watch because it's like very, very slow pace, very, very neutral heavy. So if you're a big fan of footsies, you're going to like their playstyle, I think. I'm a big fan myself, so it should be very exciting.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. There's some production stuff. No mind us none. So yeah, that's really interesting. So which one of them do we see player names in this screen? Yes, we do. Right. So which one is old Megd? That's a Suri.
Megd would be a Suri. Java is the Dusk with the orb, and then Radish is the Red Raptor versus Anime, who's on Caspian, Asino, who's on Teros, and then Cyclone, who's also on Caspian. So if you see kind of the difference in the two, it's like you're playing very aggressive weapons here in the double Caspian, especially kind of death by many cuts. Teros is a really good, I like to call it tap-in character because it's a lot of like very strong moves that just lead into KOs.
Gotcha.
And then the red team is going to look to control the pace of the match. Starting here on Demon Island, the flat stage with the small walls. I don't like the stage versus Team Awesome because Team Awesome is so good on it, but we'll see how blue team does in response.
Gotcha. Right now, we sure are moving. Okay. Pushing to the corner here.
Yeah, that's something you have to worry about versus Java, especially on the Dusk, is like you'll see a lot of really slow pacing with the orb and then immediately bursting into your space with the Sig. That's something that we've kind of been seeing for this whole crew battle experience. And so far it's working out, but something that Axe is going to be very good at doing is anti-airing orb. That kind of jump height where you're putting out that down air is going to be very easily covered by a down light on Teros.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense to me. Getting blasted here is definitely having to... Oh, okay. Manages to sneak on a through down under. Love to see it. That's one thing coming from Smash. I feel like in this game that's most interesting is just how powerful generally getting back to the stage seems to be, just because you have so many air actions. It's quite a bit different. Come on in here. That was the first stock for the orb. They be pondering.
They're pondering it, and yeah, they're making you ponder how to get in versus it, because this wall that they kind of put out, the wall of pain, no matter what game you're playing in, it'll come at you, and it is very scary. But great edge guard. Scrooging under the stage, able to get back to the other side with the wall there. Very, very clean recovery. Even getting hit by weapon toss, not panicking, and still getting back to the wall. Very impressive from Java.
Yeah. Was a great offensive sequence, though. Definitely could have worked out. We got the first red exclamation point, and that's blasted straight off the top. Okay, so we're pretty much 1 for 1 here. We've taken a little bit of damage, but I think nothing to scream about.
Yeah, weaving in and out here. The Caspian now coming in versus the Red Raptor. So we're getting a clean switch as Caspian has a little bit of damage on their side and immediately back into the orb. If you are the blue team, you are in for the orb gauntlet because 2 of the 3 are playing orb, and they're going to be looking to play that point with it.
Yeah, front-loaded orbs, and it's almost the so the last character then on red team here, right? Who's not they're not playing orb. What are they playing?
They're playing guitars and swords, so that'd be a Suri with Meg D. Gotcha. Yeah, Meg D is more traditionally known for their Val, which is sword gauntlets, but guitars are in a really strong spot right now. So you're seeing a lot of players switching over to the Asuri.
Okay, we got a little bit of ledge guard going on. We're down to the last little blue fella.
Yeah, they both they all have 2 lives, so it's not like your traditional crew battle where like in other games where the game ends and then you go into the next one. You know what I mean? It's just all in one game on the same stage.
Understood. See that now? Or the 2-1-1.
Big open up here, gets the neutral light to try to set up some sort of situation off stage. Big kicks, gets the ground pound, weapon toss, goes for the downer to cover the recovery back into the stage, doesn't quite find it, but still with the weapon hog is going to hold on to this orb and create some space. The side stick comes through.
Dude, the anti-air orb falling down for a little bit of fist action. Wow, straight off the top. Okay, so that's we're pretty much even Stevens. Obviously, we've taken a little bit of damage, but they've been staying in the game.
As we see, Meg D is the anchor of this team, so kind of makes sense to me. Definitely going to be leaning more into the patience game, which is something kind of you want from your anchor. You don't want somebody that's going to kind of crumble under the pressure. Meg D's really good at not doing that. Nice weapon toss down into the nair. Looks for an edge guard, or looks for a juggle here. Doesn't quite find it.
Ooh, controlling the space, going straight up. Yeah, see what you're saying now, right? Playing that footsies game, finds that one poke, launch off the stage, and the weapon is not going to be enough. It is.
Yeah, that angle that side air is going to send you out is so bad because you get sent so low that if you just do a weapon toss, it covers such a majority of your options that if you go for like an early recovery to try to create some variance in your recovery by going high, it just gets swatted out immediately, and then you're dead to rights.
Yeah, Meg the anchor now trying to. Oh boy, if they can make this a 2-stock lead, it's definitely going to be a little bit brutal.
Yeah, I mean, just as much as we make the joke of like, oh, Meg D is just passive. Some of the most fluid movement in Brawlhalla, like really utilizing the maximum amount of like slight drifts, where it's like not fully committing, not fully disengaging, staying in your face. You see they're landing right in the face and getting a jab off of it. Like very, very clean movement so far on the side of Meg D.
Okay. Big up air. Oh, just staying in here, just long enough the hack bouncing harmlessly along the ground. And they got the whole bombo going. Oh!
Yeah, we call that the half pipe. Rightfully so, because that is a very lethal combo, as it just takes you up and down and up and down, and eventually it lends into that, especially when you give off that dodge. It's very, very bad.
Oh my god, he cannot get back to the ledge. Cannot get back to the ledge. Meaningfully finds the hit now. Chasing down the weapon art. Oh, and then okay, a little bit of the spike action. No shot, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Demon Island kind of changes is that because the wall is so much smaller, you have to worry about their ability to do a dash jump off stage and then just catch you because you don't have a lot of wall to like hang off of.
Now there is a lance on screen, which PJ, you were telling me just before is your favorite weapon in the game, correct?
Spear, yeah, no, yeah. Obviously, I love Spear. Spear is awesome. Definitely don't think that this weapon is completely broken or anything. And you'll see why I think that. Really fair and balanced spacing game. You know, you have a lot of counterplay versus a lot of their moves that just cover everything all the time.
Oh. Oh, dude! Spear alone just coming at him, coming back to the stage. Okay, managed to recover here, but I mean, you are in the big red right now. Oh. Okay, so that's gonna be JAV is eliminated, correct?
Yeah, that does mean an elimination. So you have 2 stocks per player.
Jab, as they're called. That's going to be a quick one here. So now we're down to the last gamer.
This is a pretty daunting task to look down if you're making a comeback for your team. Like, you're as anchor, and it's like maybe you're the most clutch player on your team, but if anyone is good at kind of putting out the fire of competition in someone, it's going to be these 2 players who are going to look to play a very slow game, but with all that being said, somehow still getting big damage on the gauntlets. One of the most string-heavy weapons. Goes for the neutral stick there to catch the jump. Gets a side air. Sets up an edge guard situation. Doesn't quite find the side air comes through. Avoids that edge guard altogether. Radish now on the boots. I'm sorry, and it becomes very scary, very fast. When you miss one edge guard and the boots come online, it can all slip away.
Oh man, it did. Okay, wait, barely just alive. I thought that was gonna be a jump, but there it is. Yeah, dude, that was a really good like switching. It feels like between kind of a defensive runaway style and then immediately just going as aggro as physically possible.
No, that's exactly it. That's something that these players are going to be exceptionally good at doing is whenever you feel comfortable in your own space because, hey, they're not going to push the advantage. They're the ones that are playing passively. They switch on very quickly. And I think that Red Raptor is going to be really good at doing that because, of course, you have the orb and then you have Boots, which is a very in-your-face weapon. And I think Radish finally finding their character is really exciting to see.
Yeah, for sure. Taking them all the way. Yeah, this was the whole half pipe, as you call it. Down on the ground. Yeah, no shot at recovery. A lot of really good plays, it feels like, from both teams. Both were very much in it, I think, right up until the very end there.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation here, like, you try to look for some sort of early KO to try to swing it in your favor, but unfortunately, Radish is able to just tap it in with Orb. One of the most consistent KO options in that sidelight into Sarah or just Sarah in general. So that's something you have to be worrying about constantly. I like your background, by the way. That's
Do you
sick.
know where I am?
I want to say I do, but if I'm wrong, I'm going to look bad. But can I make a guess?
You can make a guess. It's okay. You won't look bad. You're among friends.
Is that Dudley's stage in Third Strike?
It is. Wow, great
Awesome.
job.
There we go, yeah.
I was so ready to say something like, I'm so sorry. I was just kidding. I am going to judge you super hard. You're wrong. But dang, you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, my friend's a Dudley player in Third Strike, and I never beat him, so I constantly look at that stage.
Dudley is such a funny character because so many people are like, he's Dudley. He's the honorable man.
No.
You know, he's here to box. He's the most villainous, dumb, like, you don't get to play the game type character of all time. Hilarious character. Everyone loves Dudley.
I kind of think Caspian's Gauntlet neutral sig, where they throw their bomb up in the air, is kind of like Dudley's Rose in Third Strike. Right. It just like puts a hitbox out. It would be a really cool crossover. I'm just saying, if they ever do a Street Fighter again, and instead of a bomb, it would be a Rose. That'd be so hype.
Yeah, right. Okay, getting the spear here again. The classic, your favorite. We're now doing. Is this spear in Lance like spear mirror right now?
This is spear.
Got it. I was making sure there wasn't another secret weapon that looked very similar that I've never heard about.
No, yeah, this is spear, and Java realizing maybe not the best mirror to play into, so now switching over to the orb. I do like the spear counterpick though. I do think spear is very strong versus the red team's team composition.
Okay. Even though it, kills you slightly to admit it.
Yeah, it does, but it is smart. We do need to see more spear from the blue team.
Oh, dude, the little triangle jump straight around him, getting the big donker right off the stage.
Boom, boom. Nice gravity cancel neutral light there. Java seems to have no answers.
Going up too high there to get punished. Going straight under. Okay, we do a little bit of a weapon throw, not much for it. We are shimmying. We're moving back and forth.
Yeah, it's great.
Gyro movement when someone's moving back and forth so far away that it's like I'm not quite sure what you're mixing up right now.
When I commentate Melee, I call it ballerina movement because they just do the same options. Like they'll do like wavelands on the platform. I'm like,
yeah,
this is ballerina show right now. They're just doing their reversal of movement.
Do their pirouettes.
Yeah, their pirouette. Exactly. It's actually not great to do sometimes when you just kind of move to move. But they're working out in this game. And, whew, what an edge guard from Radish. Even with the unarmed, still going out deep with that down air.
We are once again Orb Gaming. In the zone, just throwing it up and out. Okay. Oh!
Scary.
Racked up a lot of damage there. That was like basically for free. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not quite over yet. The rush down comes through in a big way. Okay, avoids that. A nice aerial movement to avoid these side airs, and finally does find a little bit of a reversal there, but not quite a lot more.
Okay, we got some Damahe on the board. I think that's the first time they maybe have hit Ray this so far.
Yeah, Radish has been pretty elusive on the boots, and it's interesting because it's not like they're running away. They're just hitting you so much. You're constantly don't have an opportunity to swing back. Oh.
I don't even know if I'd call that an edge guard. That's just we were off the stage, you know, having a good time. Guard.
Oh, that was filthy. Gets the gravity cancel down, like gets a string off stage, ends it with a down air. Radish is lights out with the boots. It's so nasty watching Radish's boots.
That grounded momentum was crazy. Okay. Going back, yeah, playing it a little bit safe here. Oh! Oh! We're gonna dawn. We get the up air's going.
Open him. Tries to catch a dodge out there. That's a very common option because people are so used to catching dodge in. But Radish actually choosing the quote-unquote noob option, and it works out there in a big way.
That's always the curve in any sort of versus game, right? Where like the first thing starts to become invalid because it's like, well, that's just what the scrubs do. And then as you get a lot larger, it's a lot better at the game. It's like, actually, you know, that beats the thing that we're all doing. Like it happens so often.
Wake Up DP does work, you know?
Right,
like,
it do work. Wake Up Super, never. That won basically $1 million this weekend. It Capcom.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes it's what you gotta do. Catches a lot of resources with that nair there. Very scary reversal. Radish had an opportunity to flip that, but instead it gets the big bike to swing out. But unfortunately, yes, taking a little bit too far too close to the Sun Star and getting punished with a recovery there.
Flew close to the sun, but I mean, I feel like they got so much damage for how injured they were. That entire stock. Like, I feel like they should have died like 20 times.
And welcome Meg D to the stage. Haven't seen Meg D quite yet in this game. As, like a lot of players will try to fight with unarmed and contest that weapon. Meg D saying there's a soft platform. I'll just wait here and eventually get my weapon and then close out the stock.
Yeah, exactly. Moving around here again. The movement from Meg D truly ridiculous. Somehow managing to avoid that weapon toss. It just somehow managed to go at a perfect arc to not even kind of hit him.
I'm trying to think of like air dashers. Do any fighting games play like the movement in this game? Because I do like to say that in the ground, like Brawlhalla plays kind of similarly to a 2D fighter with air dashes. Obviously a little bit more vertical.
It's generally fighters. You know, it's like one game that does come to mind in terms of a game where I'm gonna call this game as a little bit of like it's like click and drag movement, right? If you're nice enough, it feels like you can kind of basically go anywhere at any time if you know the general way to get there. Melty Blood is actually the old one, very similar in terms of like a lot of melee players actually like Melty Blood a lot in terms of how much freedom of movement there is.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that's a good connection too. I like what you said, drag and click, where it's like when you're new to the game, you're like, how does he move like that? But when you're just that good, you're like, I want to be here, I'll be here.
Like there, right? He jumped up off the platform, and then there was a little attempt from Meg at a little check on the ledge. They like jumped up, triangle jumped straight into the ground with momentum, slid under him like Barbados slid, turn around, punish, right? Like there's just so much movement in this game that gives you so many opportunities to whiff punish attacks. It's so interesting. Oh, big commitment there. That's a punish.
Megzy just holding on here. Goes for a neutral light to try to catch a jump towards the ledge, but we get a jump over down air with Spear, something that's really, really good at catching people that are looking to shark underneath you and find a KO.
The dodge on the forward air, the immediate punish, but still alive is Meg. Again, we're doing some pirouettes, and that's gonna be just enough. Gonna be tied up here, 1-1-1.
Yeah, fortunately for Bryn, having a very consistent damage builder in Spear, and then a very consistent way to close out KOs with, like, you literally can jab across the stage and eventually it will KO. So that's going to be very important for Bryn here, who's looking to extend this. I was talking about Spear being a damage builder, but in fact the Axe is doing that here for the blue team as a big screen comes online, and Java now into the yellow, gets it down like into the up, or the Nair, I'm sorry, and now we're looking at Bryn actually in the driver's seat versus the Spear.
Yeah, that was a huge whiff punish. Getting back on stage. The Axe has been donking, has been doing damage, but not going to be quite enough. Okay, so that means they are now eliminated. Feels like they did, you know, if you're part of the team, you say you did a great job. They put so much damage on the board, it felt like.
Yeah. You remember how we were talking about how, like, the noob option becomes the good option?
Yeah.
That, like, jump ground pound with Spear in the center of the stage is exactly that too. Like, in low elo, it's very, very common to see people just spam that move because it seems kind of unpunishable. But at high level, it's really good at catching movement because you just say, like, forget all of this thinking. Let me just put a massive hitbox in a place where you're expecting to move freely, and it just KOs so consistently.
Yeah, right. 100%. It's once you, it feels like once you have so many vectors of movement to consider, it's like, okay, just what's the biggest thing?
Yeah, what can I, exactly, what can I cover the most options with? Yeah.
Oh, what a chase down. That was so committed. They simply just hit a button, they would have gotten gone. Going right off stage. We're back to Spear Gaming. Doing the unique at the ledge there, trying to catch.
There it is. Great usage of that ground pound to cover the options. I like that so much.
Going straight past. They had a big whiff on this opportunity. Not quite what they needed.
Oh! Big chase. Radish riding the wall there to avoid that situation altogether. Catches the jump up weapon toss with a side air and goes off for the slide off. Sigyn though gets weapon toss forward. Is that a reversal to close it out? No, not quite. A recovery comes through and avoids that situation altogether. We are back on the stage as if nothing really happened. The damage is completely even now. As
still alive. They both refuse to die. Okay, there we go.
Slide off Sig works. Clean stuff from Java.
This is now a pretty commanding lead. Nice. He's going to be in a meet. Okay. You know, you could do it. You just got to go through two guys. Easy peasy.
Hey, you know, we've seen the movie before. Back against the wall, your crew relying on you, and you just got to play. You got to pitch a perfect game, and this is exactly what's going to have to happen here. But yeah, when you're facing down the orb of Radish, it becomes very, very difficult to do that as the damage slowly racks up.
Game. He's not the one with the orb.
I guess you have to hit a lot of home runs. I don't know how baseball works. I'm just,
I just looked at in the face in baseball and being told, you got to hit a lot of home runs. It's like, all right, man. You're so right, Bessie. That is just looking pretty dire. Yeah, a little bit of a ledge guard is going to be enough. So that's going to be 2-0 here for Awesome.
Yeah, Team Awesome, very much so awesome, and the #1 seed of the tournament for a reason. Moving on into grand finals as we get a couple of the replays here. This team is just lights out. I mean, this is such a difficult team to contest. Oh, it is. Oh, I thought we were done. Not that I don't want to see more of Team Awesome. It is actually a best of 5. My bad. Top 3 best of 5. I thought the whole tournament was best of 3. I'm so sorry. Bones. I know I'm supposed to be your ambassador into this, but I had a little bit of a misspeak there. But no, we're not done yet.
Sensei is infallible. This all this means is we get to see more orb action, and that's all I'm trying to do. Every day
More
I
Team
wake
Awesome.
up, I think about pondering the orb, and finally we're here and we can make it a reality. So it is going to be best out of 5 here, aka first to 3 if you were raised in the streets like me. So far, I mean, red team has been on a very commanding right. Good old Awesome. As you predicted and as you foretold, you were like, this seems pretty good. This seems gonna be a pretty tough nut to crack. It just feels like the general way the pace of the matches have gone is like they get an early like kind of 1 stock-ish lead, like maybe like half a stock if we're like counting that as kind of like damage. But then like they just keep accruing those incremental leads, and then by the end you look up and it's like 1, 1, 1, and 1. It's like, well.
Yeah, no, that's a great analysis of it. It's like incremental leads, but a lot of times when you have small leads, like it gives an opportunity for them to like slowly claw their way back. But red team compounds the small leads, where it's like I'm up by 50 damage, but then now the next person comes in and I'm up, 150 damage, and now I'm up a stock, and now it's impossible.
Yes,
it's rough because they are just so like. What's the word? Like there's just a rock. Like when it's like every crew has their rock that's just like a stone cold like killer that just will not falter in the face of pressure. This is the entire team. Like
I wasn't sure where you were going with that, or if you meant someone's like their emotional rock. Like every crew's got that homie they can cry on.
They're all the rock. Like they're all the emotional rock. You know what I mean? In the relationship, it's interesting to see for sure. I don't know where I was going with that either, but they're all here, man. It's rough.
They're all rocks. That's the problem. They're all Dwayne the Rock Johnson. We say that though. Not a terrible opening here. The old post on the Jits team. I'm gonna say Jits. What's our opinion on that?
I believe it's J hits, but
is it J
Jits?
hits?
I don't know, man. I'm so bad with names. I don't know.
I'll give it
like,
up for J hits.
J hits sounds cool, I don't know. I'm incredibly bad at names.
It's going to be a little bit of an early lead, and again, talking about the incremental, and that's going to be an early. Wow, very very quick KO here from Jab. And so the problem here then, right, is that I feel like a lot of these matches have been determined by like one explosive blowout stock that leads to just, like I said, those like incremental leads that build up. So it's just going to be a matter of like this, right, like so bad, getting back to the stage, and Mao is basically tied up even. But they are Axe Gaming. We saw the devastation this caused last time.
Yeah, it's interesting. They actually all, I think, changing who's playing point. So last game it was like Java playing point, but now Java matching up versus the Bryn does a lot better in this matchup as opposed to Radish.
Spear gonna go under. Nice whiff punish. Controlling. We are now center stage. We're speared up. Spear versus Orb.
Nice neutral light.
Just you didn't even move.
It's kind of optimal there because if you dodge, it gives enough time for Bryn to get back on the stage. So I think Java. I don't know if Java is being funny or if I'm overlooking it, but it might have been good to get hit there. I'm not sure, but still, nonetheless, gets a Nair into the recovery. A very common orb KO combo, and that's going to be. Now the red team, as you were talking about, building that incremental lead, now up a stock, but not a confident one, but it could definitely be something bigger. Yeah.
Back to tied up. Not able to
Anime
make the...
switching to Onyx. This is his main in ones.
Got it.
Yeah, so it was on Caspian, but now on Onyx, who has Cannon, a very explosive and very fun weapon.
Kind of moving, stalling around. Okay. Quick little series. Oh. Oh yeah, the defense on the weapon. Okay, and now we are Cannon game, like you said. Allegedly a fun weapon. I'll have to see it to believe it.
Oh yeah, this is a all gas no brakes type of weapon. You're always going in with it. Look at the momentum shift from the weapons as well. Yeah, it's a cool one. I like this one. And Anime is one of the best in anime at using it.
Blaster. Oh, the weapon into immediately catch again. Gonna be getting zoned out here a little bit. That's not quite enough. Okay, we're back on stage. We make the miracles happen. Unfortunately, the miracle looking a little bit rough. We're now cannonless, woefully so.
all that's coming online for Anime. Of course, the other half of what's made him as great of a player as he is, but Meg D very familiar in that matchup. They both forego their weapons to switch to their side. Now the sword online for Meg D as the recovery comes through to catch the dash through situation. That's going to be Meg D now up a stock. As we were saying, last stock, it was not a great stock lead. Now it's a pretty good one. Incremental leads that lead into really bad situations for blue team.
And if anybody's going to really, I feel like, wring the value out of any given stock, at least as far as this set has gone, it's going to be Meg, right? Weapon on stage. Defending it, holding it down, absolutely not letting this happen.
Good movement so far for Meg D, just holding on here. You're up a stock, you know the vibes. Now you have to approach me.
Oh. Okay. He's in it. We're going off stage. Oh my god, you're so low. You're so low. Okay, get back to the wall though. Oh! Edge guard smoke.
Yeah, that was a clean usage of that SIG. One of the areas in which like all of the good characters are going to have a SIG that immediately KOs you for being there is going to be that like right below the lip of the stage. But Radish going high with that side air, and now we are down to a 2-stock situation for the blue team.
The old J hits, as they call them, I've heard.
The J hits?
They're the greatest hits ever seen. Bit of up air action, catching the orb again. Are we going to be seeing some of that? No, dude, they're sick of zoning with this orb. They're just going to beat you to death with the orb.
Yeah, it's crazy how they give like a lot of these really defensive quote-unquote weapons, like also really good pressure options.
It's always one of those things in any game where like someone's maybe a more defensive or long-range character, and then you get close to them and they like grab you, and it's like, why do you have that?
I just think of Dalzim because Dalzim is in this game, and it's like, oh, I got knocked down across the screen. Surely I'm okay, and you get teleported. It's like, oh.
No, it's like, oh, he's rushing me down.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nice attempt there. Yeah, the side air still whiff punishes the whiff punish attempt. Rough spot to be in here for the blue team, as Radish has been pretty much all in